I say unto you, first the earth will flow with the blood of Ændrzëj, the blood of elves. Ian ithlinespiat, itlina eigli ap evienens prophecy. Chapter 1. The town was in flames. The narrow streets leading to the moat and the first terrace belched smoke and embers, flames devouring the densely clustered thatched houses and licking at the castle walls. From the west, from the harbour gate, the screams and clamour of vicious battle and the dull blows of a battering ram smashing against the walls grew ever louder. Their attackers had surrounded them unexpectedly, shattering the barricades which had been held by no more than a few soldiers, a handful of townsmen carrying halberds, and some crossbowmen from the guild. Their horses, decked out in flowing black caparisons, flew over the barricades like spectres, their riders bright, glistening blades sowing death amongst the fleeing defenders. Ciri felt the knight who carried her before him on his saddle abruptly spur his horse. She heard his cry. "Hold on!" he shouted. "Hold on!" Other knights, wearing the colours of Sintra, overtook them, sparring, even in full flight, with the Nilfgaardians. Ciri caught a glimpse of the skirmish from the corner of her eye, the crazed swirl of blue gold and black cloaks amidst the clash of steel, the clatter of blades against shields, the neighing of horses, shouts. No, not shouts. Screams. Hold on! Fear. With every jolt, every jerk, every leap of the horse, pain shot through her hands as she clutched at the reins. Her legs contracted painfully, unable to find support, her eyes watered from the smoke. The arm around her suffocated her, choking her, the force compressing her ribs. All around her, screaming such as she had never before heard, grew louder. What must one do to a man to make him scream so? Fear. Overpowering, paralyzing, choking fear. Again the clash of iron, the grunts and snorts of the horses. The houses whirled around her, and suddenly she could see windows belching fire, where a moment before there had been nothing but a muddy little street strewn with corpses and cluttered with the abandoned possessions of the fleeing population. All at once, the knight at her back was racked by a strange, wheezing cough. Blood spurted over the hands grasping the reins, more screams, arrows whistled past. A fall, a shock, painful bruising against armour. Hooves pounded past her, a horse's belly and a frayed girth flashing by above her head, then another horse's belly and a flowing black caparison. Grunts of exertion, like a lumberjack's when chopping wood. But this isn't wood. It's iron against iron. A shout, muffled and dull, and something huge and black collapsed into the mud next to her with a splash, spurting blood. An armoured foot quivered, thrashed, goring the earth with an enormous spur. A jerk. Some force plucked her up, pulled her onto another saddle. Hold on! Again, the bone-shaking speed, the mad gallop, arms and legs desperately searching for support. The horse rears. Hold on! There is no support. There is blood. The horse falls. It's impossible to jump aside, no way to break free to escape the tight embrace of these chain-mail-clad arms. There is no way to avoid the blood pouring onto her head and over her shoulders. A jolt, the squelch of mud, a violent collision with the ground, horrifically still after the furious ride. The horse's harrowing wheezes and squeals as it tries to regain its feet. The pounding of horseshoes, fetlocks and hooves flashing past, black caparisons and cloaks. Shouting. The street is on fire. A roaring red wall of flame. Silhouetted before it, a rider towers over the flaming roofs, enormous. His black, caparisoned horse prances, tosses its head, neighs. The rider stares down at her. Ciri sees his eyes gleaming through the slit in his huge helmet, framed by a bird of prey's wings. She sees the fire reflected in the broad blade of the sword held in his lowered hand. The rider looks at her. Ciri is unable to move. The dead man's motionless arms wrapped around her waist hold her down. She is locked in place by something heavy and wet with blood, something which is lying across her thigh, pinning her to the ground, and she is frozen in fear. A terrible fear which turns her entrails inside out, which deafens Ciri to the screams of the wounded horse, the roar of the blaze, the cries of dying people and the pounding drums. The only thing which exists, which counts, which still has any meaning, is fear. Fear embodied in the figure of a black knight wearing a helmet decorated with feathers, frozen against the wall of raging red flames. The rider spurs his horse, the wings on his helmet fluttering as the bird of prey takes to flight, launching itself to attack its helpless victim, paralyzed with fear. The bird, or maybe the knight, screeches terrifyingly, cruelly, triumphantly. A black horse, black armour, a black flowing cloak, and behind this, flames, a sea of flames. Fear. The bird shrieks, the wings beat, feathers slap against her face. Fear. Help! Why doesn't anyone help me? Alone, weak, helpless. I can't move, can't force a sound from my constricted throat. Why does no one come to help me? I'm terrified. Eyes blaze through the slit in the huge winged helmet. The black cloak veils everything. Siri! She woke, numb and drenched in sweat, with her scream, the scream which had woken her, still hanging in the air, still vibrating somewhere within her, beneath her breastbone and burning against her parched throat. Her hands ached, clenched around the blanket. Her back ached. Siri! Calm down. The night was dark and windy, the crowns of the surrounding pine trees rustling steadily and melodiously, their limbs and trunks creaking in the wind. There was no malevolent fire, no screams, only this gentle lullaby. Beside her, the campfire flickered with light and warmth, its reflected flames glowing from harness buckles, gleaming red in the leather-wrapped and iron-banded hilt of a sword, leaning against a saddle on the ground. There was no other fire, and no other iron. The hand against her cheek smelled of leather and ashes, not of blood. Get out! It was just a dream. A bad dream. Siri shuddered violently, curling her arms and legs up tight. A dream. Just a dream. The campfire had already died down. The birch logs were red and luminous, occasionally crackling, giving off tiny spurts of blue flame, which illuminated the white hair and sharp profile of the man wrapping a blanket and sheepskin around her. Get out! I'm right here. Sleep, Siri. You have to rest. We've still a long way ahead of us. I can hear music, she thought suddenly. Amidst the rustling of the trees, there's music. Lute music and voices. The princess of Sintra, a child of destiny, a child of elder blood, the blood of elves. Geralt of Rivia, the white wolf and his destiny. No, that's a legend, a poet's invention. The princess is dead. She was killed in the town streets while trying to escape. Hold on. Hold... Geralt? What, Siri? What did he do to me? What happened? What did he do to me? Who? The knight. The black knight with feathers on his helmet. I can't remember anything. He shouted and looked at me. I can't remember what happened. Only that I was frightened. I was so frightened. The man leaned over her, the flame of the campfire sparkling in his eyes. They were strange eyes, very strange. Siri had been frightened of them. She hadn't liked meeting his gaze. But that had been a long time ago. A very long time ago. I can't remember anything, she whispered, searching for his hand, as tough and coarse as raw wood. The Black Knight, it was a dream. Sleep peacefully. He won't come back. Siri had heard such reassurances in the past. They had been repeated to her endlessly. Many, many times she had been offered comforting words when her screams had woken her during the night. But this time it was different. Now she believed it, because it was Geralt of Rivia, the White Wolf, the Witcher, who said it. The man who was her destiny, the one for whom she was destined. Geralt the Witcher, who had found her surrounded by war, death and despair, who had taken her with him and promised they would never part. She fell asleep, holding tight to his hand. The bard finished the song. Tilting his head a little, he repeated the ballad's refrain on his lute, delicately, softly, a single tone higher than the apprentice accompanying him. No one said a word. Nothing but the subsiding music and the whispering leaves and squeaking boughs of the enormous oak could be heard. Then, all of a sudden, a goat tethered to one of the carts which circled the ancient tree bleated lengthily. At that moment, as if given a signal, one of the men seated in the large semicircular audience stood up. Throwing his cobalt-blue cloak with gold braid trim back over his shoulder, he gave a stiff, dignified bow. "Thank you, Master Dandelion," he said, his voice resonant without being loud. "Allow me, Radcliffe of Oxenford, Master of the Arcana, to express what I am sure is the opinion of everyone here present, and utter words of gratitude and appreciation for your fine art and skill." The wizard ran his gaze over those assembled, an audience of well over 100 people, seated on the ground, on carts, or standing in a tight semicircle, facing the foot of the oak. They nodded and whispered amongst themselves. Several people began to applaud, while others greeted the singer with upraised hands. Women, touched by the music, sniffed and wiped their eyes on whatever came to hand, which differed according to their standing, profession, and wealth. Peasant women used their forearms or the backs of their hands. Merchants' wives dabbed their eyes with linen handkerchiefs, while elves and noblewomen used kerchiefs of the finest tight-woven cotton, and Baron Villebert's 3 daughters, who had, along with the rest of his retinue, halted their falcon hunt to attend the famous troubadour's performance, blew their noses loudly and sonorously into elegant mould-green cashmere scarves. "It would not be an exaggeration to say," continued the wizard, "that you have moved us deeply, Master Dandelion. You have prompted us to reflection and thought. You have stirred our hearts. Allow me to express our gratitude and our respect." The troubadour stood and took a bow, sweeping the heron feather pinned to his fashionable hat across his knees. His apprentice broke off his playing, grinned, and bowed too, until Dandelion glared at him sternly and snapped something under his breath. The boy lowered his head and returned to softly strumming his lute strings. The assembly stirred to life. The merchants, travelling in the caravan, whispered amongst themselves, and then rolled a sizable cask of beer out to the foot of the oak tree. Wizard Radcliffe lost himself in quiet conversation with Baron Villebert. Having blown their noses, the Baron's daughters gazed at Dandelion in adoration, which went entirely unnoticed by the bard, engrossed as he was in smiling, winking, and flashing his teeth at a haughty, silent group of roving elves, and at one of them in particular, a dark-haired, large-eyed beauty sporting a tiny ermine cap. Dandelion had rivals for her attention. The elf, with her huge eyes and beautiful toque hat, had caught his audience's interest as well, and a number of knights, students, and goliards were paying court to her with their eyes. The elf clearly enjoyed the attention, picking at the lace cuffs of her chemise and fluttering her eyelashes, but the group of elves with her surrounded her on all sides, not bothering to hide their antipathy towards her admirers. The glade beneath Blööd, the great oak, was a place of frequent rallies, a well-known travellers' resting place and meeting ground for wanderers, and was famous for its tolerance and openness. The druids protecting the ancient tree called it the seat of friendship, and willingly welcomed all comers. But even during an event as exceptional as the world-famous troubadour's just-concluded performance, the travellers kept to themselves, remaining in clearly delineated groups. Elves stayed with elves. Dwarfish craftsmen gathered with their kin, who were often hired to protect the merchant caravans and were armed to the teeth. Their groups tolerated at best the gnome miners and halfling farmers who camped beside them. All non-humans were uniformly distant towards humans. The humans repaid in kind, but were not seen to mix amongst themselves either. Nobility looked down on the merchants and travelling salesmen with open scorn, while soldiers and mercenaries distanced themselves from shepherds and their reeking sheepskins. The few wizards and their disciples kept themselves entirely apart from the others, and bestowed their arrogance on everyone in equal parts. A tight-knit, dark and silent group of peasants lurked in the background, resembling a forest with their rakes, pitchforks and flails poking above their heads, They were ignored by all and sundry. The exception, as ever, was the children. Freed from the constraints of silence which had been enforced during the bard's performance, the children dashed into the woods with wild cries, and enthusiastically immersed themselves in a game whose rules were incomprehensible to all those who had bidden farewell to the happy years of childhood. Children of elves, dwarves, halflings, gnomes, half-elves, quarter-elves, and toddlers of mysterious provenance, neither knew nor recognized racial or social divisions. At least, not yet. "Indeed," shouted one of the knights present in the glade, who was as thin as a beanpole, and wearing a red and black tunic, emblazoned with 3 lions passant. "The wizard speaks the truth. The ballads were beautiful. Upon my word, Honourable Dandelion, if ever you pass near Baldhorn, my lord's castle, stop by without a moment's hesitation. You will be welcomed like a prince. What am I saying? Welcomed like King Visimir himself. I swear on my sword I have heard many a minstrel, but none even came close to being your equal, master. Accept the respect and tributes those of us born to knighthood, and those of us appointed to the position, pay to your skills." Flawlessly sensing the opportune moment, the troubadour winked at his apprentice. The boy set his lute aside and picked up a little casket, which served as a collection box for the audience's more measurable expressions of appreciation. He hesitated, ran his eyes over the crowd, then replaced the little casket and grabbed a large bucket standing nearby. Master Dandelion bestowed an approving smile on the young man for his prudence. "Master!" shouted a sizable woman sitting on a cart, the sides of which were painted with a sign for Vera Löwenhaupt and Sons, and which was full of wickerwork. Her sons, nowhere to be seen, were no doubt busy wasting away their mother's hard-earned fortune. "Master Dandelion, what is this? Are you going to leave us in suspense? That can't be the end of your ballad. Sing to us of what happened next." "Songs and ballads," the musician bowed, "never end, dear lady, because poetry is eternal and immortal. It knows no beginning, it knows no end." "But what happened next?" The tradeswoman didn't give up, generously rattling coins into the bucket. Dandelion's apprentice held out to her. "At least tell us about it, even if you have no wish to sing of it. Your songs mention no names, but we know the witch you sing of is no other than the famous Geralt of Rivia, and the enchantress for whom he burns with love is the equally famous Yennefer, and the child surprise destined for the Witcher and sworn to him from birth is Cyrilla, the unfortunate princess of Cintra, the town destroyed by the invaders. Am I right?" Dandelion smiled, remaining enigmatic and aloof. "I sing of universal matters, my dear, generous lady," he stated, "of emotions which anyone can experience, not about specific people." "Oh, come on!" yelled a voice from the crowd. "Everyone knows those songs about Geralt the Witcher." "Yes, yes!" squealed Baron Villebert's daughters in chorus, drying their sodden scarves. "Sing on, Master Dandelion. What happened next? Did the Witcher and Yennefer the Enchantress find each other in the end? And did they love each other? Were they happy? We want to know." "Enough!" roared the dwarf leader with a growl in his throat, shaking his mighty waist-length red beard. "It's crap, all these princesses, sorceresses, destiny, love and women's fanciful tales. If you'll pardon the expression, great poet, it's all lies. Just a poetic invention to make the story prettier and more touching. But of the deeds of war, the massacre and plunder of Cintra, the battles of Marnadal and Sodden, you did sing that mightily, Dandelion. There's no regrets in parting with silver, for such a song, a joy to a warrior's heart. And I, Sheldon Skaggs, declare there's not an ounce of lies in what you say, and I can tell the lies from the truth, because I was there at Sodden. I stood against the Nilfgaard invaders with an axe in my hand." "I, Donomir of Troy," shouted the thin knight with 3 lions passant blazoned across his tunic, "was at both battles of Sodden, but I did not see you there, Sir Dwarf." "No doubt because you were looking after the supply train," Sheldon Skaggs retorted, "while I was in the front line where things got hot." "Mind your tongue, Beardy," said Donomir of Troy, flushing, hitching up his sword belt, "and who you're speaking to." "Have a cur yourself." The dwarf whacked his palm against the axe wedged in his belt, turned to his companions and grinned. "Did you see him there, friggin' knight? See his coat of arms? Ha! 3 lions on a shield, 2 shitting and the 3rd snarling." "Peace, peace." A grey-haired druid in a white cloak averted trouble with a sharp, authoritative voice. "This is not fitting, gentlemen. Not here under Blööd's crown, an oak older than all the disputes and quarrels of the world." and not in poet Dandilion's presence, from whose ballads we ought to learn of love, not contention. Quite so. A short, fat priest with a face glistening with sweat seconded the druid. You look but have no eyes, you listen but you have deaf ears, because divine love is not in you, you are like empty barrels. Speaking of barrels, squeaked a long-nosed gnome from his cart, painted with the sign for iron hardware manufacture and sale. Roll out another, guildsman. Poet Dandilion's throat is surely dry, and ours too, from all these emotions. Verily, like empty barrels, I tell ye. The priest, determined not to be put off, drowned out the ironware gnome. You have understood nothing of Master Dandilion's ballad. You have learned nothing. You did not see that these ballads speak of man's fate, that we are no more than toys in the hands of the gods, our lands no more than their playground. The ballads about destiny portray the destinies of us all, and the legend of Geralt the Witcher and Princess Cyrilla, although it is set against the true background of that war, is after all a mere metaphor, the creation of a poet's imagination, designed to help us. "You're talking rubbish, holy man," hollered Vera Löwenhaupt from the heights of her cart. "What legend? What imaginative creation? You may not know him, but I know Geralt of Rivia. I saw him with my own eyes in Vichima when he broke the spell on King Foltest's daughter. And I met him again later on the Merchant's Trail, where, at Gildea's request, he slew a ferocious griffin, which was preying on the caravans, and thus saved the lives of many good people. No, this is no legend or fairy tale. It is the truth, the sincere truth, which Master Dandilion sang for us." "I second that," said a slender female warrior, with her black hair smoothly brushed back and plaited into a thick braid. "I, Rayla of Lyria, also know Geralt the White Wolf, the famous slayer of monsters, and I've met the enchantress Lady Yennefer on several occasions. I used to visit Adrian and her hometown of Vengerberg. I don't know anything about their being in love, though." "But it has to be true," the attractive elf in the ermine toque suddenly said in a melodious voice. "Such a beautiful ballad of love could not but be true." "It could not." Baron Villebert's daughters supported the elf, and, as if on command, wiped their eyes on their scarves. "Not by any measure." "Honourable wizard," Vera Löwenhaupt turned to Radcliffe, "were they in love or not? Surely you know what truly happened to them, Yennefer and the Witcher. Disclose the secret." "If the song says they were in love," replied the wizard, "then that's what happened, and their love will endure down the ages. Such is the power of poetry." "It is said," interrupted Baron Villebert all of a sudden, "that Yennefer of Vengerberg was killed on Sodden Hill. Several enchantresses were killed there." "That's not true," said Donomir of Troy. "Her name is not on the monument. I'm from those parts and have often climbed Sodden Hill and read the names engraved on the monument. 3 enchantresses died there: Tris Marigold, Lyta Nade, known as Coral, and the name of the third has slipped my mind." The knight glanced at Wizard Radcliffe, who smiled wordlessly. "And this Witcher," Sheldon Skaggs suddenly called out, "this Geralt who loved Yennefer has also bitten the dust, apparently. I heard he was killed somewhere in Trans River. He slew and slew monsters until he met his match. That's how it goes. He who fights with a sword dies by the sword. Everyone comes across someone who will better them eventually, and is made to taste cold, hard iron." "I don't believe it." The slender warrior contorted her pale lips, spat vehemently on the ground, and crossed her chainmail-clad arms with a crunch. "I don't believe there is anyone to best Geralt of Rivia. I have seen this Witcher handle a sword. His speed is simply inhuman." "Well said," threw in Wizard Radcliffe. "Inhuman. Witches are mutated, so their reactions—" "I don't understand you, magician." The warrior twisted her lips even more nastily. "Your words are too learned. I know one thing. No swordsman I have ever seen can match Geralt of Rivia, the White Wolf, and so I will not accept that he was defeated in battle as the dwarf claims." "Every swordsman's an arse when the enemy's not sparse," remarked Sheldon Skaggs sententiously, "as the elves say." "Elves," stated a tall, fair-haired representative of the elder race coldly, from his place beside the elf with the beautiful toque, "are not in the habit of using such vulgar language." "No, no!" squealed Baron Villebert's daughters from behind their green scarves. "Geralt the Witcher can't have been killed. The Witcher found Ciri, the child destined for him, and then the enchantress Yennefer, and all 3 lived happily ever after. Isn't that true, Master Dandilion?" "'Twas a ballad, my noble young ladies," said the beer-parched gnome, manufacturer of ironwares, with a yawn. Why look for truth in a ballad? Truth is one thing, poetry another. Let's take this, what was her name? Siri? The famous Child Surprise? Master Dandelion chumped that up for sure. I've been to Cintra many a time, and the king and queen lived in a childless home, with no daughter, no son. Liar! Shouted a red-haired man in a sealskin jacket, a checked kerchief bound around his forehead. Queen Calanthe, the lioness of Cintra, had a daughter called Pavetta. She died, together with her husband, in a tempest which struck out at sea, and the depths swallowed them both. So, you see for yourselves, I'm not making this up. The ironware gnome called everyone to be his witnesses. The princess of Cintra was called Pavetta, not Siri. Cyrilla, known as Siri, was the daughter of this drowned Pavetta, explained the red-haired man. Calanthe's granddaughter. She was not the princess herself, but the daughter of the princess of Cintra. She was the child surprise destined for the Witcher, the man to whom, even before she was born, the queen had sworn to hand her granddaughter over to, just as Master Dandelion had sung. But the Witcher could neither find her nor collect her, and here our poet has missed the truth. Oh yes, he's missed the truth indeed, butted in a sinewy young man who, judging by his clothes, was a journeyman on his travels prior to crafting his masterpiece and passing his master's exams. The Witcher's destiny bypassed him. Cyrilla was killed during the siege of Cintra. Before throwing herself from the tower, Queen Calanthe killed the princess's daughter with her own hand to prevent her from falling into the Nilfgaardians' claws alive. It wasn't like that, not like that at all, objected the red-haired man. The princess's daughter was killed during the massacre while trying to escape from the town. One way or another, shouted Ironware, the Witcher didn't find Cyrilla, the poet lied. But lied beautifully, said the elf in the toque, snuggling up to the tall, fair-haired elf. It's not a question of poetry, but of facts, shouted the journeyman. I tell you, the princess's daughter died by your grandmother's hand. Anyone who's been to Cintra can confirm that. And I say she was killed in the streets trying to escape, declared the red-haired man. I know, because although I'm not from Cintra, I served in the Earl of Skellige's troop supporting Cintra during the war. As everyone knows, East Chirsach, the king of Cintra, comes from the Skellige Isles. He was the Earl's uncle. I fought in the Earl's troop at Marnadal and Cintra, and later, after the defeat, at Sodden. Yet another veteran. Sheldon Skaggs snarled to the dwarves crowded around him. All heroes and warriors. Eh, folks, is there at least one of you out there who didn't fight in Marnadal or Sodden? That dig is out of place, Skaggs. The tall elf reproached him, putting his arm around the beauty wearing the toque in a way intended to dispel any lingering doubts amongst her admirers. Don't imagine you were the only one to fight at Sodden. I took part in the battle as well. On whose side, I wonder? Baron Willibert said to Radcliffe in a highly audible whisper, which the elf ignored entirely. As everyone knows, he continued, sparing neither the Baron nor the wizard so much as a glance, over 100,000 warriors stood on the field during the Second Battle of Sodden Hill, and of those, at least 30,000 were maimed or killed. Master Dandelion should be thanked for immortalizing this famous, terrible battle in one of his ballads. In both the lyrics and the melody of his work, I heard not an exultation, but a warning. So I repeat, offer praise and everlasting renown to this poet for his ballad, which may, perhaps, prevent a tragedy as horrific as this cruel and unnecessary war from occurring in the future. Indeed, said Baron Willibert, looking defiantly at the elf. You have read some very interesting things into this ballad, honoured sir. An unnecessary war, you say. You'd like to avoid such a tragedy in the future, would you? Are we to understand that if the Nilfgaardians were to attack us again, you would advise that we capitulate, humbly accept the Nilfgaardian yoke? Life is a priceless gift and should be protected, the elf replied coldly. Nothing justifies wide-scale slaughter and sacrifice of life, which is what the battles at Sodden were, both the battle lost and the battle won. Both of them cost the humans thousands of lives, and with them you lost unimaginable potential. Elv and prattle, snarled Sheldon Skaggs. Dim-wetted rubbish. It was the price that had to be paid to allow others to live decently, in peace, instead of being chained, blinded, whipped and forced to work in salt and sulphur mines. Those who died a heroic death, those who will now, thanks to Dandelion, live on forever in our memories, taught us to defend our own homes. Sing your ballads, Dandelion, sing them to everyone. Your lesson won't go to waste, and it'll come in handy, you'll see, because mark my words, Nilfgaard will attack us again. If not today, then tomorrow. They're licking their wounds now, we're covering, but the day when we'll see their black cloaks and feathered helmets again is growing ever nearer." "What do they want from us?" yelled Vera Löwenhout. "Why are they bent on persecuting us? Why don't they leave us in peace? Leave us to our lives and work? What do the Nilfgaardians want?" "They want our blood," howled Baron Willibert. "And our land," someone cried from the crowd of peasants. "And our women," chimed in Sheldon Skaggs with a ferocious glower. Several people started to laugh, as quietly and furtively as they could. Even though the idea that anyone other than another dwarf would desire one of the exceptionally unattractive dwarf women was highly amusing, it was not a safe subject for teasing or jests, especially not in the presence of the short, stocky, bearded individuals whose axes and short swords had an ugly habit of leaping from their belts and into their hands at incredible speed. And the dwarves, for some unknown reason, were entirely convinced that the rest of the world was lecherously lying in wait for their wives and daughters, and were extremely touchy about it. "This had to happen at some point," the grey-haired druid declared suddenly. "This had to happen. We forgot that we are not the only ones in this world, that the whole of creation does not revolve around us. Like stupid, fat, lazy minnows in a slimy pond, we chose not to accept the existence of pike. We allowed our world, like the pond, to become slimy, boggy and sluggish. Look around you. There is crime and sin everywhere. Greed, the pursuit of profit, quarrels and disagreements are rife. Our traditions are disappearing. Respect for our values is fading. Instead of living according to nature, we have begun to destroy it. And what have we got for it? The air is poisoned by the stink of smelting furnaces. The rivers and brooks are tainted by slaughterhouses and tanneries. Forests are being cut down without a thought. Ha! Just look! Even on the living bark of sacred Blööd, there, just above the poet's head, there's a foul phrase carved out with a knife, and it's misspelled at that, by a stupid, illiterate vandal. Why are you surprised? It had to end badly." "Yes, yes," the fat priest joined in. "Come to your senses, you sinners, while there is still time, because the anger and vengeance of the gods hangs over you. Remember Aithlin's oracle, the prophetic words describing the punishment of the gods reserved for a tribe poisoned by crime. The time of contempt will come, when the tree will lose its leaves, the bud will wither, the fruit will rot, the seed turn bitter, and the river valleys will run with ice instead of water. The white chill will come, and after it the white light, and the world will perish beneath blizzards. Thus spoke Seeress Aithlin, and before this comes to pass there will be visible signs. Plagues will ravish the earth. Remember, the Nilfgaard are our punishment from the gods. They are the whip with which the immortals will lash you, sinners, so that you may—" "Shut up, you sanctimonious old man," roared Sheldon Skaggs, stamping his heavy boots. "Your superstitious rot makes me sick. My guts are churning. Careful, Sheldon." The tall elf cut him short with a smile. "Don't mock another's religion. It's not pleasant, polite, or safe." "I'm not mocking anything," protested the dwarf. "I don't doubt the existence of the gods, but it annoys me when someone drags them into earthly matters and tries to pull the wool over my eyes using the prophecies of some crazy elf. The Nilfgaardians are the instrument of the gods. Rubbish! Search back through your memories to the past, to the days of Desmod, Radawith, and Sambuc, to the days of Abrad, the old oak. You may not remember them because your lives are so very short. You're like mayflies. But I remember, and I'll tell you what it was like in these lands just after you climbed from your boats on the Yaruga estuary and the Ponta Delta onto the beach. 3 kingdoms sprang from the 4 ships which beached on those shores. The stronger groups absorbed the weaker and so grew, strengthening their positions. They invaded others' territories, conquered them, and their kingdoms expanded, becoming ever larger and more powerful. And now the Nilfgaardians are doing the same, because theirs is a strong and united, disciplined and tightly knit country. And unless you close ranks in the same way, Nilfgaard will swallow you as a pike does a minnow, just as this wise druid said." "Let them just try." Donomir of Troy puffed out his lion-emblazoned chest and shook his sword in its scabbard. "We beat them hollow on Sodden Hill, and we can do it again." "You're very cocksure," snarled Sheldon Skaggs. "You've evidently forgotten, Sir Knight, that before the Battle of Sodden Hill, the Nilfgaard had advanced across your lands like an iron roller, strewing the land between Marnadal and Transriver with the corpses of many a gallant fellow like yourself. And it wasn't loud-mouthed smart-asses like you who stopped the Nilfgaardians, but the united strengths of Temeria, Redania, Aiden and Caedwen. Concord and unity, that's what stopped them. Not just that, remarked Radcliffe in a cold, resonant voice. Not just that, Master Skaggs. The dwarf hawked loudly, blew his nose, shuffled his feet, then bowed a little to the wizard. No one is denying the contribution of your fellowship, he said. Shame on you does not acknowledge the heroism of the Brotherhood of Wizards on Sodden Hill. They stood their ground bravely, shed blood for the common cause, and contributed most eminently to our victory. Dandelion did not forget them in his ballad, and nor shall we. But note that these wizards stood united and loyal on the hill, and accepted the leadership of Vilgefortz of Roggeveen, just as we, the warriors of the Four Kingdoms, acknowledge the command of Visimir of Redania. It's just a pity this solidarity and concord only lasted for the duration of the war, because, with peace, here we are divided again. Visimir and Foltest are choking each other with customs taxes and trading laws. Demavend of Idaean is bickering with Hensil over the northern marches, while the League of Hengfors and the Thysanids of Kovia don't give a toss. And I hear that looking for the old concord amongst the wizards is useless too. We are not closely knit, we have no discipline and no unity. But Nilfgaard does. Nilfgaard is ruled by Emperor Emir Var Emrys, a tyrant and autocrat who enforces obedience with whip, noose, and axe, thundered Baron Willibert. What are you proposing, Sir Dwarf? How are we supposed to close ranks with similar tyranny? And which king, which kingdom, in your opinion, should subordinate the others? In whose hands would you like to see the sceptre and knout? What do I care? Replied Skaggs with a shrug. That's a human affair. Whoever you choose to be king wouldn't be a dwarf anyway. Or an elf, or even half-elf, added the tall representative of the elder race, his arm still wrapped around the toque-wearing beauty. You even consider quarter-elves inferior. That's where it stings, laughed Willibert. You're blowing the same horn as Nilfgaard, because Nilfgaard is also shouting about equality, promising you a return to the old order as soon as we've been conquered and they've scythed us off these lands. That's the sort of unity, the sort of equality you're dreaming of, the sort you're talking about and trumpeting. Nilfgaard pays you gold to do it, and it's hardly surprising you love each other so much, the Nilfgaardians being an elven race. Nonsense, the elf said coldly. You talk rubbish, Sir Knight. You're clearly blinded by racism. The Nilfgaardians are human, just like you. That's an outright lie. They're descended from the Black She, and everyone knows it. Elven blood flows through their veins, the blood of elves. And what flows through yours? The elf smiled derisively. We've been combining our blood for generations, for centuries, your race and mine, and doing so quite successfully. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. You started persecuting mixed relationships less than a quarter of a century ago, and, incidentally, not very successfully. So, show me a human now who hasn't a dash of she-ihir, the blood of the elder race. Willibert visibly turned red. Vera Löwenhaupt also flushed. Wizard Radcliffe bowed his head and coughed. And, most interestingly, the beautiful elf in the ermine toque blushed too. We are all children of Mother Earth. The grey-haired druid's voice resounded in the silence. We are children of Mother Nature, and though we do not respect our mother, though we often worry her and cause her pain, though we break her heart, she loves us all. Let us remember that, we who are assembled here in this seat of friendship. And let us not bicker over which of us was here first. Acorn was the first to be thrown up by the waves, and from Acorn sprouted the great Blööd, the oldest of oaks. Standing beneath its crown, amongst its primordial roots, let us not forget our own brotherly roots, the earth from which these roots grow. Let us remember the words of poet Dandelion's song. Exactly, exclaimed Vera Löwenhaupt. And where is he? He's fled, ascertained Sheldon Skaggs, gazing at the empty place under the oak. Taken the money and fled without saying goodbye. Very elf-like. Dwarf-like, squealed Ironware. Human-like, corrected the tall elf, and the beauty in the talk rested her head against his shoulder.
"Aye, minstrel,"
said Mamma Lantieri, striding into the room without knocking, the scents of hyacinths, sweat, beer and smoked bacon wafting before her.
"You've got a guest. Enter, noble gentleman."
Dandelion smoothed his hair and sat up in the enormous carved armchair. The two girls sitting on his lap quickly jumped up, covering their charms and pulling down their disordered clothes. The Modesty of Harlots, thought the poet, was not at all a bad title for a ballad. He got to his feet, fastened his belt, and pulled on his doublet, all the while looking at the nobleman standing at the threshold.
"Indeed,"
he remarked, "you know how to find me anywhere, though you rarely pick an opportune moment. You're lucky I'd not yet decided which of these two beauties I prefer, and at your prices, Lantieri, I cannot afford them both." Mamma Lantieri smiled in sympathy and clapped her hands. Both girls, a fair-skinned, freckled islander and a dark-haired half-elf, swiftly left the room. The man at the door removed his cloak and handed it to Mamma, along with a small but well-filled money-bag. "Forgive me, master," he said, approaching the table and making himself comfortable. "I know this is not a good time to disturb you, but you disappeared out from beneath the oak so quickly. I did not catch you on the high road, as I had intended, and did not immediately come across your tracks in this little town. I'll not take much of your time, believe me."
"They always say that, and it's always a lie," the bard interrupted. "Leave us alone, Lantieri, and see to it we're not disturbed." "I'm listening, sir."
The man scrutinized him. He had dark, damp, almost tearful eyes, a pointed nose, and ugly, narrow lips. "I'll come to the point without wasting your time," he declared, waiting for the door to close behind Mamma. "Your ballads interest me, master. To be more specific, certain characters of which you sang interest me. I am concerned with the true fate of your ballad's heroes. If I am not mistaken, the true destinies of real people inspired the beautiful work I heard beneath the oak tree. I have in mind little Cyrilla of Cintra, Queen Calanthe's granddaughter." Dandelion gazed at the ceiling, drumming his fingers on the table. "Honoured sir," he said dryly, "you are interested in strange matters. You ask strange questions. Something tells me you are not the person I took you to be." "And who did you take me to be, if I may ask?" "I'm not sure you may. It depends if you are about to convey greetings to me from any mutual friends. You should have done so initially, but somehow you have forgotten." "I did not forget at all." The man reached into the breast pocket of his sepia-coloured velvet tunic and pulled out a money-bag, somewhat larger than the one he had handed the procuress, but just as well filled, which clinked as it touched the table. "We simply have no mutual friends, Dandelion. But might this purse not suffice to mitigate the lack?" "And what do you intend to buy with this meagre purse?" The troubadour pouted. "Mamma Lantieri's entire brothel and all the land surrounding it?" "Let us say that I intend to support the arts and an artist, in order to chat with the artist about his work." "You love art so much, do you, dear sir? Is it so vital for you to talk to an artist that you press money on him before you've even introduced yourself, and in doing so break the most elementary rules of courtesy?" "At the beginning of our conversation," the stranger's dark eyes narrowed imperceptibly, "my anonymity did not bother you. And now it is starting to." "I am not ashamed of my name," said the man, a faint smile appearing on his narrow lips. "I am called Riles. You do not know me, Master Dandelion, and that is no surprise. You are too famous and well known to know all of your admirers. Yet everyone who admires your talents feels he knows you so well that a certain degree of familiarity is permissible. This applies to me too. I know it is a misconception, so please graciously forgive me." "I graciously forgive you." "Then I can count on you agreeing to answer a few questions." No, you cannot," interrupted the poet, putting on airs. "Now, if you will graciously forgive me, I am not willing to discuss the subjects of my work, its inspiration or its characters, fictitious or otherwise. To do so would deprive poetry of its poetic veneer and lead to triteness. Is that so? It certainly is. For example, if, having sung the ballad about the miller's merry wife, I were to announce it's really about Zvierka, Miller Loach's wife, and I included an announcement that Zvierka can most easily be bedded every Thursday, because on Thursdays the miller goes to market, it would no longer be poetry. It would be either rhyming couplets or foul slander. I understand, Ryance said quickly. But perhaps that is a bad example. I am not, after all, interested in anyone's peccadillos or sins. You will not slander anyone by answering my questions. All I need is one small piece of information. What really happened to Cyrilla, the Queen of Sintra's granddaughter? Many people claim she was killed during the siege of the town. There are even eyewitnesses to support the claim. From your ballad, however, it would appear that the child survived. I am truly interested to know if this is your imagination at work, or the truth. True or false?
I'm extremely pleased you're so interested. Dandelion smiled broadly. You may laugh, Master, whatever your name is, but that was precisely what I intended when I composed the ballad. I wished to excite my listeners and arouse their curiosity.
True or false? Repeated Ryance coldly.
If I were to give that away, I would destroy the impact of my work. Goodbye, my friend. You have used up all the time I can spare you, and 2 of my many inspirations are waiting out there, wondering which of them I will choose. Ryance remained silent for a long while, making no move to leave. He stared at the poet with his unfriendly, moist eyes, and the poet felt a growing unease. A merry din came from the Bawdy House's main room, punctuated from time to time by high-pitched feminine giggles. Dandelion turned his head away, pretending to show derisive haughtiness, but, in fact, he was judging the distance to the corner of the room, and the tapestry showing a nymph sprinkling her breasts with water poured from a jug.
Dandelion.
Ryance finally spoke, slipping his hand back into the pocket of his sepia-coloured tunic.
Answer my questions. Please. I have to know the answer. It's incredibly important to me. To you, too, believe me. Because if you answer of your own free will, then
what?
A hideous grimace crept over Ryance's narrow lips. Then I won't have to force you to speak.
Now listen, you scoundrel. Dandelion stood up and pretended to pull a threatening face. I loathe violence and force, but I'm going to call Mamma Lantieri in a minute, and she will call a certain Grutzilla, who fulfills the honourable and responsible role of bouncer in this establishment. He is a true artist in his field. He'll kick your arse so hard you'll soar over the town roofs with such magnificence that the few people passing by at this hour will take you for a Pegasus. Ryance made an abrupt gesture, and something glistened in his hand.
Are you sure, he asked, you'll have time to call her?
Dandelion had no intention of checking if he would have time, nor did he intend to wait. Before the stiletto had locked in Ryance's hand, Dandelion had taken a long leap to the corner of the room, dived under the nymph tapestry, kicked open a secret door, and rushed headlong down the winding stairs, nimbly steering himself with the aid of the well-worn banisters. Ryance darted after him, but the poet was sure of himself. He knew the secret passage like the back of his hand, having used it numerous times to flee creditors, jealous husbands, and furious rivals, from whom he had, from time to time, stolen rhymes and tunes. He knew that after the 3rd turning, he would be able to grope for a revolving door, behind which there was a ladder leading down to the cellar. He was sure that his persecutor would be unable to stop in time, would run on, and step on a trapdoor through which he would fall and land in the pigsty. He was equally sure that, bruised, covered in shit and mauled by the pigs, his persecutor would give up the chase. Dandelion was mistaken, as was usually the case whenever he was too confident. Something flashed a sudden blue behind his back, and the poet felt his limbs grow numb, lifeless and stiff. He couldn't slow down for the revolving door, his legs wouldn't obey him. He yelled and rolled down the stairs, bumping against the walls of the little corridor. The trapdoor opened beneath him with a dry crack, and the troubadour tumbled down into the darkness and stench. Before thumping his head on the dirt floor and losing consciousness, He remembered Mamma Lantieri saying something about the pigsty being repaired. The pain in his constricted wrists and shoulders, cruelly twisted in their joints, brought him back to his senses. He wanted to scream, but couldn't. It felt as though his mouth had been stuck up with clay. He was kneeling on the dirt floor, with a creaking rope hauling him up by his wrists. He tried to stand, wanting to ease the pressure on his shoulders, but his legs too were tied together. Choking and suffocating, he somehow struggled to his feet, helped considerably by the rope, which tugged mercilessly at him. Ryance was standing in front of him, and his evil eyes glinted in the light of a lantern, held aloft by an unshaven ruffian who stood over 6 feet tall. Another ruffian, probably no shorter, stood behind him. Dandelion could hear his breathing, and caught a whiff of stale sweat. It was the reeking man who tugged on the rope, looped over a roof beam, and fastened to the poet's wrists. Dandelion's feet tore off the dirt floor. The poet whistled through his nose, unable to do anything more. "Enough!" Ryance snapped at last. He spoke almost immediately, yet it had seemed an age to Dandelion. The bard's feet touched the ground, but, despite his most heartfelt desire, he could not kneel again. The tight-drawn rope was still holding him as taut as a string. Ryance came closer. There was not even a trace of emotion on his face. The damp eyes had not changed their expression in the least. His tone of voice, too, remained calm, quiet, even a little bored. "You nasty rhymester, you runt, you scum, you arrogant nobody. You've tried to run from me. No one has escaped me yet. We haven't finished our conversation, you clown, you sheep's head. I asked you a question under much pleasanter circumstances than these. Now you are going to answer all my questions, and in far less pleasant circumstances. Am I right?" Dandelion nodded eagerly. Only now did Ryance smile and make a sign. The bard squealed helplessly, feeling the rope tighten and his arms twisted backwards, cracking in their joints. "You can't talk," Ryance confirmed, still smiling loathsomely. "And it hurts, doesn't it? For the moment, you should know I'm having you strung up like this for my own pleasure, just because I love watching people suffer. Go on, just a little higher." Dandelion was wheezing so hard he almost choked. "Enough!" Ryance finally ordered, then approached the poet and grabbed him by his shirt ruffles. "Listen to me, you little cock. I'm going to lift the spell so you can talk. But if you try to raise your charming voice any louder than necessary, you'll be sorry." He made a gesture with his hand, touched the poet's cheek with his ring, and Dandelion felt sensation return to his jaw, tongue, and palate. "Now," Ryance continued quietly, "I'm going to ask you a few questions, and you're going to answer them quickly, fluently, and comprehensively. And if you stammer or hesitate even for a moment, if you give me the slightest reason to doubt the truth of your words, then look down." Dandelion obeyed. He discovered to his horror that a short rope had been tied to the knots around his ankles, with a bucket full of lime attached to the other end. "If I have you pulled any higher," Ryance smiled cruelly, "and this bucket lifts with you, then you will probably never regain the feeling in your hands. After that, I doubt you will be capable of playing anything on a lute. I really doubt it. So, I think you'll talk to me. Am I right?" Dandelion didn't agree, because he couldn't move his head or find his voice out of sheer fright. But Ryance did not seem to require confirmation. "It is to be understood," he stated, "that I will know immediately if you are telling the truth. If you try to trick me, I will realize straight away, and I won't be fooled by any poetic ploys or vague erudition. This is a trifle for me, just as paralyzing you on the stairs was a trifle. So I advise you to weigh each word with care, you piece of scum. So, let's get on with it and stop wasting time. As you know, I'm interested in the heroine of one of your beautiful ballads, Queen Calanthe of Cintra's granddaughter, Princess Cyrilla, endearingly known as Ciri."
According to eyewitnesses, this little person died during the siege of the town 2 years ago. Whereas in your ballad you so vividly and touchingly described her meeting a strange, almost legendary individual, the Witcher, Geralt or Gerald. Leaving the poetic drivel about destiny and the degrees of fate aside from the rest of the ballad, it seems the child survived the Battle of Cintra in one piece. Is that true?
I don't know, moaned Dandelion. By all the gods, I'm only a poet. I've heard this and that and the rest.
Well?
The rest I invented. Made it up. I don't know anything.
The bard howled on seeing Ryance give a sign to the reeking man and feeling the rope tighten.
I'm not lying.
True, Ryance nodded. You're not lying outright. I would have sensed it. But you are beating about the bush. You wouldn't have thought the ballad up just like that, not without reason. And you do know the Witcher, after all. You have often been seen in his company. So talk, Dandelion, if you treasure your joints. Everything you know.
This Ciri, panted the poet, was destined for the Witcher. She's a so-called child surprise. You must have heard it. The story's well known. Her parents swore to hand her over to the Witcher.
Her parents are supposed to have handed the child over to that crazed mutant, that murderous mercenary. You're lying, rhymester. Keep such tales for women.
That's what happened. I swear on my mother's soul,
sobbed Dandelion.
I have it from a reliable source. The Witcher...
Talk about the girl. For the moment, I'm not interested in the Witcher.
I don't know anything about the girl. I only know that the Witcher was going to fetch her from Cintra when the war broke out. I met him at the time. He heard about the massacre, about Calanthe's death from me. He asked me about the child, the Queen's granddaughter. But I knew everyone in Cintra was killed. Not a single soul in the last bastion survived.
Go on. Fewer metaphors, more hard facts.
When the Witcher learned of the massacre and fall of Cintra, he forsook his journey. We both escaped north. We parted ways in Hengfors, and I haven't seen him since. But because he talked on the way a bit about this Ciri, or whatever her name is, and about destiny, well, I made up this ballad. I don't know any more, I swear.
Ryance scowled at him. And where is this Witcher now? He asked. This hired monster murderer, this poetic butcher who likes to discuss destiny.
I told you, the last time I saw him...
I know what you said, Ryance interrupted. I listened carefully to what you said, and now you're going to listen carefully to me. Answer my questions precisely. The question is, if no one has seen Geralt or Gerald, the Witcher, for over a year, where is he hiding? Where does he usually hide?
I don't know where it is, the troubadour said quickly. I'm not lying. I really don't know.
Too quick, Dandelion. Too quick. Ryance smiled ominously. Too eager. You are cunning, but not careful enough. You don't know where it is, you say. But I warrant you know what it is. Dandelion clenched his teeth with anger and despair. Well? Ryance made a sign to the reeking man. Where is the Witcher hiding? What is the place called? The poet remained silent. The rope tightened, twisting his hands painfully, and his feet left the ground. Dandelion let out a howl, brief and broken, because Ryance's wizardly ring immediately gagged him. Higher! Higher! Ryance rested his hands on his hips. You know, Dandelion, I could use magic to sound out your mind, but it's exhausting. Besides, I like seeing people's eyes pop out of their sockets from pain. And you're going to tell me anyway. Dandelion knew he would. The rope secured to his ankles grew taut. The bucket of lime scraped along the ground. Sir, said the first ruffian suddenly, covering the lantern with his cloak and peering through the gap in the pigsty door. Someone's coming. A lass, I think. You know what to do, Ryance hissed. Put the lantern out. The reeking man released the rope, and Dandelion tumbled inertly to the ground, falling in such a way that he could see the man with the lantern standing at the door, and the reeking man
a long knife in his hand, lying in wait on the other side. Light broke in from the bawdy house through gaps in the planks, and the poet heard the singing and hubbub. The door to the pigsty creaked open, revealing a short figure wrapped in a cloak and wearing a round, tightly fitting cap. After a moment's hesitation, the woman crossed the threshold. The reeking man threw himself at her, slashing forcefully with his knife, and tumbled to his knees as the knife met with no resistance, passing through the figure's throat as though through a cloud of smoke. Because the figure really was a cloud of smoke, one which was already starting to disperse. But before it completely vanished, another figure burst into the pigsty, indistinct, dark, and nimble as a weasel. Dandelion saw it throw a cloak at the lantern man, jump over the reeking one, saw something glisten in its hand, and heard the reeking man wheeze and choke savagely. The lantern man disentangled himself from the cloak, jumped, took a swing with his knife. A fiery lightning bolt shot from the dark figure with a hiss, slapped over the tough's face and chest with a crack, and spread over him like flaming oil. The ruffian screamed piercingly, and the grim reek of burning meat filled the pigsty. Then Ryance attacked. The spell he cast illuminated the darkness with a bluish flash, in which Dandelion saw a slender woman wearing man's clothes, gesticulating strangely with both hands. He only glimpsed her for a second, before the blue glow disappeared with a bang and a blinding flash. Ryance fell back with a roar of fury, and collapsed onto the wooden pigsty walls, breaking them with a crash. The woman, dressed in man's clothing, leapt after him, a stiletto flashing in her hand. The pigsty filled with brightness again, this time golden, beaming from a bright oval, which suddenly appeared in the air. Dandelion saw Ryance spring up from the dusty floor, leap into the oval, and immediately disappear. The oval dimmed, but before it went out entirely, the woman ran up to it, shouting incomprehensibly, stretching out her hand. Something crackled and rustled, and the dying oval boiled with roaring flames for a moment. A muffled sound, as if coming from a great distance, reached Dandelion's ears, a sound very much like a scream of pain. The oval went out completely, and darkness engulfed the pigsty again. The poet felt the power which gagged him disappear. "Help!" he howled. "Help!" "Stop yelling, Dandelion," said the woman, kneeling next to him, and slicing through the knots with Ryance's stiletto. "Yennefer? Is that you?" "Surely you're not going to say you don't remember how I look, and I'm sure my voice is not unfamiliar to your musical ear. Can you get up? They didn't break any bones, did they?" Dandelion stood with difficulty, groaned and stretched his aching shoulders. "What's with them?" He indicated the bodies lying on the ground. "We'll check." The enchantress snicked the stiletto shut. "One of them should still be alive. I've a few questions for him." "This one?" The troubadour stood over the reeking man. "Probably still lives?" "I doubt it," said Yennefer indifferently. "I severed his windpipe and carotid artery. There might still be a little murmur in him, but not for long." Dandelion shuddered. "You slashed his throat." "If, out of inborn caution, I hadn't sent an illusion in first, I would be the one lying there now. Let's look at the other one. Bloody hell! Such a sturdy fellow, and he still couldn't take it. Pity, pity. He's dead too. He couldn't take the shock. I fried him a little too hard. See, even his teeth are charred. What's the matter with you, Dandelion? Are you going to be sick?" "I am," the poet replied indistinctly, bending over and leaning his forehead against the pigsty wall. "That's everything?" The enchantress put her tumbler down and reached for the skewer of roast chickens. "You haven't lied about anything? Haven't forgotten anything?" "Nothing, apart from thank you. Thank you, Yennefer." She looked him in the eyes and nodded her head lightly, making her glistening black curls writhe and cascade down to her shoulders. She slipped the roast chicken onto a trencher and began dividing it skillfully. She used a knife and fork. Dandelion had only known one person up until then who could eat a chicken with a knife and fork as skillfully. Now he knew how, and from whom, Geralt had learnt the knack. Well, he thought, no wonder. After all, he did live with her for a year in Vengerberg, and before he left her, she had instilled a number of strange things into him. He pulled the other chicken from the skewer, and without a second thought, ripped off a thigh and began eating it, pointedly holding it with both hands. "How did you know?" he asked. "How did you arrive with help on time?" "I was beneath Blööd during your performance. I didn't see you. I didn't want to be seen. Then I followed you into town. I waited here in the tavern. It wasn't fitting, after all, for me to follow you into that haven of dubious delight and certain gonorrhea. But I eventually became impatient and was wandering around the yard when I thought I heard voices coming from the pigsty. I sharpened my hearing, and it turned out it wasn't, as I'd first thought, some sodomite, but you.
Hey, innkeeper, more wine, if you please. At your command, honoured lady. Quick as a flash. The same as before, please, but this time without the water. I can only tolerate water in a bath. In wine, I find it quite loathsome. At your service, at your service.
Yennefer pushed her plate aside. There was still enough meat on the chicken, Dandelion noticed, to feed the innkeeper and his family for breakfast. A knife and fork were certainly elegant and refined, but they weren't very effective. "Thank you," he repeated, "for rescuing me. That cursed Ryance wouldn't have spared my life. He'd have squeezed everything from me and then butchered me like a sheep." "Yes, I think he would." She poured herself and the bard some wine, then raised her tumbler. "So, let's drink to your rescue and health, Dandelion." "And to yours, Yennefer," he toasted her in return. "To health, for which, as of today, I shall pray whenever the occasion arises. I'm indebted to you, beautiful lady, and I shall repay the debt in my songs. I shall explode the myth which claims wizards are insensitive to the pain of others, that they are rarely eager to help poor, unfortunate, unfamiliar mortals." "What to do?" She smiled, half shutting her beautiful violet eyes. "The myth has some justification. It did not spring from nowhere. But you're not a stranger, Dandelion. I know you, and like you." "Really?" The poet smiled too. "You've been good at concealing it up until now. I've even heard the rumour that you can't stand me. I quote, any more than the plague." "It was the case once." The enchantress suddenly grew serious. "Later my opinion changed. Later I was grateful to you." "What for, if I may ask?" "Never mind," she said, toying with the empty tumbler. "Let us get back to more important questions. Those you were asked in the pigsty while your arms were being twisted out of their sockets. What really happened, Dandelion? Have you really not seen Geralt since you fled the banks of the Yaruga? Did you really not know he returned south after the war? That he was seriously wounded? So seriously, there were even rumours of his death. Didn't you know anything?" "No, I didn't. I stayed in Pont Varnis for a long time, in Esterad Thyssen's court, and then at Niedermeer's in Hengfors." "You didn't know?" The enchantress nodded and unfastened her tunic. A black velvet ribbon wound around her neck, an obsidian star set with diamonds hanging from it. "You didn't know that when his wounds healed, Geralt went to Trance River? You can't guess who he was looking for?" "That I can, but I don't know if he found her." "You don't know," she repeated. "You, who usually know everything, and then sing about everything, even such intimate matters as someone else's feelings? I listened to your ballads beneath Blööd, Dandelion. You dedicated a good few verses to me." "Poetry," he muttered, staring at the chicken, "has its rights. No one should be offended." "Hair like a raven's wing, as a storm in the night," quoted Yennefer with exaggerated emphasis. "And in the violet eyes sleep lightning bolts. Isn't that how it went?" "That's how I remembered you." The poet smiled faintly. "May the first who wishes to claim the description is untrue throw the first stone." "Only I don't know." The enchantress pinched her lips together. "Who gave you permission to describe my internal organs? How did it go? Her heart as though a jewel adorned her neck, hard as if of diamond made, and as a diamond so unfeeling, sharper than obsidian cutting. Did you make that up yourself? Or perhaps—" Her lips quivered, twisted. "Or perhaps you listened to someone's confidences and grievances." Dandelion cleared his throat and veered away from the dangerous subject. "Tell me, Yennefer, when did you last see Geralt?" "A long time ago." "After the war?" "After the war." Yennefer's voice changed a little. "No, I never saw him after the war. For a long time, I didn't see anybody." "Well, back to the point, poet. I am a little surprised to discover that you do not know anything, You have not heard anything, and that in spite of this, someone searching for information picked you out to stretch over a beam. Doesn't that worry you?" "It does." "Listen to me," she said sharply, banging her tumbler against the table. "Listen carefully. Strike that ballad from your repertoire. Do not sing it again. Are you talking about... You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Sing about the war against Nilfgaard. Sing about Geralt and me. You'll neither harm nor help anyone in the process. You'll make nothing any better or worse. But do not sing about the lion cub of Sintra." She glanced around to check if any of the few customers at this hour were eavesdropping, and waited until the lass, glaring up, had returned to the kitchen. "And do try to avoid one-to-one meetings with people you don't know," she said quietly. "People who forget to introduce themselves by conveying greetings from a mutual acquaintance. Understand?" He looked at her, surprised. Yennefer smiled. "Greetings from Dijkstra, Dandelion." Now the bard glanced around timidly. His astonishment must have been evident, and his expression amusing, because the sorceress allowed herself a quite derisive grimace. "While we are on the subject," she whispered, leaning across the table, "Dijkstra is asking for a report. You're on your way back from Verden, and he's interested in hearing what's being said at King Ërvë's court. He asked me to convey that this time your report should be to the point, detailed, and under no circumstances in verse. Prose, Dandelion, prose." The poet swallowed and nodded. He remained silent, pondering the question. But the enchantress anticipated him. "Difficult times are approaching," she said quietly. "Difficult and dangerous. A time of change is coming. It would be a shame to grow old with the uncomfortable conviction that one had done nothing to ensure that these changes are for the better. Don't you agree?" He agreed with a nod and cleared his throat. "Yennefer, I'm listening, Pärt. Those men in the pigsty, I would like to know who they were, what they wanted, who sent them. You killed them both, but rumour has it that you can draw information even from the dead. And doesn't rumour also have it that necromancy is forbidden by edict of the chapter? Let it go, Dandelion. Those thugs probably didn't know much anyway. The one who escaped... he's another matter. Ryons? He was a wizard, wasn't he?" "Yes, but not a very proficient one." "Yet he managed to escape from you. I saw how he did it. He teleported, didn't he? Doesn't that prove anything?" "Indeed it does. That someone helped him." "Ryons had neither the time nor the strength to open an oval portal suspended in the air. A portal like that is no joke. It's clear that someone else opened it. Someone far more powerful. That's why I was afraid to chase him, not knowing where I would land. But I sent some pretty hot stuff after him. He's going to need a lot of spells and some effective burn elixirs, and will remain marked for some time." "Maybe you will be interested to hear that he was a Nilfgaardian." "You think so?" Yennefer sat up, and with a swift movement pulled the stiletto from her pocket and turned it in her palm. "A lot of people carry Nilfgaardian knives now. They're comfortable and handy. They can even be hidden in a cleavage. It's not the knife. When he was questioning me, he used the term battle for Sintra, conquest of the town, or something along those lines. I've never heard anyone describe those events like that. For us, it has always been a massacre. The massacre of Sintra. No one refers to it by any other name." The magician raised her hand, scrutinized her nails. "Clever, Dandelion. You have a sensitive ear." "It's a professional hazard." "I wonder which profession you have in mind." She smiled coquettishly. "But thank you for the information. It was valuable." "Let it be," he replied with a smile, "my contribution to making changes for the better. Tell me, Yennefer, why is Nilfgaard so interested in Geralt and the girl from Sintra? Don't stick your nose into that business." She suddenly turned serious. "I said you were to forget you ever heard of Galanthe's granddaughter." "Indeed you did. But I'm not searching for a subject for a ballad. What the hell are you searching for, then? Trouble?" "Let's take it," he said quietly, resting his chin on his clasped hands and looking the enchantress in the eye. "Let's take it that Geralt did, in fact, find and rescue the child. Let's take it that he finally came to believe in the power of destiny, and took the child with him. Where to? Riles tried to force it out of me with torture. But you know, Yennefer, you know where the Witcher is hiding. I do. And you know how to get there. I know that too. Don't you think he should be warned? Warned that the likes of Riles are looking for him, and the little girl. I would go, but I honestly don't know where it is. That place whose name I prefer not to say. Get to the point, Dandelion. If you know where Geralt is, you ought to go and warn him. You owe him that, Yennefer. There was, after all, something between you. Yes, she acknowledged coldly. There was something between us. That's why I know him a bit. He does not like having help imposed on him, and if he was in need of it, he would seek it from those he could trust. A year has gone by since those events, and I've not had any news from him, and as for our debt, I owe him exactly as much as he owes me, no more and no less. So I'll go then. He raised his head high. Tell me. I won't, she interrupted. Your cover's blown, Dandelion. They might come after you again. The less you know, the better. Banish from here. Go to Redania, to Dijkstra and Philippa Eilhart. Stick to Vishimir's court. And I warn you once more, forget the lion cub of Cintra. Forget about Ciri. Pretend you have never heard the name. Do as I ask. I wouldn't like anything bad to happen to you. I like you too much. Owe you too much. You've said that already. What do you owe me, Yennefer? The sorceress turned her head away, did not say anything for a while. You travelled with him, she said finally. Thanks to you, he was not alone. You were a friend to him. You were with him. The bard lowered his eyes. He didn't get much from it, he muttered. He didn't get much from our friendship. He had little but trouble because of me. He constantly had to get me out of some scrape. Help me. She leaned across the table, put her hand on his and squeezed it, hard, without saying anything. Her eyes held regret. Go to Redania, she repeated after a moment. To Traitor Gore. Stay in Dijkstra's and Philippa's care. Don't play at being a hero. You have got yourself mixed up in a dangerous affair, Dandelion. I've noticed. He grimaced and rubbed his aching shoulder. And that is precisely why I believe Geralt should be warned. You're the only one who knows where to look for him. You know the way. I guess you used to be a guest there? Yennefer turned away. Dandelion saw her lips pinch, the muscles in her cheek quiver. Yes, in the past, she said, and there was something elusive and strange in her voice. I used to be a guest there, sometimes, but never uninvited. The wind howled savagely, rippling through the grasses growing over the ruins, rustling in the hawthorn bushes and tall nettles. Clouds sped across the sphere of the moon, momentarily illuminating the great castle, drenching the moat and few remaining walls in a pale glow, undulating with shadows, and revealing mounds of skulls baring their broken teeth and staring into nothingness through the black holes of their eye sockets. Ciri squealed sharply and hid her face in the witch's cloak. The mare, prodded on by the witch's heels, carefully stepped over a pile of bricks and passed through the broken arcade. Her horseshoes, ringing against the flagstones, awoke weird echoes between the walls, muffled by the howling gale. Ciri trembled, digging her hands into the horse's mane. "I'm frightened," she whispered. "There's nothing to be frightened of," replied the Witcher, laying his hand on her shoulder. "It's hard to find a safer place in the whole world. This is Caer Moren, the Witcher's Keep. There used to be a beautiful castle here, a long time ago." She did not reply, bowing her head low. The Witcher's mare, called Roach, snorted quietly, as if she too wanted to reassure the girl. They immersed themselves in a dark abyss, in a long, unending black tunnel, dotted with columns and arcades. Roach stepped confidently and willingly, ignoring the impenetrable darkness, and her horseshoes rang brightly against the floor. In front of them, at the end of the tunnel, a straight, vertical line suddenly flared with a red light. Growing taller and wider, it became a door beyond which was a faint glow, the flickering brightness of torches stuck in iron mounts on the walls. A black figure stood framed in the door, blurred by the brightness.
"Who comes?"
Ciri heard a menacing, metallic voice, which sounded like a dog's bark.
"Geralt?"
"Yes, Eskel, it's me."
"Come in."
The Witcher dismounted, took Ciri from the saddle, stood her on the ground, and pressed a bundle into her little hands, which she grabbed tightly, only regretting that it was too small for her to hide behind completely. "Wait here with Eskel," he said. "I'll take Roach to the stables."
"Come into the light, laddie," growled the man called Eskel. "Don't lurk in the dark."
Ciri looked up into his face and barely restrained her frightened scream. He wasn't human. Although he stood on two legs, although he smelled of sweat and smoke, although he wore ordinary human clothes, he was not human. "No human can have a face like that," she thought.
"Well, what are you waiting for?"
repeated Eskel. She didn't move. In the darkness, she heard the clatter of Roach's horseshoes grow fainter. Something soft and squeaking ran over her foot. She jumped.
"Don't loiter in the dark, or the rats will eat your boots."
Still clinging to her bundle, Ciri moved briskly towards the light. The rats bolted out from beneath her feet with a squeak. Eskel leaned over, took the package from her, and pulled back her hood.
"A plague on it,"
he muttered.
"A girl. That's all we need."
She glanced at him, frightened. Eskel was smiling. She saw that he was human after all, that he had an entirely human face, deformed by a long, ugly, semicircular scar running from the corner of his mouth across the length of his cheek up to the ear.
"Since you're here, welcome to Kaer Morhen," he said. "What do they call you?"
"Ciri," Geralt replied for her, silently emerging from the darkness. Eskel turned around. Suddenly, quickly, wordlessly, the Witchers fell into each other's arms and wound their shoulders around each other tight and hard for one brief moment.
"Wolf, you're alive."
"I am."
"All right."
Eskel took a torch from his bracket.
"Come on. I'm closing the inner gates to stop the heat escaping."
They walked along the corridor. There were rats here too. They flitted under the walls, squeaked from the dark abyss, from the branching passages, and skittered before the swaying circle of light thrown by the torch. Ciri walked quickly, trying to keep up with the men.
"Who's wintering here, Eskel, apart from Vesemir?"
"Lambert and Cohen." They descended a steep and slippery flight of stairs. A gleam was visible below them. Ciri heard voices, detected the smell of smoke. The hall was enormous, and flooded with light from a huge hearth roaring with flames, which were being sucked up into the heart of the chimney. The centre of the hall was taken up by an enormous heavy table. At least 10 people could sit around that table. There were 3. 3 humans. 3 witches, Ciri corrected herself. She saw nothing but their silhouettes against the fire in the hearth.
"Greetings, Wolf. We've been waiting for you."
"Greetings, Vesemir. Greetings, lad. It's good to be home again."
"Who have you brought us?"
Geralt was silent for a moment. Then he put his hand on Ciri's shoulder and lightly pushed her forward. She walked awkwardly, hesitantly, huddled up and hunched, her head lowered. "I'm frightened," she thought. "I'm very frightened. When Geralt found me, when he took me with him, I thought the fear wouldn't come back. I thought it had passed. And now, instead of being at home, I'm in this terrible, dark, ruined old castle full of rats and dreadful echoes. I'm standing in front of a red wall of fire again. I see sinister black figures. I see dreadful, menacing, glistening eyes staring at me."
"Who is this child, Wolf? Who is this girl?"
"She's my—" Geralt suddenly stammered. She felt his strong, hard hands on her shoulders, and suddenly the fear disappeared, vanished without a trace. The roaring red fire gave out warmth, only warmth. The black silhouettes were the silhouettes of friends, carers, Their glistening eyes expressed curiosity, concern, and unease. Geralt's hands clenched over her shoulders. She's our destiny. Verily, there is nothing so hideous as the monsters, so contrary to nature, known as witches, for they are the offspring of foul sorcery and devilry. They are rogues without virtue, conscience, or scruple, true diabolic creations, fit only for killing. There is no place amidst honest men for such as they. And Kaer Morhen, where these infamous beings nestle, where they perform their foul practices, must be wiped from the surface of this earth, and all trace of it strewn with salt and saltpeter. Anonymous, Monstrum, or Description of the Witcher. Intolerance and superstition has always been the domain of the more stupid amongst the common folk, and, I conjecture, will never be uprooted, for they are as eternal as stupidity itself. There, where mountains tower today, one day there will be seas. There, where today seas surge, will one day be deserts. But stupidity will remain stupidity. Nicodemus de Boot, Meditations on Life, Happiness, and Prosperity. Chapter 2. Tris Merigold blew into her frozen hands, wriggled her fingers, and murmured a magic formula. Her horse, a gelding, immediately reacted to the spell, snorting and turning its head, looking at the enchantress with eyes made watery by the cold and wind. "You've got two options, old thing," said Tris, pulling on her gloves. "Either you get used to magic, or I sell you to some peasants to pull a plough." The gelding pricked up its ears, snorted vapour through its nostrils, and obediently started down the wooded mountainside. The magician leaned over in the saddle, avoiding being lashed by the frosty branches. The magic worked quickly. She stopped feeling the sting of cold in her elbows and on her neck, and the unpleasant sensation of cold, which had made her hunch her shoulders and draw her head in, disappeared. The spell, warming her, also muffled the hunger which had been eating at her for several hours. Tris cheered up, made herself comfortable in the saddle, and, with greater attention than before, started to take stock of her surroundings. Ever since she had left the beaten track, she had been guided by the greyish-white wall of mountains and their snow-capped summits, which glistened gold in those rare moments when the sun pierced the clouds, usually in the morning or just before sunset. Now that she was closer to the mountain chain, she had to take greater care. The land around Kaer Morhen was famous for its wildness and inaccessibility, and the gap in the granite wall that was a vital landmark was not easy for an inexperienced eye to find. It was enough to turn down one of the numerous gullies and gorges to lose sight of it, and even she, who knew the land, knew the way, and knew where to look for the pass, could not allow herself to lose her concentration for an instant. The forest came to an end. A wide valley opened before the enchantress, strewn with boulders, which ran across the valley to the sheer mountain slope on the other side. The ggwGow, the river of white stones, flowed down the heart of the valley, foam seething between the boulders and logs, washed along by the current. Here, in its upper reaches, the ggwGow was no more than a wide but shallow stream. Up here it could be crossed without any difficulty. Lower down in Caedwen, in its middle reaches, the river was an insurmountable obstacle, rushing and breaking against the beds of its steep chasms. The gelding, driven into the water, hastened its step, clearly wanting to reach the opposite bank as quickly as possible. Tris held it back lightly. The stream was shallow, reaching just above the horse's fetlocks, but the pebbles covering the bed were slippery, and the current was sharp and quick. The water churned and foamed around her mount's legs. The magician looked up at the sky. The growing cold and increasing wind here in the mountains could herald a blizzard, and she did not find the prospect of spending yet another night in a grotto or rocky nook too attractive. She could, if she had to, continue her journey even through a blizzard. She could locate the path using telepathy. She could, using magic, make herself insensitive to the cold. She could, if she had to, but she preferred not to have to. Luckily, Kaer Morhen was already close. Tris urged the gelding onto flat scree, over an enormous heap of stones washed down by glaciers and streams, and rode into a narrow pass between rocky outcrops. The gorge walls rose vertically and seemed to meet high above her, only divided by a narrow line of sky. It grew warmer. The wind, howling above the rocks, could no longer reach to lash and sting at her. The pass broadened, leading through a ravine, and then into the valley, opening onto a huge depression covered by forest, which stretched out amidst jagged boulders. The magician ignored the gentle, accessible depression rim and rode down towards the forest, into the thick backwoods. Dry branches cracked under the gelding's hooves. Forced to step over fallen tree trunks, the horse snorted, danced, and stamped. Triss pulled at the reins, tugged at her mount's shaggy ear, and scolded it harshly with spiteful allusions to its lameness. The steed, looking for all the world as though it were ashamed of itself, walked with a more even and sprightly gait, and picked its way through the thicket. Before long, they emerged onto clearer land, riding along the trough of the stream, which barely trickled along the ravine bed. The magician looked around carefully, finally finding what she was looking for. Over the gully, supported horizontally by enormous boulders, lay a mighty tree trunk, dark, bare, and turning green with moss. Triss rode closer, wanting to make sure this was, indeed, the trail, and not a tree accidentally felled in a gale. But she spied a narrow, indistinct pathway disappearing into the woods. She could not be mistaken. This was definitely the trail, a path encircling the old castle of Kaer Morhen, and beset with obstacles, where witches trained to improve their running speeds and controlled breathing. The path was known as the Trail, but Triss knew young witches had given it their own name, the Killer. She clung to the horse's neck and slowly rode under the trunk. At that moment she heard stones grating and the fast, light footsteps of someone running. She turned in her saddle, pulled on the reins, and waited for the witcher to run out onto the log. A witcher did run out onto the log, flitted along it like an arrow without slowing down, without even using his arms to aid his balance, running nimbly, fluently, with incredible grace. He flashed by, approaching and disappearing amongst the trees without disturbing a single branch. Triss sighed loudly, shaking her head in disbelief, because the witcher, judging by his height and build, was only about 12. The magician eased the reins, nudged the horse with her heels, and trotted upstream. She knew the trail cut across the ravine once more, at a spot known as the Gullet. She wanted to catch a glimpse of the little witcher once again. Children had not been trained in Kaer Morhen for near to a quarter of a century. She was not in a great hurry. The narrow killer path meandered and looped its way through the forest, and, in order to master it, the little witcher would take far longer than she would, following the shortcut. However, she could not loiter either. Beyond the gullet, the trail turned into the woods and led straight to the fortress. If she did not catch the boy at the precipice, she might not see him at all. She had already visited Kaer Morhen a few times, and knew she saw only what the witches wanted her to see. Triss was not so naive as to be unaware that they wanted to show her only a tiny fraction of the things to be seen in Kaer Morhen. After a few minutes riding along the stony trough of the stream, she caught sight of the gullet, a leap over the gully created by two huge mossy rocks overgrown with gnarled, stunted trees. She released the reins. The horse snorted and lowered its head towards the water, trickling between pebbles. She did not have to wait long. The witcher's silhouette appeared on the rock, and the boy jumped, not slowing his pace. The magician heard the soft smack of his landing, and a moment later a rattle of stones, the dull thud of a fall, and a quiet cry, or rather a squeal. Triss instantly leapt from her saddle, threw the fur off her shoulders, and dashed across the mountainside, pulling herself up using tree branches and roots. Momentum aided her climb until she slipped on the conifer needles and fell to her knees next to a figure huddled on the stones. The youngster, on seeing her, jumped up like a spring, backed away in a flash, and nimbly grabbed the sword slung across his back, then tripped and collapsed between the junipers and pines. The magician did not rise from her knees. She stared at the boy and opened her mouth in surprise, because it was not a boy. From beneath an ash-blonde fringe, poorly and unevenly cut, enormous emerald eyes, the predominant features in a small face with a narrow chin and upturned nose, stared out at her. There was fear in the eyes. "Don't be afraid," Triss said tentatively. The girl opened her eyes even wider. She was hardly out of breath and did not appear to be sweating. It was clear she had already run the killer more than once. "Nothing's happened to you?" The girl did not reply. Instead, she sprang up, hissed with pain, shifted her weight to her left leg, bent over and rubbed her knee. She was dressed in a sort of leather suit, sewn together, or rather stuck together, in a way which would make any tailor who took pride in his craft howl in horror and despair. The only pieces of her equipment which seemed to be relatively new and fitted her were her knee-high boots, her belts and her sword, but more precisely, her little sword. "Don't be afraid," repeated Tris, still not rising from her knees. "I heard your fall and was scared. That's why I rushed here. I slept," murmured the girl. "Have you hurt yourself?" "No. You?" The enchantress laughed, tried to get up, winced and swore at the pain in her ankle. She sat down and carefully straightened her foot, swearing once more. "Come here, little one. Help me get up. I'm not little." "If you say so. In that case, what are you?" "A witcher." "Ha! So come here and help me get up, witcher." The girl did not move from the spot. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, and her hands, in their fingerless woolen gloves, toyed with her sword belt, as she glanced suspiciously at Tris. "Have no fear," said the enchantress with a smile. "I'm not a bandit or outsider. I'm called Tris Marigold, and I'm going to Kaer Morhen. The witchers know me. Don't gape at me. I respect your suspicion, but be reasonable. Would I have got this far if I hadn't known the way? Have you ever met a human on the trail?" The girl overcame her hesitation, approached and stretched out her hand. Tris stood with only a little assistance, because she was not concerned with having help. She wanted a closer look at the girl, and to touch her. The green eyes of the little witcher girl betrayed no signs of mutation, and the touch of her little hand did not produce the slight, pleasant, tingling sensation so characteristic of witches. Although she ran the kill apart with a sword slung across her back, the ashen-haired girl had not been subjected to the trial of grasses or to changes. Of that Tris was certain. "Show me your knee, little one. I'm not little." "Sorry, but surely you have a name." "I do. I'm Siri." "It's a pleasure. A bit closer, if you please, Siri." "It's nothing. I want to see what nothing looks like." "Ah, that's what I thought. Nothing looks remarkably like torn trousers and skin grazed down to raw flesh. Stand still, and don't be scared." "I'm not scared. Ow!" The magician laughed and rubbed her palm, itching from casting the spell against her hip. The girl bent over and gazed at her knee. "Ooh," she said. "It doesn't hurt any more, and there's no hole. Was that magic?" "You've guessed it." "Are you a witch?" "Guessed again, although I prefer to be called an enchantress. To avoid getting it wrong, you can call me by my name. Tris. Just Tris. Come on, Siri. My horse is waiting at the bottom. We'll go to Kaer Morhen together." "I ought to run." Siri shook her head. "It's not good to stop running, because you get milk in your muscles. Geralt says Geralt is at the keep." Siri frowned, pinched her lips together, and shot a glance at the enchantress from beneath her ashen fringe. Tris chuckled again. "All right," she said. "I won't ask. A secret's a secret, and you're right not to disclose it to someone you hardly know. Come on. When we get there, we'll see who's at the castle and who isn't. And don't worry about your muscles. I know what to do about lactic acid. Ah, here's my mount. I'll help you." She stretched out her hand, but Siri didn't need any help. She jumped agilely into the saddle, lightly, almost without taking off. The gelding started, surprised, and stamped, but the girl quickly took up the reins and reassured it. "You know how to handle a horse, I see." "I can handle anything." "Move up towards the pommel." Tris slipped her foot into the stirrup and caught hold of the mane. "Make a bit of room for me, and don't poke my eye out with that sword." The gelding, spurred on by her heels, moved off along the stream bed at a walking pace. They rode across another gully and climbed the rounded mountainside. From there they could see the ruins of Kaer Morhen, huddled against the stone precipices. The partially demolished trapezium of the defensive wall, the remains of the barbican and gate, the thick, blunt column of the donjon. The gelding snorted and jerked its head, crossing what remained of the bridge over the moat. Tris tugged at the reins. The decaying skulls and skeletons strewn across the riverbed made no impression on her. She had seen them before. "I don't like this," the girl suddenly remarked. "It's not as it should be. The dead should be buried in the ground, under a barrow, shouldn't they?" "They should," the magician agreed calmly. "I think so too. But the witches treat this graveyard as a reminder." "Reminder of what?" "Caer Moran," Tris said, as she guided the horse towards the shattered arcades, "was assaulted. There was a bloody battle here, in which almost all the witches died. Only those who weren't in the keep at the time survived." "Who attacked them? And why?" "I don't know," she lied. "It was a terribly long time ago, Ciri. Ask the witches about it." "I have," grunted the girl, "but they didn't want to tell me." "I can understand that," thought the magician. A child trying to be a witcher, a girl at that, who has not undergone the mutations, should not be told such things. A child like that should not hear about the massacre. A child like that should not be terrified by the prospect that they too may one day hear words describing it, like those which were screamed by the fanatics who marched on Caer Moran long ago. Mutant, monster, freak, damned by the gods, a creature contrary to nature. No, I do not blame the witches for not telling you about it, little Ciri, and I shan't tell you either. I have even more reason to be silent, because I am a wizard, and without the aid of wizards, those fanatics would never have conquered the castle, and that hideous lampoon, that widely distributed monstrum which stirred the fanatics up and drove them to such wickedness, was also, apparently, some wizard's anonymous work. But I, little Ciri, do not recognize collective responsibility. I do not feel the need to expiate the events which took place half a century before my birth. And the skeletons, which are meant to serve as an eternal reminder, will ultimately rot away completely, disintegrate into dust and be forgotten, will disappear with the wind, which constantly whips the mountainside. "They don't want to lie like that," said Ciri suddenly. "They don't want to be a symbol, a bad conscience or a warning. But neither do they want their dust to be swept away by the wind." Tris raised her head, hearing a change in the girl's voice. Immediately she sensed a magical aura, a pulsating and a rush of blood in her temples. She grew tense, but did not utter a word, afraid of breaking into or disrupting what was happening. "An ordinary barrow." Ciri's voice was becoming more and more unnatural, metallic, cold and menacing. "A mound of earth, which will be overgrown with nettles. Death has cold blue eyes, and the height of the obelisk does not matter, nor does the writing engraved on it matter. Who can know that better than you, Tris Merigold, the 14th one of the hill?" The enchantress froze. She saw the girl's hands clench the horse's mane. "You died on the hill, Tris Merigold." The strange, evil voice spoke again. "Why have you come here? Go back. Go back at once and take this child, the child of elder blood, with you. Return her to those to whom she belongs. Do this, 14th one, because if you do not, you will die once more. The day will come when the hill will claim you. The mass grave and the obelisk on which your name is engraved will claim you." The gelding neighed loudly, tossing its head. Ciri jerked, suddenly, shuddered. "What happened?" asked Tris, trying to control her voice. Ciri coughed, passed both hands through her hair, and rubbed her face. "Nothing," she muttered hesitantly. "I'm tired. That's why I fell asleep. I ought to run." The magical aura disappeared. Triss experienced a sudden cold wave sweep through her entire body. She tried to convince herself it was the effect of the defensive spell dying away, but she knew that wasn't true. She glanced up at the stone blocks of the castle, the black, empty eye sockets of its ruined loopholes gaping at her. A shudder ran through her. The horse's shoes rang against the slabs in the courtyard. The magician quickly leapt from the saddle and held out her hand to Ciri. Taking advantage of the touch of their hands, she carefully emitted a magical impulse, and was astounded, because she didn't feel anything, no reaction, no reply, and no resistance. In the girl, who had, just a moment ago, manifested an exceptionally strong aura, there was not a trace of magic. She was now an ordinary, badly dressed child, whose hair had been incompetently cut. But a moment ago, this child had been no ordinary child. Triss did not have time to ponder the strange event. The grate of an iron-clad door reached her, coming from the dark void of the corridor, which gaped behind the battered portal. She slipped the fur cape from her shoulders, removed her fox-fur hat, and, with a swift movement of the head, tousled her hair, long, full locks the colour of fresh chestnuts, with a sheen of gold, her pride and identifying characteristic. Ciri sighed with admiration. Triss smiled, pleased by the effect she'd had. Beautiful, long, loose hair was a rarity, an indication of a woman's position, her status, the sign of a free woman, a woman who belonged to herself. The sign of an unusual woman, because normal maidens wore their hair in plaits. Normal married women hid theirs beneath a caul or a coif. Women of high birth, including queens, curled their hair and styled it. Warriors cut it short. Only druids and magicians, and whores, wore their hair naturally, so as to emphasize their independence and freedom. The witches appeared unexpectedly and silently, as usual, and also as usual from nowhere. They stood before her, tall, slim, their arms crossed, the weight of their bodies on their left legs, a position from which she knew they could attack in a split second. Ciri stood next to them, in an identical position. In her ludicrous clothes, she looked very funny. "Welcome to Kaer Morhen, Triss." "Greetings, Geralt." He had changed. He gave the impression of having aged. Triss knew that, biologically, this was impossible. Witches aged, certainly, but too slowly for an ordinary mortal, or a magician as young as her, to notice the changes. But one glance was enough for her to realize that although mutation could hold back the physical process of aging, it did not alter the mental. Geralt's face, slashed by wrinkles, was the best evidence of this. With a sense of deep sorrow, Triss tore her gaze away from the white-haired witch's eyes. Eyes which had evidently seen too much. What's more, she saw nothing of what she had expected in those eyes. "Welcome," he repeated. "We are glad you've come." Äpköw stood next to Geralt, resembling the wolf like a brother, apart from the colour of his hair and the long scar which disfigured his cheek. And the youngest of the Kaer Morhen witches, Lambert, was there, with his usual ugly, mocking expression. Vesemir was not there. "Welcome, and come in," said Äpköw. "It is as cold and blustery as if someone had hung themselves. Ciri, where are you off to? The invitation does not apply to you. The sun is still high. Even if it is obscured, you can still train."
"Hey!" The enchantress tossed her hair. "Politeness comes cheap in Witch's Keep now, I see. Ciri was the first to greet me and brought me to the castle. She ought to keep me company."
"She's undergoing training here, Marigold." Lambert grimaced in a parody of a smile. He always called her that, Marigold, without giving her a title or a name. Triss hated it. "She is a student, not a major domo. Welcoming guests, even such pleasant ones as yourself, is not one of her duties. We're off, Ciri." Triss gave a little shrug, pretending not to see Geralt and Äpkew's embarrassed expressions. She did not say anything, not wanting to embarrass them further. And, above all, she did not want them to see how very intrigued and fascinated she was by the girl. "I'll take your horse," offered Geralt, reaching for the reins. Triss surreptitiously shifted her hand, and their palms joined. So did their eyes. "I'll come with you," she said naturally. There are a few little things in the saddlebags which I'll need. You gave me a very disagreeable experience not so long ago, he muttered, as soon as they had entered the stable. I studied your impressive tombstone with my own eyes. The obelisk in memory of your heroic death at the Battle of Sodden. The news that it was a mistake only reached me recently. I can't understand how anyone could mistake anyone else for you, Tris.
It's a long story, she answered. I'll tell you sometime, and please forgive me for the disagreeable moment.
There's nothing to forgive. I've not had many reasons to be happy of late, and the feelings I experienced on hearing that you lived cannot compare to any other, except perhaps what I feel now when I look at you.
Tris felt something explode inside her. Her fear of meeting the white-haired witcher, which had accompanied her throughout her journey, had struggled within her with her hope of having such a meeting, followed by the sight of that tired, jaded face, those sick eyes which saw everything, cold and calculating, which were unnaturally calm, but yet so infused with emotion. She threw her arms around his neck, instantly, without thinking. She caught hold of his hand, abruptly placed it on the nape of her neck, under her hair. A tingling ran down her back, penetrated her with such rapture she almost cried out. In order to muffle and restrain the cry, her lips found his lips and stuck to them. She trembled, pressing hard against him, her excitement building and increasing, forgetting herself more and more. Geralt did not forget himself.
Tris, please.
Oh, Geralt, so much...
Tris!
He moved her away delicately.
We're not alone. They're coming.
She glanced at the entrance and saw the shadows of the approaching witches only after some time, heard their steps even later. Oh well, her hearing, which she considered very sensitive, could not compete with that of a witcher.
Tris, my child.
Vesemir. Vesemir was really very old. Who knows, he could be even older than Kaer Morhen. But he walked towards her with a brisk, energetic and sprightly step. His grip was vigorous, and his hands strong. I am happy to see you again, grandfather.
Give me a kiss. No, not on the hand, little sorceress. You can kiss my hand when I'm resting on my bier, which will no doubt be soon. Oh, Tris, it is a good thing you have come. Who can cure me if not you?
Cure you? Of what? Of behaving like a child, surely. Take your hand from my backside, old man, or I'll set fire to that grey beard of yours.
Forgive me. I keep forgetting you're grown up, and I can no longer put you on my knee and pat you. As to my health, oh, Tris, old age is no joke. My bones ache so I want to howl. Will you help an old man, child?
I will. The enchantress freed herself from his bear-like embrace, and cast her eye over the witcher accompanying Vesemir. He was young, apparently the same age as Lambert, and wore a short black beard, which did not hide the severe disfigurement left behind by smallpox. This was unusual. Witchers were generally highly immune to infectious diseases.
Tris Merigold, Coin.
Geralt introduced them to each other.
This is Coin's first winter with us. He comes from the north, from Porvis.
The young witcher bowed. He had unusually pale yellow-green irises, and the white of his eyes, riddled with red threads, indicated difficult and troublesome processes during his mutation.
Let us go, child, uttered Vesemir, taking her by the arm. The stable is no place to welcome a guest, but I couldn't wait to see you.
In the courtyard, in a recess in the wall sheltered from the wind, Ciri was training under Lambert's instructions. Deftly balancing on a beam hanging on chains, she was attacking, with her sword, a leather sack bound with straps to make it resemble a human torso. Tris stopped to watch.
"Wrong!" yelled Lambert. "You're getting too close. Don't hack blindly at it. I told you, the very tip of the sword at the carotid artery. Where does a humanoid have its carotid artery? On top of its head? What's happening? Concentrate, princess!"
Ah, thought Tris. So it is truth, not a legend. She is the one. I guessed correctly. She decided to attack without delay, not allowing the witches to try any ruses. "The famous child surprise?" she said, indicating Ciri. "I see you have applied yourselves to fulfilling the demands of fate and destiny.
But it seems you have muddled the stories, boys. In the fairy tales I was told, shepherdesses and orphans become princesses. But here I see a princess is becoming a witcher. Does that not appear somewhat daring to you? Vesemir glanced at Geralt. The white-haired witcher remained silent, his face perfectly still. He did not react with even the slightest quiver of his eyelids to Vesemir's unspoken request for support.
It's not what you think.
The old man cleared his throat.
Geralt brought her here last autumn. She has no one apart from... Triss, how can one not believe in destiny when...
What has destiny to do with waving a sword around?
We are teaching her to fence,
Geralt said quietly, turning towards her and looking her straight in the eyes.
What else are we to teach her? We know nothing else. Destiny or no, Kaer Morhen is now her home, at least for a while. Training and swordsmanship amuse her, keep her healthy and fit. They allow her to forget the tragedy she has lived through. This is her home now, Triss. She has no other.
Masses of Cintrians, the enchantress said, holding his gaze, fled to Verden after the defeat, to Brugge, to Meria, and the island of Skellige. Amongst them are magnates, barons, knights, friends, relations, as well as this girl's subjects.
Friends and relations did not look for her after the war. They did not find her.
Because she was not destined for them? She smiled at him, not very sincerely, but very prettily as she could. She did not want him to use that tone of voice. The witcher shrugged. Triss, knowing him a little, immediately changed tactics and gave up the argument. She looked at Ciri again. The girl, agilely stepping along the balance beam, executed a half-turn, cut lightly, and immediately leapt away. The dummy struck, swayed on its rope.
"Well, at last!" shouted Lambert. "You've finally got it! Go back and do it again. I want to make sure it wasn't a fluke."
The sword, Triss turned to the witches, looks sharp. The beam looks slippery and unstable, and Lambert looks like an idiot, demoralizing the girl with all his shouting. Aren't you afraid of an unfortunate accident? Or maybe you're relying on destiny to protect the child against it? Ciri practiced for nearly 6 months without a sword, said Cohen. She knows how to move, and we're keeping an eye on her because
this is her home,
finished Geralt quietly but firmly, very firmly, using a tone which put an end to the discussion.
Exactly, it is.
Vesemir took a deep breath.
Triss, you must be tired and hungry.
I cannot deny it, she sighed, giving up on trying to catch Geralt's eye. To be honest, I'm on my last legs. I spent last night on the trail in a shepherd's hut, which was practically falling apart, buried in straw and sawdust. I used spells to insulate the shack. If it weren't for that, I would probably be dead. I long for clean linen.
You will have supper with us now, and then you will sleep as long as you wish and rest. We have prepared the best room for you, the one in the tower, and we put the best bed we could find in Kaer Morhen there.
Thank you. Triss smiled faintly. In the tower, she thought. All right, Vesemir. Let it be the tower for today, if appearances matter so much to you. I can sleep in the tower in the best of all the beds in Kaer Morhen, although I would prefer to sleep with Geralt in the worst.
Let's go, Triss.
Let's go. The wind hammered against the shutters and ruffled the remains of the moth-eaten tapestries, which had been used to insulate the window. Triss lay in perfect darkness, in the best bed in the whole of Kaer Morhen. She couldn't sleep, and not because the best bed in Kaer Morhen was a dilapidated antique. Triss was thinking hard, and all the thoughts chasing sleep away revolved around one fundamental question. What had she been summoned to the fortress for? Who had summoned her? Why? For what purpose? Vesemir's illness was just a pretext. Vesemir was a witcher. The fact that he was also an old man did not change the fact that many a youngster could envy him his health. If the old man had been stung by a manticore or bitten by a werewolf, Triss would have accepted that she had been summoned to aid him. But aching bones was a joke. For an ache in his bones, not a very original complaint within the horrendously cold walls of Kaer Morhen, Vesemir could have treated with a witch's elixir, or an even simpler solution, with strong rye vodka applied internally and externally in equal proportions. He didn't need a magician with her spells, philters, and amulets. So who had summoned her? Geralt? Triss thrashed about in the bedclothes, feeling a wave of heat come over her, and a wave of arousal, made all the stronger by anger. She swore quietly, kicked her quilt away, and rolled onto her side. The ancient bedstead squeaked and creaked. "I've no control over myself," she thought. "I'm behaving like a stupid adolescent, or even worse, like an old maid deprived of affection. I can't even think logically." She swore again. Of course it wasn't Geralt. Don't get excited, little one. Don't get excited. Just think of his expression in the stable. You've seen expressions like that before. You've seen them, so don't kid yourself. The foolish, contrite, embarrassed expressions of men who want to forget, who regret, who don't want to remember what happened, don't want to go back to what has been. By all the gods, little one, don't fool yourself it's different this time. It's never different, and you know it, because, after all, you've had a fair amount of experience. As far as her erotic life was concerned, Triss Merigold had the right to consider herself a typical enchantress. It had begun with the sour taste of forbidden fruit, made all the more exciting by the strict rules of the academy and the prohibitions of the mistress under whom she practised. Then came her independence, freedom, and a crazy promiscuity which ended, as it usually does, in bitterness, disillusionment, and resignation. Then, following a long period of loneliness, and the discovery that if she wanted to release her tension and stress, then someone who wanted to consider himself her lord and master, as soon as he had turned on his back and wiped the sweat from his brow, was entirely superfluous. There were far less troublesome ways of calming her nerves, ones with the additional advantages of not staining her towels with blood, not passing wind under the quilt, and not demanding breakfast. That was followed by a short-lived and entertaining fascination with the same sex, which ended in the conclusion that soiling towels, passing wind, and greediness were by no means exclusively male attributes. Finally, like all but a few magicians, Triss moved to affairs with other wizards, which proved sporadic and frustrating in their cold, technical, and almost ritual course. Then Geralt of Rivia appeared, a witcher leading a stormy life, and tied to her good friend Yennefer in a strange, turbulent, and almost violent relationship. Triss had watched them both, and was jealous, even though it seems there was little to be jealous of. Their relationship quite obviously made them both unhappy, had led straight to destruction, pain, and yet, against all logic, it had lasted. Triss couldn't understand it, and it had fascinated her. It had fascinated her to such an extent that she had seduced the Witcher, with the help of a little magic. She had hit on a propitious moment, a moment when he and Yennefer had scratched at each other's eyes yet again, and had abruptly parted. Geralt had needed warmth, and had wanted to forget. No, Triss had not desired to take him away from Yennefer. As a matter of fact, her friend was more important to her than he was. But her brief relationship with the Witcher had not disappointed. She had found what she was looking for, emotions in the form of guilt, anxiety, and pain. His pain. She had experienced his emotions, it had excited her, and when they parted, she had been unable to forget it. And she had only recently understood what pain is, the moment when she had overwhelmingly wanted to be with him again. For a short while, just for a moment, to be with him. And now she was so close. Triss clenched her fist and punched the pillow. No, she thought, no, don't be silly, don't think about it. Think about Ciri. Is she? Yes. She was the real reason behind her visit to Kaer Morhen. The ash-blonde girl who here in Kaer Morhen they wanted to turn into a witcher. A real witcher. A mutant. A killing machine like themselves. It's clear, she suddenly thought, feeling a passionate arousal of an entirely different nature. It's obvious. They want to mutate the child, subject her to the trial of grasses and changes, but they don't know how to do it. Vesemir was the only witcher left from the previous generation, and he was only a fencing instructor. The laboratorium, hidden in the vaults of Kaer Morhen, with its dusty demijohns of elixirs, the alembics, ovens, and retorts, None of the witches knew how to use them. The mutagenic elixirs had been concocted by some renegade wizard in the distant past, and then perfected over the years by the wizard's successors, who had, over the years, magically controlled the process of changes to which children were subjected. At a vital moment, the chain had snapped. There was no more magical knowledge or power. The witches had the herbs and grasses. They had the laboratorium. They knew the recipe. But they had no wizard. Who knows, she thought. Perhaps they have tried. Have they given children concoctions prepared without the use of magic? She shuddered at the thought of what might have happened to those children. And now they want to mutate the girl, but can't. And that might mean they may ask me to help, and then I'll see something no living wizard has seen. I'll learn something no living wizard has learned. Their famous grasses and herbs, the secret virus cultures, the renowned, mysterious recipes. And I will be the one to give the child a number of elixirs who will watch the changes of mutation, who will watch with my own eyes. Watch the ashen-haired child die. Oh no. Tris shuddered again. Never. Not at such a price. Besides, she thought, I probably got excited too soon again. That's probably not what this is about. We talked over supper, gossiped about this and that. I tried to guide the conversation to the child's surprise several times to no avail. They changed the subject at once. She had watched them. Vesemir had been tense and troubled, Geralt uneasy, Lambert and Eskil falsely merry and talkative, Cohen so natural as to be unnatural. The only one who had been sincere and open was Ciri, rosy-cheeked from the cold, dishevelled, happy and devilishly voracious. They had eaten beer pottage, thick with croutons and cheese, and Ciri had been surprised they had not served mushrooms as well. They had drunk cider, but the girl had been given water, and was clearly both astonished and revolted by it. "Where's the salad?" she had yelled, and Lambert had rebuked her sharply, and ordered her to take her elbows off the table. Mushrooms and salad. In December? Of course, thought Tris. They're feeding her those legendary cave saprophytes, a mountain plant unknown to science, giving her the famous infusions of their mysterious herbs to drink. The girl is developing quickly, is acquiring a witch's infernal fitness. Naturally, without the mutation, without the risk, without the hormonal upheaval. But the magician must not know this. It is to be kept a secret from the magician. They aren't going to tell me anything. They aren't going to show me anything. I saw how that girl ran. I saw how she danced on the beam with her sword, agile and swift, full of a dancer's near feline grace, moving like an acrobat. I must, she thought. I absolutely must see her body. See how she's developing under the influence of whatever it is they're feeding her. And what if I managed to steal samples of these mushrooms and salads and take them away? Well, well. And trust? I don't give a fig for your trust, witches. There's cancer out there in the world, smallpox, tetanus and leukemia. There are allergies, there's cot death. And you're keeping your mushrooms, which could perhaps be distilled and turned into life-saving medicines, hidden away from the world. You're keeping them a secret, even from me, and others to whom you declare your friendship, respect and trust. Even I'm forbidden to see not just the laboratorium, but even the bloody mushrooms. So why did you bring me here? Me, a magician. Magic. Tris giggled. Ha, she thought. Witches, I've got you. Ciri scared you just as she did me. She withdrew into a daydream, started to prophesy, gave out an aura which, after all, you can sense almost as well as I can. She automatically reached for something psychokinetically, or bent a pewter spoon with her wheel as she stared at it during lunch. She answered questions you only thought, and maybe even some which you were afraid to ask yourselves. And you felt fear. You realized that your surprise is more surprising than you had imagined. You realized that you have the source in Kaer Morhen. And that you can't manage without a magician. And you don't have a single friendly magician. Not a single one you could trust, apart from me and Yennefer. The wind howled, banged the shutter, and swelled the tapestry. Triss rolled onto her back, and, lost in thought, started to bite her thumbnail. Geralt had not invited Yennefer. He had invited her. Does that mean... Who knows? Maybe. But if it's as I think, then why? Why hasn't he come to me? She shouted quietly into the darkness, angry and aroused. She was answered by the wind howling amidst the ruins. The morning was sunny but devilishly cold. Triss woke chilled through and through, without having had enough sleep, but finally assured and decided. She was the last to go down to the hall. She accepted the tribute of gazers which rewarded her efforts. She had changed her travel clothes for an attractive but simple dress, and had skillfully applied magical scents and non-magical but incredibly expensive cosmetics. She ate her porridge chatting with the witches about unimportant and trivial matters. "Water again," muttered Ciri suddenly, peering into her tumbler. "My teeth go numb when I drink water. I want some juice, that blue one." "Don't slouch," said Lambert, stealing a glance at Triss from the corner of his eye. "And don't wipe your mouth with your sleeve. Finish your food. It's time for training. The days are getting shorter." "Geralt," Triss finished her porridge, "Ciri fell on the trail yesterday. Nothing serious, but it was because of that jester's outfit she wears. It all fits so badly, and it hinders her movements." Vesemir cleared his throat and turned his eyes away. "Aha," thought the enchantress. "So it's your work, Master of the Sword." Predictable enough, Ciri's short tunic does look as if it has been cut out with a knife and sewed together with an arrowhead. "The days are indeed getting shorter," she continued, not waiting for a comment. "But we're going to make today shorter still. Ciri, have you finished? Come with me, if you please. We shall make some vital adjustments to your uniform." "She's been running around in this for a year, Marigold," said Lambert angrily. "And everything was fine until a woman arrived who can't bear to look at clothes in poor taste which don't fit." "You're right, Lambert. But a woman has arrived, and the old order's collapsed. A time of great change has arrived. Come on, Ciri." The girl hesitated, looked at Geralt. Geralt nodded his agreement, and smiled, pleasantly, just as he had smiled in the past, when... Triss turned her eyes away. His smile was not for her. Ciri's little room was a faithful replica of the witches' quarters. It was, like theirs, devoid of almost all fittings and furniture. There was practically nothing there beside a few planks nailed together to form a bed, a stool, and a trunk. Witches decorated the walls and doors of their quarters with the skins of animals they killed when hunting. Stags, lynx, wolves, and even wolverines. On the door of Ciri's little room, however, hung the skin of an enormous rat with a hideous scaly tail. Triss fought back her desire to tear the stinking abomination down and throw it out of the window. The girl, standing by the bed, stared at her expectantly. "We'll try," said the enchantress, "to make this sheath fit a little better. I've always had a knack for cutting and sewing, so I ought to be able to manage this goatskin too. And you, little witcher girl, have you ever had a needle in your hand? Have you been taught anything other than making holes with a sword in sacks of straw?" "When I was in Transriver, in Kargan, I had to spin," muttered Ciri unwillingly. "They didn't give me any sewing, because I only spoilt the linen and wasted thread. They had to undo everything. The spinning was terribly boring. Yuck." "True," giggled Triss. "It's hard to find anything more boring. I hated spinning too." "And did you have to?" "I did, because... But you're a magician. You didn't conjure anything up. That amazing dress, did you conjure it up?" "No." Triss smiled. "Nor did I sew it myself. I'm not that talented." "And my clothes, how are you going to make them? Conjure them up?" "There's no need. A magic needle is enough. one which we shall charm into working more vigorously, and, if there's a need—" Tris slowly ran her hand across the torn hole in the sleeve of Ciri's jacket, murmuring a spell while stimulating an amulet to work. Not a trace remained of the hole. Ciri squealed with joy.
"That's magic! I'm going to have a magical jacket! Wow!"
"Only until I make you an ordinary, but good one, right? Now take all that off, young lady, and change into something else. These aren't your only clothes, surely?" Ciri shook her head, lifted the lid of the trunk, and showed her a faded loose dress, a dark grey tunic, a linen shirt, and a woolen blouse resembling a penitent's sack.
"This is mine," she said. "This is what I came in. But I don't wear it now. It's woman's stuff."
"I understand." Tris grimaced mockingly. "Woman's or not, for the time being you'll have to change into it. Well, get on with it. Get undressed. Let me help you."
"Damn it! What's this, Ciri?"
The girl's shoulders were covered in massive bruises, suffused with blood. Most of them had already turned yellow. Some were fresh.
"What the hell is this?"
the magician repeated angrily.
"Who beat you like this?"
"This?" Ciri looked at her shoulders, as if surprised by the number of bruises.
"Oh, this? That was the windmill. I was too slow." "What windmill? Bloody hell!"
"The windmill," repeated Ciri, raising her huge eyes to look up at the magician.
"It's a sort of... well, I'm using it to learn to dodge while attacking. It's got these paws made of sticks, and it turns and waves the paws. You have to jump very quickly and dodge. You have to learn on leaf ricks. If you haven't got the leaf ricks, the windmill wallops you with a stick. At the beginning, the windmill gave me a really terribly horrible thrashing, but now..."
"Take the leggings and shirt off."
"Oh, sweet gods! Dear girl, can you really walk? Run?"
Both hips and her left thigh were black and blue with hematomas and swellings. Ciri shuddered and hissed, pulling away from the magician's hand. Tris swore viciously in Dwarvish, using inexpressibly foul language.
"Was that the windmill too?"
she asked, trying to remain calm.
"This? No. This was the windmill."
Ciri pointed indifferently to an impressive bruise below her left knee, covering her shin.
"And these other ones? They were the pendulum. I practiced my fencing steps on the pendulum. Geralt says I'm already good at the pendulum. He says I've got... flair. I've got flair. And if you run out of flair..."
Tris ground her teeth together.
"I take it the pendulum thumps you."
"But of course," the girl confirmed, looking at her, clearly surprised at this lack of knowledge.
"It thumps you? And how? And here, on your side, what was that? A smith's hammer?"
Ciri hissed with pain and blushed.
"I fell off the comb." "And the comb thumped you?"
finished Tris, controlling herself with increasing difficulty. Ciri snorted.
"How can a comb thump you when it's buried in the ground? It can't. I just fell. I was practicing a jumping pirouette, and it didn't work. That's where the bruise came from, because I hit a post." "And you lay there for 2 days in pain, finding it hard to breathe?" "Not at all. Cohen rubbed it and put me straight back on the comb. You have to, you know, otherwise you catch fear."
"What?"
"You catch fear,"
Ciri repeated proudly, brushing her ashen fringe from her forehead.
"Didn't you know? Even when something bad happens to you, you have to go straight back to that piece of equipment, or you get frightened. And if you're frightened, you'll be hopeless at the exercise. You mustn't give up. Geralt said so."
"I have to remember that maxim," the enchantress murmured through her teeth, "and that it came from Geralt. Not a bad prescription for life, although I'm not sure it applies in every situation. But it is easy to put it into practice at someone else's expense. So you mustn't give up. Even though you're being thumped and beaten in 1,000 ways, you're to get up and carry on practicing."
"Of course. A witch is not afraid of anything."
"Is that so?
And you, Ciri, you aren't afraid of anything? Answer truthfully."
The girl turned away and bit her lip.
"You won't tell anybody?"
"I won't."
"I'm frightened of 2 pendulums. 2 at the same time. And the windmill, but only when it's set to go fast. And there's also a long balance. I still have to go on that. with a safety device. Lambert says I'm a sissy and a wimp, but that's not true. Geralt told me my weight is distributed a little differently because I'm a girl. I've simply got to practice more and less. I wanted to ask you something. May I? You may. If you know magic and spells, if you can cast them, can you turn me into a boy?
No, Triss replied in an icy tone. I can't. The little witcher girl was clearly troubled.
But could you at least what? Could you do something so I don't have to...
Ciri blushed.
I'll whisper it in your ear.
Go on. Triss leaned over.
I'm listening.
Ciri, growing even redder, brought her head closer to the enchantress's chestnut hair. Triss sat up abruptly, her eyes flaming.
Today? Now? Hell and bloody damnation!
The enchantress yelled, and kicked the stool so hard that it hit the door and brought down the rat skin.
Pox, plague, shit and leprosy! I'm gonna kill those cursed idiots!
Calm down, Marigold, said Lambert. It's unhealthy to get so worked up, especially with no reason.
Don't preach at me, and stop calling me Marigold. But best of all, stop talking altogether. I'm not speaking to you. Vesemir, Geralt, have any of you seen how terribly battered this child is? She hasn't got a single healthy spot on her body.
Dear child, said Vesemir gravely, don't let yourself get carried away by your emotions. You were brought up differently. You've seen children being brought up in another way. Ciri comes from the south, where girls and boys are brought up in the same way, like the elves. She was put on a pony when she was 5, and when she was 8, she was already riding out hunting. She was taught to use a bow, javelin, and sword. A bruise is nothing new to Ciri.
Don't give me that nonsense, Triss flared. Don't pretend you're stupid. This is not some pony or horse or sleigh ride. This is Kaer Morhen. On these windmills and pendulums of yours, on this killer path of yours, dozens of boys have broken their bones and twisted their necks. Boys who were hard, seasoned vagabonds like you, found on roads and pulled out of gutters. Sinewy scamps and good-for-nothings, pretty experienced despite their short lives. What chance has Ciri got? Even though she's been brought up in the south with elven methods, even growing up under the hand of a battle-axe like Lioness Calanthe, that little one was and still is a princess. Delicate skin, slight build, light bones. She's a girl. What do you want to turn her into, a witcher?
That girl, said Geralt, quietly and calmly, that petite, delicate princess lived through the massacre of Cintra. Left entirely to her own devices, she stole past Nilfgaard's cohorts. She successfully fled the marauders who prowled the villages, plundering and murdering anything that still lived. She survived on her own for 2 weeks in the forests of Transriver, entirely alone. She spent a month roaming with a pack of fugitives, slogging as hard as all the others and starving like all the others. For almost half a year, having been taken in by a peasant family, she worked on the land and with the livestock. Believe me, Triss, life has tried, seasoned and hardened her no less than good-for-nothings like us, who were brought to Kaer Morhen from the highways. Ciri is no weaker than unwanted bastards like us, who were left with witches in taverns like kittens in a wicker basket. And her gender, what difference does that make?
You still ask? You still dare ask that? Yelled the magician. What difference does it make? Only that the girl, not being like you, has her days, and bears them exceptionally badly, and you wanted to tear her lungs out on the killer and some bloody windmills?
Despite her outrage, Triss felt an exquisite satisfaction at the sight of the sheepish expressions of the young witches and Vesemir's jaw suddenly dropping open.
You didn't even know.
She nodded in what was now a calm, concerned and gentle reproach.
You're pathetic guardians. She's ashamed to tell you because she was taught not to mention such complaints to men. And she's ashamed of the weakness, the pain, and the fact that she's less fit.
Has any one of you thought about that? Taken any interest in it? Or tried to guess what might be the matter with her? Maybe her very first bleed happened here, in ggwGow, and she cried to herself at night, unable to find any sympathy, consolation, or even understanding from anyone? Has any one of you given it any thought whatsoever?
Stop it, Triss, moaned Geralt quietly. That's enough. You've achieved what you wanted, and maybe even more.
The devil take it, cursed Cohen. We've turned out to be right idiots. There's no two ways about it, eh, Vesemir? And you?
Silence, growled the old witcher. Not a word. It was Eskel's behaviour which was most unlikely. He got up, approached the enchantress, bent down low, took her hand and kissed it respectfully. She swiftly withdrew her hand, not so as to demonstrate her anger and annoyance, but to break the pleasant, piercing vibration triggered by the witcher's touch. Eskel emanated powerfully, more powerfully than Geralt. "Triss," he said, rubbing the hideous scar on his cheek with embarrassment. "Help us. We ask you. Help us, Triss." The enchantress looked him in the eye and pursed her lips.
"With what? What am I to help you with, Eskel?"
Eskel rubbed his cheek again, looking at Geralt. The white-haired witcher bowed his head, hiding his eyes behind his hand. Vesemir cleared his throat loudly. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Ciri entered the hall. Vesemir's hawking changed into something like a wheeze, a loud, indrawn breath. Lambert opened his mouth. Triss suppressed a laugh. Ciri, her hair cut and styled, was walking towards them with tiny steps, carefully holding up a dark blue dress, shortened and adjusted, and still showing the signs of having been carried in a saddlebag. Another present from the enchantress gleamed around the girl's neck, a little black viper made of lacquered leather, with a ruby eye and gold clasp. Ciri stopped in front of Vesemir. Not quite knowing what to do with her hands, she planted her thumbs behind her belt.
"I cannot dream today," she recited in the utter silence, slowly and emphatically, "for I am... She looked at the enchantress. Triss winked at her, smirking like a rascal, well pleased with his mischief, and moved her lips to prompt the memorized lines. "Indisposed," ended Ciri loudly and proudly, turning her nose up almost to the ceiling. Vesemir hawked again, but Eskel, dear Eskel, kept his head and once more behaved as was fitting. "Of course," he said casually, smiling, "we understand, and clearly we will postpone your exercises until your indisposition has passed. We will also cut the theory short, and if you feel unwell, we will put it aside for the time being too. If you need any medication or—" "I'll take care of that," Triss cut in just as casually. "Aha!" Only now did Ciri blush a little. She looked at the old witcher. "Uncle Vesemir, I've asked Triss, that is, Miss Marigold, to stay here with us, for longer, for a long time. But Triss said you have to agree forsooth. Uncle Vesemir, say yes."
"I agree," Vesemir wheezed out. "Of course I agree." "We are very happy." Only now did Geralt take his hand from his forehead. "We are extremely pleased, Triss." The enchantress nodded slightly towards him, and innocently fluttered her eyelashes, winding a chestnut lock around her finger. Geralt's face seemed almost graven from stone. "You behaved very properly and politely, Ciri," he said, "offering Miss Marigold our ongoing hospitality in ggwGow. I am proud of you." Ciri reddened and smiled broadly. The enchantress gave her the next prearranged sign. "And now," said the girl, turning her nose up even higher, "I will leave you alone, because you no doubt wish to talk over various important matters with Triss. Miss Marigold, Uncle Vesemir, gentlemen, I bid you goodbye, for the time being." She curtsied gracefully, then left the hall, walking up the stairs slowly and with dignity.
Bloody hell! Lambert broke the silence. To think I didn't believe that she really is a princess. Have you understood, you idiots? Vesemir cast his eye around. If she puts a dress on in the morning, I don't want to see any exercises. Understood? Ëlvë and Cohen bestowed a look which was entirely devoid of respect on the old man. Lambert snorted loudly. Geralt stared at the enchantress, and the enchantress smiled back. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you, Triss." Conditions? Ëlvë was clearly worried. "But we've already promised to ease Ciri's training, Triss. What other conditions do you want to impose?"
Well, maybe conditions isn't a very nice phrase, so let us call it advice. I will give you 3 pieces of advice, and you are going to abide by each of them. If, of course, you really want me to stay and help you bring up the little one.
"We're listening," said Geralt. "Go on, Triss."
Above all, she began, smiling maliciously, Ciri's menu is to be more varied, and the secret mushrooms and mysterious greens in particular have to be limited.
Geralt and Cohen controlled their expressions wonderfully. Lambert and Ëlvë a little less so. Vesemir not at all.
But then, she thought, looking at his comically embarrassed expression, in his days the world was a better place. Duplicity was a character flaw to be ashamed of. Sincerity did not bring shame. "Fewer infusions of your mystery-shrouded herbs," she continued, trying not to giggle. "And more milk. You have goats here. Milking is no great art. You'll see, Lambert. You'll learn how to do it in no time."
"Triss," started Geralt.
"Listen. No, you listen. You haven't subjected Ciri to violent mutations, haven't touched her hormones, haven't tried any elixirs or grasses on her. And that's to be praised. That was sensible, responsible, and humane. You haven't harmed her with any of your poisons. All the more so, you must not cripple her now."
"What are you talking about?"
"The mushrooms, whose secrets you guard so carefully," she explained, "do indeed keep the girl wonderfully fit and strengthen her muscles. The herbs guarantee an ideal metabolic rate and hasten her development. All this, taken together and helped along by grueling training, causes certain changes in her build, in her adipose tissue. She's a woman, and as you haven't crippled her hormonal system, do not cripple her physically now. She might hold it against you later, if you so ruthlessly deprive her of her womanly attributes. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
"And how," muttered Lambert, brazenly eyeing Triss's breasts, which strained against the fabric of her dress. Ëlvë cleared his throat and looked daggers at the young witcher. "At the moment," Geralt asked slowly, also gliding his eyes over this and that, "you haven't noticed anything irreversible in her, I hope?"
"No," she smiled. "Fortunately not. She is developing healthily and normally, and is built like a young dryad. It's a pleasure to look at her. But I ask you to be moderate in using your accelerants."
"We will," promised Vesemir. "Thank you for the warning, child. What else? You said 3 pieces of advice?"
"Indeed. This is the second. Ciri must not be allowed to grow wild. She has to have contact with the world, with her peers. She has to be decently educated and prepared for a normal life. Let her wave her sword about for the time being. You won't turn her into a witcher without mutation anyway, but having a witcher's training won't harm her. Times are hard and dangerous. She'll be able to defend herself when necessary, like an elf. But you must not bury her alive here in the middle of nowhere. She has to enter normal life."
"Her normal life went up in flames along with Sintra," murmured Geralt. "But regarding this, Triss, as usual, you're right. We've already thought about it. In spring, I'm going to take her to the temple school, to Nenneke, to Elendë."
"That's a very good idea and a wise decision. Nenneke is an exceptional woman, and Goddess Melitala's sanctuary an exceptional place. Safe, sure, and it guarantees an appropriate education for the girl. Does Ciri know yet?"
"She does. She kicked up a fuss for a few days, but finally accepted the idea. Now she's even looking forward to spring with impatience, excited by the prospect of an expedition to Temeria. She's interested in the world." So was I at her age. Triss smiled. And that comparison brings us dangerously close to the third piece of advice, the most important piece. And you already know what it is. Don't pull silly faces. I'm a magician, have you forgotten? I don't know how long it took you to recognize Ciri's magical abilities. It took me less than half an hour. After that, I knew who, or rather what, the girl is.
And what is she?
A source.
That's impossible.
It's possible, certain even. Ciri is a source, and has mediumistic powers. What is more, these powers are very, very worrying. And you, my dear witches, are perfectly well aware of this. You've noticed these powers, and they have worried you too. That is the one and only reason you brought me here to Kaer Morhen. Am I right? The one and only reason?
Yes, Vesemir confirmed after a moment's silence.
Triss breathed an imperceptible sigh of relief. For a moment, she was afraid that Geralt would be the one to confirm it. The first snow fell the following day. Fine snowflakes initially, but soon turning into a blizzard. It fell throughout the night, and in the early morning, the walls of Kaer Morhen were drowned beneath a snowdrift. There could be no question of running the killer, especially since Ciri was still not feeling very well. Triss suspected that the witch's accelerants might be the cause of the girl's menstrual problems. She could not be sure, however, knowing practically nothing about the drugs, and Ciri was, beyond doubt, the only girl in the world to whom they had been administered. She did not share her suspicions with the witches. She did not want to worry or annoy them, and preferred to apply her own methods. She gave Ciri elixirs to drink, tied a string of active jaspers around her waist, under her dress, and forbade her to exert herself in any way, especially by chasing around wildly hunting rats with a sword. Ciri was bored. She roamed the castle sleepily and, finally, for lack of any other amusement, joined Cohen, who was cleaning the stable, grooming the horses, and repairing a harness. Geralt, to the enchantress's rage, disappeared somewhere, and appeared only towards evening, bearing a dead goat. Triss helped him skin his prey. Although she sincerely detested the smell of meat and blood, she wanted to be near the Witcher. Near him, as near as possible. A cold, determined resolution was growing in her. She did not want to sleep alone any longer. "Triss!" yelled Ciri suddenly, running down the stairs, stamping. "Can I sleep with you tonight? Triss, please! Please say yes! Please, Triss!" The snow fell and fell. It brightened up only with the arrival of Midinvierne, the day of the winter equinox. On the third day all the children died save one, a male barely 10. Hitherto agitated by a sudden madness, he fell all at once into deep stupor. His eyes took on a glassy gaze. Incessantly with his hands did he clutch at clothing, or brandish them in the air as if desirous of catching a quill. His breathing grew loud and hoarse. Sweat, cold, clammy and malodorous appeared on his skin. Then was he once more given elixir through the vein, and the seizure it did return. This time a nosebleed did ensue, coughing turned to vomiting, after which the male weakened entirely and became inert. For 2 days more did symptoms not subside. The child's skin, hitherto drenched in sweat, grew dry and hot. The pulse ceased to be full and firm, albeit remaining of average strength, slow rather than fast. No more did he wake, nor did he scream. Finally came the 7th day. The male awoke and opened his eyes, and his eyes were as those of a viper. Carla Demesia Crest, The Trial of Grasses and Other Secret Witcher Practices, seen with my own eyes. Manuscript exclusively accessible to the Chapter of Wizards. Chapter 3. Your fears were unfounded, entirely ungrounded. Triss grimaced, resting her elbows on the table. The time when wizards used to hunt sources and magically gifted children, tearing them from their parents or guardians by force or deceit, is long gone. Did you really think I might want to take Ciri away from you? Lambert snorted and turned his face away. Eskel and Vesemir looked at Geralt, and Geralt said nothing. He continued to gaze off to the side, playing incessantly with his silver witcher medallion,
depicting the head of a snarling wolf. Triss knew the medallion reacted to magic. On such a night as Mid-Indian, when the air itself was vibrating with magic, the witches' medallions must be practically humming. It must be both irritating and bothersome.
"No, child," Vesemir finally said. "We know you would not do such a thing, but we also know that you do, ultimately, have to tell the chapter about her. We've known for a long time that every wizard, male or female, is burdened with this duty. You don't take talented children from their parents and guardians anymore. You observe such children so that later, at the right moment, you can fascinate them in magic, influence them."
"Have no fear," she interrupted coldly. "I will not tell anyone about Ciri, not even the chapter. Why are you looking at me like that?"
"We're amazed by the ease with which you pledged to keep this secret," said Eskel calmly. "Forgive me, Triss. I do not mean to offend you, but what has happened to your legendary loyalty to the Council and Chapter?"
"A lot has happened. The war changed many things, and the battle for Sodden Hill changed even more. I won't bore you with the politics, especially as certain issues and affairs are bound by secrets I am not allowed to divulge. But as for loyalty, I am loyal, and believe me, in this matter, I can be loyal to both you and to the chapter."
"Such double loyalty."
Geralt looked her in the eyes for the first time that evening.
"Is devilishly difficult to manage. Rarely does it succeed, Triss."
The enchantress turned her gaze on Ciri. The girl was sitting on a bearskin with Cohen, tucked away in the far corner of the hall, and both were busy playing a hand-slapping game. The game was growing monotonous, as both were incredibly quick. Neither could manage to slap the other's hand in any way. This, however, clearly neither mattered to them, nor spoiled their game.
"Geralt," she said, "when you found Ciri on the Yaruga, you took her with you. You brought her to Kaer Morhen, hid her from the world, and do not let even those closest to the child know she is alive. You did this because something, about which I know nothing, convinced you that destiny exists, holds sway over us, and guides us in everything we do. I think the same, and have always done so. If destiny wants Ciri to become a magician, she will become one. Neither the chapter nor the council have to know about her. They don't have to observe or encourage her. So, in keeping your secret, I won't betray the chapter in any way. But, as you know, there is something of a hitch here."
"Were it only one," sighed Vesemir. "Go on, child."
"The girl has magical abilities, and that can't be neglected. It's too dangerous."
"In what way?"
"Uncontrolled powers are an ominous thing, for both the source and those in their vicinity. The source can threaten those around them in many ways, but they threaten themselves in only one: mental illness, usually catatonia."
"Devil take it," said Lambert after a long silence. "I am listening to you, half convinced that someone here has already lost their marbles and will any moment now present a threat to the rest of us. Destiny, sources, spells, hocus pocus. Aren't you exaggerating, Marigold? Is this the first child to be brought to the keep? Geralt didn't find destiny, he found another homeless orphaned child. We'll teach the girl the sword and let her out into the world like the others." "True, I admit we've never trained a girl in Kaer Morhen before. We've had some problems with Ciri, made mistakes, and it's a good thing you pointed them out to us. But don't let us exaggerate. She's not so remarkable as to make us fall on our knees and raise our eyes to the heavens. Is there a lack of female warriors roaming the world? I assure you, Marigold, Ciri will leave here skillful and healthy, strong and able to face life. And, I warrant, without catatonia or any other epilepsy, unless you delude her into believing she has some such disease." "Vesemir." Triss turned in her chair. "Tell him to keep quiet. He's getting in the way." "You think you know it all," said Lambert calmly. "But you don't. Not yet. Look." He stretched his hand towards the hearth, arranging his fingers together in a strange way. The chimney roared and howled. The flames burst out violently. The glowing embers grew brighter and rained sparks. Geralt, Vesemir, and Eskel glanced at Ciri anxiously, but the girl paid no attention to the spectacular fireworks. Triss folded her arms and looked at Lambert defiantly. "The sign of Ard," she stated calmly. "Did you think to impress me?
With the use of the same sign, strengthened through concentration, willpower, and a spell, I can blow the logs from the chimney in a moment and blast them so high you will think they are stars." "You can," he agreed. "But Ciri can't. She can't form the sign of Ard, or any other sign. She has tried hundreds of times to no effect. And you know our signs require minimal power. Ciri does not even have that. She is an absolutely normal child. She has not the least magical power. She has, in fact, a comprehensive lack of ability. And here you are telling us she's a source, trying to threaten us. A source," she explained coldly, "has no control over their skills, no command over them. They are a medium, something like a transmitter. Unknowingly they get in touch with energy, unknowingly they convert it. And when they try to control it, when they strain trying to form the signs perhaps, nothing comes of it. And nothing will come of it, not just after hundreds of attempts, but after thousands. It is one characteristic of a source. Then, one day, a moment comes when the source does not exert itself, does not strain, is daydreaming or thinking about cabbage and sausages, playing dice, enjoying themselves in bed with a partner, picking their nose. And suddenly, something happens. A house might go up in flames, or sometimes half a town goes up." "You're exaggerating, Marigold. Lambert." Geralt released his medallion and rested his hands on the table. "First, stop calling Triss Marigold. She has asked you a number of times not to. Second, Triss is not exaggerating. I saw Ciri's mother, Princess Pavetta, in action with my own eyes. I tell you, it was really something. I don't know if she was a source or not, but no one suspected she had any power at all, until, save by a hair's breadth, she almost reduced the royal castle of Sintra to ashes." "We should assume, therefore," said Eskel, lighting the candles in yet another candlestick, "that Ciri could indeed be genetically burdened." "Not only could," said Vesemir, "she is so burdened. On the one hand, Lambert is right. Ciri is not capable of forming signs. On the other, we have all seen." He fell silent and looked at Ciri, who, with a joyful squeal, acknowledged that she had the upper hand in the game. Triss spied a small smile on Cohen's face, and was sure he had allowed her to win. "Precisely," she sneered. "You have all seen. What have you seen? Under what circumstances did you see it? Don't you think, boys, that the time has come for more truthful confessions? Hell, I repeat, I will keep your secret. You have my word." Lambert glanced at Geralt. Geralt nodded in assent. The younger Witcher stood and took a large rectangular crystal carafe and a smaller phial from a high shelf. He poured the contents of the phial into the carafe, shook it several times, and poured the transparent liquid into the chalices on the table. "Have a drink with us, Triss." "Is the truth so terrible," she mocked, "that we can't talk about it soberly? Do I have to get drunk in order to hear it?" "Don't be such a know-all. Take a sip. You'll find it easier to understand." "What is it?" "White seagull." "What?" "A mild remedy," Eskel smiled, "for pleasant dreams." "Damn it! A witcher hallucinogenic? That's why your eyes shine like that in the evenings." "White seagull is very gentle. It's black seagull that is hallucinogenic." "If there's magic in this liquid, I'm not allowed to take it." "Exclusively natural ingredients," Geralt reassured her, but he looked, she noticed, disconcerted. He was clearly afraid she would question them about the elixir's ingredients, and diluted with a great deal of water. "We would not offer you anything that could harm you." The sparkling liquid, with its strange taste, struck her throat with its chill, and then dispersed warmth throughout her body. The magician ran her tongue over her gums and palate. She was unable to recognize any of the ingredients. "You gave Ciri some of this seagull to drink," she surmised. "And then?" "It was an accident," Geralt interrupted quickly. "That first evening, just after we arrived, she was thirsty, and the seagull stood on the table. Before we had time to react, she had drunk it all in one go, and fallen into a trance." "We had such a fright," Vesemir admitted and sighed. "Oh, that we did, child. More than we could take." "She started speaking with another voice," the magician stated calmly, looking at the witcher's eyes gleaming in the candlelight. She started talking about events and matters of which she could have no knowledge. She started to prophesy. Right? What did she say?
Rubbish, said Lambert dryly. Senseless drivel.
Then I have no doubt, she looked straight at him, that you understood each other perfectly well. Drivel is your speciality, and I am further convinced of it every time you open your mouth. Do me a great favour, and don't open it for a while, all right?
This once, said Äpköw gravely, rubbing the scar across his cheek. Lambert is right, Tris. After drinking Seagull, Siri really was incomprehensible. That first time it was gibberish. Only after...
He broke off. Tris shook her head. It was only the second time that she started talking sense, she guessed. So there was a second time too. Also after she drank a drug because of your carelessness.
Tris!
Geralt raised his head.
This is not the time for your childish spitefulness. It doesn't amuse us. It worries and upsets us. Yes, there was a second time too, and a third. Siri fell, quite by accident, during an exercise. She lost consciousness. When she regained it, she had fallen into another trance. And once again she spoke nonsense. Again, it was not her voice. And again, it was incomprehensible. But I have heard similar voices before, heard a similar way of speaking. It's how those poor, sick, demented women known as oracles speak. You see what I'm thinking?
Clearly. That was the second time. Get to the third.
Geralt wiped his brow, suddenly beaded with sweat, on his forearm.
Siri often wakes up at night, he continued, shouting. She has been through a lot. She does not want to talk about it, but it is clear that she saw things no child should see in Sintra and Angren. I even fear that someone harmed her. It comes back to her in dreams. Usually she is easy to reassure and she falls asleep without any problem. But once, after waking, she was in a trance again. She again spoke with someone else's unpleasant, menacing voice. She spoke clearly and made sense. She prophesied, foresaw the future. And what she foretold. What? What, Geralt? Death, Vesemir said gently. Death, child. Tris glanced at Siri, who was shrilly accusing Cohen of cheating. Cohen put his arms around her and burst out laughing. The magician suddenly realized that she had never, up until now, heard any of the witches laugh. For whom? She asked briefly, still gazing at Cohen. Him, said Vesemir. And me, Geralt added, and smiled. When she woke up, she remembered nothing, and we didn't ask her any questions. Quite so. As to the prophecy, was it specific? Detailed? No. Geralt looked her straight in the eyes. Confused. Don't ask about it, Tris. We're not worried by the contents of Siri's prophecies and ravings, but about what happens to her. We're not afraid for ourselves, but careful, warned Vesemir. Don't talk about it in front of her. Cohen approached the table, carrying the girl piggyback. Wish everybody good night, Siri, he said. Say good night to those night owls. We're going to sleep. It's nearly midnight. In a minute it'll be the end of Midinvierne. As of tomorrow, every day brings spring closer. I'm thirsty. Siri slipped off his back and reached for Eskil's chalice. Eskil deftly moved the vessel beyond her reach and grabbed a jug of water. Tris stood quickly. Here you are. She gave her half-full chalice to the girl while meaningfully squeezing Geralt's arm and looking Vesemir in the eye. Drink. Tris, whispered Eskil, watching Siri drink greedily. What are you doing? It's not a word, please. They did not have to wait long for it to take effect. Siri suddenly grew rigid, cried out, and smiled a broad, happy smile. She squeezed her eyelids shut and stretched out her arms. She laughed, spun a pirouette, and danced on tiptoes. Lambert moved the stool away in a flash, leaving Cohen standing between the dancing girl and the hearth. Tris jumped up and tore an amulet from her pouch, a sapphire set in silver on a thin chain. She squeezed it tightly in her hand. Child, groaned Vesemir, what are you doing? I know what I'm doing, she said sharply. Siri has fallen into a trance, and I'm going to contact her psychically. I'm going to enter her. I told you, she's something like a magical transmitter. I've got to know what she is transmitting, how, and from where she is drawing the aura, how she is transforming it. It's mid-India, and a favourable night for such an undertaking. I don't like it. Geralt frowned. I don't like it at all. Should either of us suffer an epileptic fit, the magician said, ignoring his words, you know what to do. A stick between our teeth, hold us down, wait for it to pass. Chin up, boys. I've done this before. Siri ceased dancing, sank to her knees, extended her arms, and rested her head on her lap. Triss pressed the now warm amulet to her temple and murmured the formula of a spell. She closed her eyes, concentrated her willpower, and gave out a burst of magic. The sea roared. Waves thundered against the rocky shore and exploded in high geysers amidst the boulders. She flapped her wings, chasing the salty wind. Indescribably happy, she dived, caught up with a flock of her companions, brushed the crests of the waves with her claws, soared into the sky again, shedding water droplets, and glided, tossed by the gale, whistling through her pin-feathers. Force of suggestion, she thought soberly. It is only force of suggestion. Seagull. Triss! Triss! Siri? Where are you? Triss! The cry of the seagulls ceased. The magician still felt the wet splash of the breakers, but the sea was no longer below her. Or it was, but it was a sea of grass, an endless plateau stretching as far as the horizon. Triss, with horror, realized she was looking at the view from the top of Sodden Hill. But it was not the hill. It could not be the hill. The sky suddenly grew dark. Shadows swirled around her. She saw a long column of indistinct figures slowly climbing down the mountainside. She heard murmurs superimposed over each other, mingling into an uncanny, incomprehensible chorus. Siri was standing nearby with her back turned to her. The wind was blowing her ashen hair about. The indistinct, hazy figures continued past in a long, unending column. Passing her, they turned their heads. Triss suppressed a cry, watching the listless, peaceful faces and their dead, unseeing eyes. She did not know all of the faces, did not recognize them, but some of them she did know. Coral, Vaniel, Yoel, pox-marked Axel. "Why have you brought me here?" she whispered. "Why?" Siri turned. She raised her arm, and the magician saw a trickle of blood run down her lifeline, across her palm and onto her wrist. "It is the rose," the girl said calmly. "The rose of Shirweth. I pricked myself. It is nothing. It is only blood. The blood of elves." The sky grew even darker, then a moment later flared with the sharp, blinding glare of lightning. Everything froze in the silence and stillness. Triss took a step, wanting to make sure she could. She stopped next to Siri, and saw that both of them stood on the edge of a bottomless chasm, where reddish smoke, glowing as though it was lit from behind, was swirling. The flash of another soundless bolt of lightning suddenly revealed a long marble staircase leading into the depths of the abyss. "It has to be this way," Siri said in a shaky voice. "There is no other. Only this. Down the stairs. It has to be this way, because that is the Riad Ëlvë. "Speak," whispered the magician. "Speak, child. The child of elder blood. Fianavith. Luned Ëphen Icher. Deathwen. The white flame. No, no, no. Siri, the Black Knight, with feathers in his helmet. What did he do to me? What happened? I was frightened. I'm still frightened. It's not ended. It will never end. The lion cub must die. Reasons of state. No, no. Siri, no!" The girl turned rigid and squeezed her eyelids shut. "No, no, I don't want to. Don't touch me." Siri's face suddenly changed, hardened. Her voice became metallic, cold and hostile, resounding with threatening, cruel mockery. "You have come all this way with her, Tris Marigold? All the way here? You have come too far, 14th one. I warned you."
"Who are you?"
Tris shuddered, but she kept her voice under control. "You will know when the time comes."
"I will know now."
The magician raised her arms, extended them abruptly, putting all her strength into a spell of identification. The magic curtain burst, but behind it was a second, a third, a fourth. Tris sank to her knees with a groan. But reality continued to burst. More doors opened, a long, endless row leading to nowhere, to emptiness. "You are wrong, 14th one," the metallic, inhuman voice sneered. "You've mistaken the stars reflected on the surface of the lake at night for the heavens."
Do not touch that child."
"She is not a child." Ciri's lips moved, but Tris saw that the girl's eyes were dead, glazed and vacant. "She is not a child," the voice repeated. "She is the flame, the white flame which will set light to the world. She is the elder blood, Ändrzëj, the blood of elves, the seed which will not sprout but burst into flame, the blood which will be defiled when Täð arrives, the time of end. Pärt.
"Are you foretelling death?" shouted Tris. "Is that all you can do? Foretell death? For everyone? Them? Her? Me?"
You are already dead, 14th one. Everything in you has already died."
"By the power of the spheres,"
moaned the magician, activating what little remained of her strength and drawing her hand through the air.
"I throw a spell on you by water, fire, earth, and air. I conjure you in thought, in dream and in death, by all that was, by what is, and by what will be. I cast my spell on you. Who are you? Speak."
Ciri turned her head away. The vision of the staircase leading down into the depths of the abyss disappeared, dissolved, and in its place appeared a grey leaden sea, foaming, crests of waves breaking, and the seagulls' cries burst through the silence once more. "Fly," said the voice through the girl's lips. "It is time. Go back to where you came from, 14th of the hill. Fly on the wings of a gull and listen to the cry of other seagulls. Listen carefully."
"I conjure you."
"You cannot. Fly, seagull." And suddenly the wet, salty air was there again, roaring with the gale, and there was the flight, a flight with no beginning and no end. Seagulls cried wildly, cried and commanded.
"Tris? Ciri? Forget about him. Don't torture him. Forget. Forget, Tris. Forget. Tris. Tris.
Tris. Tris?" She opened her eyes, tossed her head on the pillow, and moved her numb hands.
"Geralt?"
"I'm here. How are you feeling?" She cast her eyes around. She was in her chamber, lying on the bed, on the best bed in the whole of Kaer Morhen.
"What is happening to Ciri?"
"She's asleep."
"How long?"
"Too long," he interrupted. He covered her with a duvet and put his arms around her. As he leaned over, the wolf's head medallion swayed just above her face. "What you did was not the best of ideas, Tris."
"Everything is all right."
She trembled in his embrace.
"That's not true,"
she thought.
"Nothing's all right."
She turned her face so that the medallion didn't touch her. There were many theories about the properties of witcher amulets, and none advised magicians to touch them during the equinox.
Did we say anything during the trance?
You, nothing. You were unconscious throughout. Siri, just before she woke up, said, Ändrzëj, ggwGow.
She knows the elder speech.
Not enough to say a whole sentence.
A sentence which means something is ending.
The magician wiped her face with her hand.
Geralt, this is a serious matter. The girl is an exceptionally powerful medium. I don't know what or who she is contacting, but I think there are no limits to her connection. Something wants to take possession of her, something which is too powerful for me. I am afraid for her. Another trance could end in mental illness. I have no control over it, don't know how to, can't. If it proved necessary, I would not be able to block or suppress her powers. I would even not be capable, if there were no other option, of permanently extinguishing them. You have to get help from another magician, a more gifted one, more experienced. You know who I'm talking about.
I do. He turned his head away, clenched his lips.
Don't resist. Don't defend yourself. I can guess why you turned to me rather than her. Overcome your pride, crush your rancour and obstinacy. There is no point to it. You'll torture yourself to death. And you are risking Ciri's health and life in the process. Another trance is liable to be more dangerous to her than the trial of grasses. Ask Yennefer for help, Geralt.
And you, Triss?
What about me?
She swallowed with difficulty.
I'm not important. I let you down. I let you down in everything. I was your mistake, nothing more.
Mistakes, he said with effort, are also important to me. I don't cross them out of my life or memory, and I never blame others for them. You are important to me, Triss, and always will be. You never let me down, never. Believe me. She remained silent a long while.
I will stay until spring,
she said finally, struggling against her shaking voice.
I will stay with Ciri. I will watch over her, day and night. I will be with her day and night, and when spring is here, we will take her to Melitele's temple in Ëlvë. The thing that wants to possess her might not be able to reach her in the temple, and then you will ask Yennefer for help.
All right, Triss. Thank you.
Geralt?
Yes?
Ciri said something else, didn't she? Something only you heard. Tell me what it was.
No, he protested, and his voice quivered. No, Triss.
Please.
She wasn't speaking to me.
I know. She was speaking to me. Tell me. Please.
After coming to, when I picked her up, she whispered, "Forget about him. Don't torture him."
I won't, she said quietly. But I can't forget. Forgive me.
I am the one who ought to be asking for forgiveness, and not only asking you.
You love her that much,
she stated, not asking. That much, he admitted in a whisper, after a long moment of silence.
Geralt?
Yes, Triss?
Stay with me tonight.
Triss,
only stay.
All right. Not long after mid-Ëlvë, the snow stopped falling. The frost came. Triss stayed with Ciri day and night. She watched over her. She surrounded her with care, visible and invisible. The girl woke up shouting almost every night. She was delirious, holding her cheek and crying with pain. The magician calmed her with spells and elixirs, put her to sleep, cuddling and rocking her in her arms. And then she herself would be unable to sleep for a long time, thinking about what Ciri had said in her sleep, and after she came to. And she felt a mounting fear. Ändrzëj. Something is ending. That is how it was for 10 days and nights, and finally it passed. It ended, disappeared without a trace. Ciri calmed. She slept peacefully with no nightmares and no dreams. But Tris kept a constant watch. She did not leave the girl for a moment. She surrounded her with care, visible and invisible. Faster, Ciri. Lunge, attack, dodge. Half pirouette, thrust, dodge. Balance with your left arm or you'll fall from the comb. And you'll hurt your womanly attributes. What? Nothing. Aren't you tired? We'll take a break if you like.
No, Lambert, I can go on. I'm not that weak, you know. Shall I try jumping over every other post?
Don't you dare. You might fall, and then Marigold will tear my head off.
I won't fall.
I've told you once, and I'm not going to say it again. Don't show off. Steady on your legs, and breathe, Ciri, breathe. You're panting like a dying mammoth.
That's not true.
Don't squeal. Practice. Attack, dodge, parry, half pirouette, parry, full pirouette. Steadier on the posts, damn it. Don't wobble. Lunge, thrust, faster. Half pirouette, jump and cut. That's it. Very good.
Really? Was that really very good, Lambert?
Who said so?
You did, a moment ago.
Slip of the tongue. Attack, half pirouette, dodge, and again. Ciri, where was the parry? How many times do I have to tell you? After you dodge, you always parry. Deliver a blow with the blade to protect your head and shoulders, always.
Even when I'm only fighting one opponent.
You never know what you're fighting. You never know what's happening behind you. You always have to cover yourself. Foot and sword work. It's got to be a reflex. Reflex, understand? You mustn't forget that. You forget it in a real fight and you're finished. Again. At last, that's it. See how much a parry lands? You can take any strike from it. You can cut backwards from it if you have to. Right, show me a pirouette and a thrust backwards.
Ha!
Very good. You see the point now? Has it got through to you?
I'm not stupid.
You're a girl. Girls don't have brains.
Lambert, if Tris heard that...
If ifs and ands were pots and pans. All right, that's enough. Come down, we'll take a break.
I'm not tired.
But I am. I said a break. Come down from the comb.
Turning a somersault.
What do you think? Like a hen off its roost? Go on, jump. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you.
Ha!
Nice. Very good. For a girl. You can take off the blindfold now.
Tris, maybe that's enough for today. What do you think? Maybe we could take the sleigh and ride down the hill. The sun's shining, the snow's sparkling so much it hurts the eyes. The weather's beautiful. Don't lean out or you'll fall from the window. Oh, let's go sleighing, Tris. Suggest that again in elder speech and we'll end the lesson there. Move away from the window. Come back to the table. Ciri, how many times do I have to ask you? Stop waving that sword about and put it away. It's my new sword. It's real. A witcher's sword, made of steel, which fell from heaven. Really? Geralt said so, and he never lies. You know that?
Oh, yes, I know that.
I've got to get used to this sword. Uncle Vesemir had it adjusted just right for my weight, height and arm length. I've got to get my hand and wrist accustomed to it. Accustom yourself to your heart's content, but outside, not here. Well, I'm listening. You wanted to suggest we get the sleigh out in elder speech. So, suggested. What's sleigh? Sled, as a noun. Eslid, as a verb. Aha. Vayan I sledar Elia? Don't end a question that way. It's impolite. You form questions using intonation. But the children from the islands, you're not learning the local Scaliga jargon, but classical elder speech. And why am I learning this speech? Tell me. So that you know it. It's fitting to learn things you don't know. Anyone who doesn't know other languages is handicapped. But people only speak the common tongue anyway. True, but some speak more than just it. I warrant, Ciri, that it is better to count yourself amongst those few than amongst everyone. So, I'm listening. A full sentence. The weather today is beautiful, so let's get the sleigh. Elaine tedd a teigana a vein me sledda? Very good. Ha! So let's get the sleigh. We will, but let me finish applying my makeup. And who are you putting makeup on for exactly? Myself. A woman accentuates her beauty for her own self-esteem. Do you know what? I feel pretty poorly too. Don't laugh, Tris. Come here. Sit on my knee. Put the sword away. I've already asked you. Thank you. Now, take that large brush and powder your face. Not so much, girl, not so much. Look in the mirror. See how pretty you are? I can't see any difference. I'll do my eyes, all right? What are you laughing at? You always paint your eyes. I want to, too. Fine. Here you are. Put some shadow on your eyelids with this. Siri, don't close both your eyes or you won't see anything. You're smudging your whole face. Take a tiny bit and only skim over the eyelids. Skim, I said. Let me. I'll just spread it a little. Close your eyes. Now open them. Oh, see the difference? A tiny bit of shadow won't do any harm, even to such beautiful eyes as yours. The elves knew what they were doing when they invented eyeshadow. Elves? You didn't know? Makeup is an elvish invention. We've learned a lot of useful things from the elder people, and we've given bloody little back in return. Now take the pencil and draw a thin line across your upper lids, just above the lashes. Siri, what are you doing? Don't laugh. My eyelid's trembling, that's why. Part your lips a little and it'll stop trembling. See? Oh. Come on, now we'll go and stun the witches with our beauty. It's hard to find a prettier sight. And then we'll take the sleigh and smudge our makeup in the deep snowdrifts. And we'll make ourselves up again. No, we'll tell Lambert to warm the bathroom and we'll take a bath. Again? Lambert says we're using up too much fuel with our baths. Lambert ken me a bath I pers. What? I didn't understand. With time you'll master the idioms too. We've still got a lot of time for studying before spring. But now, va een is sledder me Elaine Luned.
Here on this engraving. No, damn it, not on that one, on this one. This is, as you already know, a ghoul. Tell us, Siri, what you've learned about ghouls. Hey, look at me. What the devil have you got on your eyelids?
Greater self-esteem.
What? Never mind, I'm listening.
The ghoul, Uncle Vesemir, is a corpse-devouring monster. It can be seen in cemeteries, in the vicinity of barrows, anywhere the dead are buried. Necropolia, on battlegrounds, on fields of battle.
So it's only a danger to the dead, is that right?
No, not only. A ghoul may also attack the living if it's hungry or falls into a fury. If, for example, there's a battle, a lot of people killed.
What's the matter, Siri?
Nothing.
Siri, listen. Forget about that. That will never return.
I saw, in Sodden and in Transriver, entire fields. They were lying there, being eaten by wolves and wild dogs. Birds were picking at them. I guess there were ghouls there too.
That's why you're learning about ghouls now, Siri. When you know about something, it stops being a nightmare. When you know how to fight something, it stops being so threatening. So, how do you fight a ghoul, Siri?
With a silver sword. The ghoul is sensitive to silver.
And to what else?
Bright light and fire.
So you can fight it with light and fire?
You can, but it's dangerous. A witcher doesn't use light or fire because it makes it harder to see. Every light creates a shadow, and shadows make it harder to get your bearings. One must always fight in darkness by moon or starlight.
Quite right. You've remembered it well, clever girl. And now, look here at this engraving. Well, true enough, it is not a beautiful creature. It's a gravier. A gravier is a type of ghoul. It looks very much like a ghoul, but is considerably larger. He can also be told apart, as you can see, by these 3 bony combs on his skull.
The rest is the same as any other corpse-eater. Take note of the short, blunt claws, adapted for digging up graves and churning the earth, strong teeth for shattering bones, and a long, narrow tongue used to lick the decaying marrow from them. Such stinking marrow is a delicacy for the graveyard. What's the matter?
Nothing.
You're completely pale and green. You don't eat enough. Did you eat breakfast?
Yes, I did.
What was I? Aha! I almost forgot. Remember, because this is important. Graveyards, like ghouls and other monsters in this category, do not have their own ecological niche. They are relicts from the age of the interpenetration of spheres. Killing them does not upset the order and interconnections of nature which prevail in our present sphere. In this sphere, these monsters are foreign, and there is no place for them. Do you understand, Siri?
I do, Uncle Vesemir. Geralt explained it to me. I know all that.
An ecological niche is all right. That's fine. I know what it is. If Geralt has explained it to you, you don't have to recite it to me. Let us return to the graveyard. Graveyards appear quite rarely, fortunately, because they're bloody dangerous sons of bitches. The smallest wound inflicted by a graveyard will infect you with corpse venom. Which elixir is used to treat corpse venom poisoning, Siri?
Golden Aureole.
Correct, but it is better to avoid infection to begin with. That is why, when fighting a graveyard, you must never get close to the bastard. You always fight from a distance and strike from a leap.
And where's it best to strike one?
We're just getting to that. Look. Once more, Siri. We'll go through it slowly so that you can master each move. Now, I'm attacking you with tierce, taking the position as if to thrust. Why are you retreating?
Because I know it's a feint. You can move into a wide sinistra or strike with upper quarter, and I'll retreat and parry with a counter feint.
Is that so? And if I do this?
Oh, it was supposed to be slow. What did I do wrong, Cohen?
Nothing. I'm just taller and stronger than you are.
That's not fair.
There's no such thing as a fair fight. You have to make use of every advantage and every opportunity that you get. By retreating, you gave me the opportunity to put more force into the strike. Instead of retreating, you should have executed a half pirouette to the left and tried to cut at me from below with quarter dextra, under the chin, in the cheek or throat.
As if you'd let me. You'll do a reverse pirouette and get my neck from the left before I can parry. How am I meant to know what you're doing?
You have to know, and you do know.
Oh, sure.
Siri, what we're doing is fighting. I'm your opponent. I want to and have to defeat you because my life is at stake. I'm taller and stronger than you, so I'm going to watch for opportunities to strike in order to avoid or break your parry, as you've just seen. What do I need a pirouette for? I'm already in Sinister, see? What could be simpler than to strike with this seconde under the arm on the inside? If I slash your artery, you'll be dead in a couple of minutes. Defend yourself.
Ah!
Very good. A beautiful quick parry. See how exercising your wrist is coming useful? And now pay attention. A lot of fencers make the mistake of executing a standing parry and freeze for a second, and that's just when you can catch them out. Strike. Like so.
Ha!
Beautiful. Now, jump away immediately, pirouette. I could have a dagger in my left hand. Good. Very good. And now, Siri, what am I going to do now?
How am I to know?
Watch my feet. How is my body weight distributed? What can I do from this position?
Anything.
So spin. Spin. Force me to open up. Defend yourself. Good. And again. Good. And again. Ow. Not so good.
What did I do wrong?
Nothing. I'm just faster. Take your guards off. We'll sit for a moment. Take a break. You must be tired. You've been running the trail all morning.
I'm not tired. I'm hungry.
Bloody hell, so am I. And today's Lambert's turn, and he can't cook anything other than noodles. If you could only cook those properly.
Cohen?
Uh-huh.
I'm still not fast enough.
You're very fast.
Will I ever be as fast as you?
I doubt it.
And are you? Who's the best fencer in the world?
I have no idea.
You've never known one?
I've known many who believe themselves to be the best.
Oh, what were they?
What were their names? What could they do? Hold on, girl. I haven't got an answer to those questions. Is it all that important? Of course it's important. I'd like to know who these fences are, and where they are. Where they are? Oh, I know that. Ah, so where? In cemeteries. Pay attention, Siri. We're going to attach a third pendulum now. You can manage 2 already. You use the same steps as for 2, only there's 1 more to dodge. Ready? Yes. Focus yourself. Relax. Breathe in. Breathe out. Attack. Ouch! Ow! Damn it! Don't swear. Did it hit you hard? No, it only brushed me. What did I do wrong? You ran in at too even a pace. You sped the second half pirouette up a bit too much, and your feint was too wide, and as a result you were carried straight under the pendulum. But Geralt, there's no room for a dodge and turn there. They're too close to each other. There's plenty of room, I assure you. But the gaps are worked out to force you to make arrhythmic moves. This is a fight, Siri, not ballet. You can't move rhythmically in a fight. You have to distract the opponent with your moves, confuse his reactions. Ready for another try? Ready. Start those damn logs swinging. Don't swear. Relax. Attack. Well, how about that? How was that, Geralt? It didn't even brush me. And you didn't even brush the second sack with your sword. So I repeat, this is a fight, not ballet, not acrobatics. What are you muttering now? Nothing. Relax. Adjust the bandage on your wrist. Don't grip the hilt so tightly. It distracts you and upsets your equilibrium. Breathe calmly. Ready? Yes. Go. Ouch! May you... Geralt, it's impossible. There's not enough room for a feint and a change of foot, and when I strike from both legs without a feint... I saw what happens when you strike without a feint. Does it hurt? No, not much. Sit down next to me. Take a break. I'm not tired, Geralt. I'm not going to be able to jump over that third pendulum, even though I rest for 10 years. I can't be any faster. And you don't have to be. You're fast enough. Tell me how to do it, then. Half, pirouette, dodge, and hit at the same time? It's very simple. You just weren't paying attention. I told you before you started. An additional dodge is necessary. Displacement. An additional half pirouette is superfluous. The second time round, you did everything well and passed all the pendulums. But I didn't hit the sack because... Geralt, without a half pirouette, I can't strike because I'll lose speed. I don't have the... what do you call it? Impetus. That's true. So gain some impetus and energy, but not through a pirouette and a change of foot, because there's not enough time for it. Hit the pendulum with your sword. The pendulum? I've got to hit the sacks. This is a fight, Siri. The sacks represent your opponent's sensitive areas. You've got to hit them. The pendulums, which simulate your opponent's weapon, you have to avoid, dodge past. When the pendulum hits you, you're wounded. In a real fight, you might not get up again. The pendulum mustn't touch you, but you can hit the pendulum. Why are you screwing your nose up? I'm not going to be able to parry the pendulum with my sword. I'm too weak. I'll always be too weak because I'm a girl. Come here, girl. Wipe your nose and listen carefully. No strongman, mountain-toppling giant or muscleman is going to be able to parry a blow aimed at him by a Draco lizard's tail, gigascorpion's pincers, or a griffin's claws. And that's precisely the sort of weapons the pendulum simulates. So don't even try to parry. You're not deflecting the pendulum. You're deflecting yourself from it. You're intercepting its energy, which you need in order to deal a blow. A light, but very swift deflection and instantaneous, equally swift blow from a reverse half-turn is enough. You're picking impetus up by rebounding. Do you see? Speed, Siri, not strength. Strength is necessary for a lumberjack axing trees in a forest. That's why, admittedly, girls are rarely lumberjacks. Have you got that? Start the pendulum swinging. Take a rest first. I'm not tired. You know how to now. The same steps. Feint, I know. Attack. Ha! 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 Got you! I got you, you griffin! Geralt! Did you see that?
Don't yell. Control your breathing.
I did it! I really did it! I managed it! Praise me, Geralt!
Well done, Ciri. Well done, girl. In the middle of February, the snow disappeared, whisked away by a warm wind blowing from the south, from the pass. Whatever was happening in the world, the witches did not want to know. In the evenings, consistently and determinedly, Triss guided the long conversations held in the dark hall, lit only by the bursts of flames in the great hearth, towards politics. The witches' reactions were always the same. Geralt, a hand on his forehead, did not say a word. Vesemir nodded, from time to time throwing in comments which amounted to little more than that, in his day, everything had been better, more logical, more honest and healthier. Äpköw pretended to be polite, and neither smiled nor made eye contact, and even managed, very occasionally, to be interested in some issue or question of little importance. Cohen yawned openly and looked at the ceiling, and Lambert did nothing to hide his disdain. They did not want to know anything. They cared nothing for dilemmas which drove sleep from kings, wizards, rulers and leaders, or for the problems which made councils, circles and gatherings tremble and buzz. For them, nothing existed beyond the passes, drowning in snow, or beyond the Gwenlech river, carrying ice floats in its leaden current. For them, only Kaer Morhen existed, lost and lonely amongst the savage mountains. That evening, Triss was irritable and restless. Perhaps it was the wind howling along the great castle's walls. And that evening they were all oddly excited. The witches, apart from Geralt, were unusually talkative. Quite obviously, they only spoke of one thing. Spring. About their approaching departure for the trail. About what the trail would have in store for them. About vampires, wyverns, leshies, lycanthropes and basilisks. This time it was Triss who began to yawn and stare at the ceiling. This time she was the one who remained silent, until Äpköw turned to her with a question which she had anticipated. "And what is it really like in the south, on the Yaruga? Is it worth going there? We wouldn't like to find ourselves in the middle of any trouble."
"What do you mean by trouble?"
"Well, you know," he stammered. "You keep telling us about the possibility of a new war, about constant fighting on the borders, about rebellions in the lands invaded by Nilfgaard. You said they're saying the Nilfgaardians might cross the Yaruga again." "So what?" said Lambert. "They've been hitting, killing and striking against each other constantly for hundreds of years. It's nothing to worry about. I've already decided I'm going to the far south, to Sodden, Mahakam and Angren. It's well known that monsters abound wherever armies have passed. The most money is always made in places like that." "True," Cohen acknowledged. "The neighbourhood grows deserted. Only women who can't fend for themselves remain in the villages. Scores of children with no home or care roaming around. Easy prey attracts monsters." "And the Lord Barons and village elders," added Äpköw, "have their heads full of the war, and don't have the time to defend their subjects. They have to hire us, it's true. But from what Triss has been telling us all these evenings, it seems the conflict with Nilfgaard is more serious than that, not just some local little war. Is that right, Triss?"
"Even if it were the case," said the magician spitefully, "surely that suits you. A serious, bloody war will lead to more deserted villages, more widowed women, simply hordes of orphaned children."
"I can't understand your sarcasm."
Geralt took his hand away from his forehead.
"I really can't, Triss."
"Nor I, my child."
Vesemir raised his head.
"What do you mean? Are you thinking about the widows and children?
Lambert and Cohen speak frivolously, as youngsters do. But it is not the words that are important. After all, they defend these children," she interrupted crossly. "Yes, I know. From the werewolf who might kill 2 or 3 a year, while an Nilfgaardian forest can kill and burn an entire settlement in an hour. Yes, you defend orphans, while I fight that there should be as few of those orphans as possible. I'm fighting the cause, not the effect. That's why I'm on Foltest of Temeria's council and sit with Faircart and Kira Metz. We deliberate on how to stop war from breaking out, and should it come to it, how to defend ourselves, because war is constantly hovering over us like a vulture. For you, it's an adventure. For me, it's a game in which the stakes are survival.
I'm involved in this game, and that's why your indifference and frivolity hurt and insult me." Geralt sat up and looked at her. "We're witches, Triss. Can't you understand that?" "What's there to understand?" The enchantress tossed her chestnut mane back. "Everything's crystal clear. You've chosen a certain attitude to the world around you. The fact that this world might at any moment fall to pieces has a place in this choice. In mine, it doesn't. That's where we differ."
"I'm not sure it's only there we differ."
"The world is falling to ruins," she repeated. "We can watch it happen and do nothing. Or we can counteract it."
"How?"
He smiled derisively.
"With our emotions?"
She did not answer, turning her face to the fire roaring in the hearth. "The world is falling to ruins," repeated Cohen, nodding his head in feigned thoughtfulness. "How many times I've heard that."
"Me too."
Lambert grimaced. "And it's not surprising. It's a popular saying of late. It's what kings say when it turns out that a modicum of brains is necessary to rule after all. It's what merchants say when greed and stupidity have led them to bankruptcy. It's what wizards say when they start to lose their influence on politics or income. And the person they're speaking to should expect some sort of proposal straight away. So cut the introduction short, Triss, and present us with your proposition." "Verbal squabbling has never amused me," the enchantress declared, gauging him with cold eyes, "or displays of eloquence which mock whoever you're talking to. I don't intend to take part in anything like that. You know only too well what I mean. You want to hide your heads in the sand, that's your business. But coming from you, Geralt, it's a great surprise."
"Triss."
The white-haired witcher looked her straight in the eyes again.
"What do you expect from me? To take an active part in the fight to save a world which is falling to pieces? Am I to enlist in the army and stop Nilfgaard? Should I, if it comes to another battle for Sodden, stand with you on the hill, shoulder to shoulder, and fight for freedom?"
"I'd be proud," she said quietly, lowering her head. "I'd be proud and happy to fight at your side."
"I believe that. But I'm not gallant enough, nor valiant enough. I'm not suited to be a soldier or a hero.
And having an acute fear of pain, mutilation and death is not the only reason. You can't stop a soldier from being frightened, but you can give him motivation to help him overcome that fear. I have no such motivation. I can't have. I'm a witcher, an artificially created mutant. I kill monsters for money. I defend children when their parents pay me to. If Nilfgaardian parents pay me, I'll defend Nilfgaardian children. And even if the world lies in ruin, which does not seem likely to me, I'll carry on killing monsters in the ruins of this world until some monster kills me. That is my fate, my reason, my life, and my attitude to the world. And it is not what I chose. It was chosen for me." "You're embittered," she stated, tugging nervously at a strand of hair, or pretending to be. "You forget that I know you, so don't play the unfeeling mutant, devoid of a heart, of scruples, and of his own free will in front of me. And the reasons for your bitterness I can guess and understand. Ciri's prophecy, correct?"
"No, not correct," he answered icily. "I see that you don't know me at all. I'm afraid of death just like everyone else, but I grew used to the idea of it a very long time ago. I'm not under any illusions. I'm not complaining about fate, Triss. This is plain, cold calculation, statistics. No witcher has yet died of old age, lying in bed dictating his will. Not a single one. Ciri didn't surprise or frighten me. I know I'm going to die in some cave which stinks of carcasses, torn apart by a griffin, lamia or manticore. But I don't want to die in a war, because they're not my wars."
"I'm surprised at you," she replied sharply. "I'm surprised that you're saying this. Surprised by your lack of motivation, as you learnedly chose to describe your supercilious distance and indifference. You were at Sodden, Angren and Trans River. You know what happened to Sintra, know what befell Queen Calanthe and many thousands of people there. You know the hell Ciri went through, know why she cries out at night, and I know too, because I was also there. I'm afraid of pain and death too, even more so now than I was then. I have good reason. As for motivation, it seems to me that back then I had just as little as you. Why should I, a magician, care about the fates of Sodden, Brugge, Sintra, or other kingdoms? The problems of having more or less competent rulers, the interests of merchants and barons. I was a magician. I too could have said it wasn't my war, that I could mix elixirs for the Nilfgaardians on the ruins of the world. But I stood on that hill next to Vilgefortz, next to Artur Terranova, next to Faircart, next to Enid Finn de Beyer and Philippa Eilhart, next to your Yennefer, next to those who no longer exist. Coral, Yule, Van Yell. There was a moment when out of sheer terror I forgot all my spells except for one, and thanks to that spell I could have teleported myself from that horrific place back home to my tiny little tower in Maribor. There was a moment when I threw up from fear, when Yennefer and Coral held me up by the shoulders and hair. Stop! Please, stop! No, Geralt, I won't! After all, you want to know what happened there on the hill, so listen. There was a din and flames. There were flaming arrows and exploding balls of fire. There were screams and crashes, and I suddenly found myself on the ground on a pile of charred, smoking rags, and I realised that the pile of rags was Yoel, and that thing next to her, that awful thing, that trunk with no arms and no legs, which was screaming so horrifically, was Coral. And I thought the blood in which I was lying was Coral's blood, but it was my own. And then I saw what they had done to me, and I started to howl. Howl like a beaten dog, like a battered child. Leave me alone! Don't worry, I'm not going to cry. I'm not a little girl from a tiny tower in Maribor anymore. Damn it! I'm Triss Merigold, the 14th one, killed at Sodden. There are 14 graves at the foot of the obelisk on the hill, but only 13 bodies. You're amazed such a mistake could have been made? Most of the corpses were in hard-to-recognise pieces. No one identified them. The living were hard to account for, too. Of those who had known me well, Yennefer was the only one to survive, and Yennefer was blind. Others knew me fleetingly, and always recognised me by my beautiful hair. And I, damn it, didn't have it any more.
Geralt held her closer. She no longer tried to push him away.
They used the highest magics on us, she continued in a muted voice. Spells, elixirs, amulets and artefacts. Nothing was left wanting but the wounded heroes of the hill. We were cured, patched up, our former appearances returned to us, our hair and sight restored. You can hardly see the marks, but I will never wear a plunging neckline again, Geralt. Never.
The witches said nothing. Neither did Ciri, who had slipped into the hall without a sound, and stopped at the threshold, hunching her shoulders and folding her arms.
So, the magician said after a while, don't talk to me about motivation. Before we stood on that hill, the chapters simply told us, that is what you have to do. Whose war was it? What were we defending there? The land? The borders? The people and their cottages? The interests of kings? The wizards' influence and income? Order against chaos? I don't know. But we defended it because that's what had to be done. And if the need arises, I'll stand on the hill again, because if I don't, it will make the sacrifices made the first time futile and unnecessary. I'll stand beside you, shouted Ciri shrilly. Just wait and see. I'll stand with you. Those Nilfgaardians are going to pay for my grandmother, pay for everything. I haven't forgotten.
Be quiet, growled Lambert. Don't butt into grown-ups' conversations.
Oh, sure.
The girl stamped her foot, and in her eyes a green fire kindled.
Why do you think I'm learning to fight with a sword? I want to kill him, that Black Knight from Sintra with wings on his helmet, for what he did to me, for making me afraid. And I'm going to kill him. That's why I'm learning it.
And therefore you'll stop learning, said Geralt in a voice colder than the walls of Kaer Morhen, until you understand what a sword is and what purpose it serves in a witch's hand. You will not pick one up. You are not learning in order to kill and be killed. You are not learning to kill out of fear and hatred, but in order to save lives, your own and those of others.
The girl bit her lip, shaking from agitation and anger.
Understood?
Ciri raised her head abruptly.
No!
Then you'll never understand. Get out!
Get out!
Get out!
Ciri spun on her heel and stood still for a moment, undecided, as if waiting for something that could not happen. Then she ran swiftly up the stairs. They heard the door slam. Too severe, Wolf, said Vesemir. Much too severe. And you shouldn't have done it in Triss's presence. The emotional ties. Don't talk to me about emotions. I've had enough of all this talk about emotions.
And why is that?
The magician smiled derisively and coldly. Why, Geralt? Ciri is normal. She has normal feelings. She accepts emotions naturally, takes them for what they really are. You obviously don't understand, and are therefore surprised by them. It surprises and irritates you. The fact that someone can experience normal love, normal hatred, normal fear, pain and regret, normal joy and normal sadness. That it is coolness, distance and indifference which are considered abnormal. Oh, yes, Geralt. It annoys you. It annoys you so much that you are starting to think about Kaer Morhen's vaults, about the laboratorium, the dusty demijohns full of mutagenic poisons.
Triss!
Called Vesemir, gazing at Geralt's face, suddenly grown pale. But the enchantress refused to be interrupted, and spoke faster and faster, louder and louder. Who do you want to deceive, Geralt? Me? Her? Or maybe yourself? Maybe you don't want to admit the truth, a truth everyone knows except you. Maybe you don't want to accept the fact that human emotions and feelings weren't killed in you by the elixirs and grasses. You killed them. You killed them yourself. But don't you dare kill them in the child. Silence! He shouted, leaping from the chair. Silence, Marigold! He turned away and lowered his arms defencelessly.
Sorry, he said quietly. Forgive me, Triss.
He made for the stairs quickly, but the enchantress was up in a flash and threw herself at him, embracing him. You are not leaving here alone, she whispered. I won't let you be alone. Not right now. They knew immediately where she had run to. Fine, wet snow had fallen that evening and had covered the forecourt with a thin, impeccably white carpet. In it they saw her footsteps. Ciri was standing on the very summit of the ruined wall, as motionless as a statue. She was holding the sword above her right shoulder, the crossguard at eye level. The fingers of her left hand were lightly touching the pommel. On seeing them, the girl jumped, spun in a pirouette, and landed softly in an identical but reverse mirror position.
Ciri, said the Witcher. Come down, please.
It seemed she hadn't heard him. She did not move, not even a muscle. Triss, however, saw the reflection of the moon thrown across her face by the blade glisten silver over a stream of tears. No one's going to take the sword away from me, she shouted. No one! Not even you! Come down, repeated Geralt. She tossed her head defiantly, and the next second leapt once more. A loose brick slipped beneath her foot with a grating sound. Ciri staggered, trying to find her balance, and failed. The Witcher jumped. Triss raised her hand, opening her mouth to utter a formula for levitation. She knew she couldn't do it in time. She knew that Geralt would not make it. It was impossible. Geralt did make it. He was forced down to the ground, thrown on his knees and back. He fell, but he did not let go of Ciri. The magician approached them slowly. She heard the girl whisper and sniff. Geralt, too, was whispering. She could not make out the words, but she understood their meaning. A warm wind howled in the crevices of the wall. The Witcher raised his head. Spring, he said quietly. Yes, she acknowledged, swallowing. There is still snow in the passes, but in the valleys, it is already spring. Shall we leave, Geralt? You, Ciri and I.
Yes, it is high time.
Upriver we saw their towns, as delicate as if they were woven from the morning mist out of which they loomed. It seemed as if they would disappear a moment later, blown away on the wind which rippled the surface of the water. There were little palaces, white as nenuphar flowers. There were little towers, looking as though they were plaited out of ivy. There were bridges as airy as weeping willows. And there were other things for which we could find no word or name. Yet we already had names for everything which our eyes beheld in this new, reborn world. Suddenly, in the far recesses of our memories,
We found the words for dragons and griffins, mermaids and nymphs, sylphs and dryads once more, for the white unicorns which drank from the river at dusk, inclining their slender necks towards the water. We named everything, and everything seemed to be close to our hearts, familiar to us, ours, apart from them. They, although so resembling us, were alien, so very alien that, for a long time, we could find no word for their strangeness. Hen gediemdith, elves and humans. A good elf is a dead elf. Marshall Milan Rabinek. Chapter 4. The misfortune behaved in the eternal manner of misfortunes and hawks. It hung over them for some time, waiting for an appropriate moment before it attacked. It chose its moment when they had passed the few settlements on the Gwenllech and Upper Bwina, passed Ardcarach, and plunged into the forest below, deserted and intersected by gorges. Like a hawk striking, this misfortune's aim was true. It fell accurately upon its victim, and its victim was Triss. Initially it seemed nasty but not too serious, resembling an ordinary stomach upset. Geralt and Ciri discreetly tried to take no notice of the stops the enchantress's ailment necessitated. Triss, as pale as death, beaded with sweat and painfully contorted, tried to continue riding for several hours longer, but at about midday, and having spent an abnormally long time in the bushes by the road, she was no longer in any condition to sit on a saddle. Ciri tried to help her, but to no avail. The enchantress, unable to hold on to the horse's mane, slid down her mount's flank and collapsed to the ground. They picked her up and laid her on a cloak. Geralt unstrapped the saddlebags without a word, found a casket containing some magic elixirs, opened it, and cursed. All the phials were identical, and the mysterious signs on the seals meant nothing to him. "Which one, Triss?"
"None of them,"
she moaned, with both hands on her belly.
I can't take them."
"What? Why?"
"I'm sensitized."
"You? A magician?"
"I'm allergic."
She sobbed with helpless exasperation and despairing anger.
"I always have been. I can't tolerate elixirs. I can treat others with them, but can only treat myself with amulets."
"Where is the amulet?"
"I don't know."
She ground her teeth.
"I must have left it in Kaer Morhen, or lost it."
"Damn it. What are we going to do? Maybe you should cast a spell on yourself."
"I've tried. This is the result. I can't concentrate because of this cramp."
"Don't cry.
Easy for you to say."
The Witcher got up, pulled his saddlebags from Roach's back, and began rummaging through them. Triss curled up, her face contracted and her lips twisted in a spasm of pain.
"Ciri?"
"Yes, Triss?"
"Do you feel all right? No unusual sensations?"
The girl shook her head.
"Maybe it's food poisoning. What did I eat? But we all ate the same thing. Geralt, wash your hands. Make sure Ciri washes her hands."
"Calm down. Drink this."
"What is it?"
"Ordinary soothing herbs. There's next to no magic in them, so they shouldn't do you any harm, and they'll relieve the cramps."
"Geralt, the cramps, they're nothing. But if I run a fever, it could be dysentery or paratyphoid."
"Aren't you immune?"
Triss turned her head away without replying, bit her lip and curled up even tighter. The Witcher did not pursue the question. Having allowed her to rest for a while, they hauled the enchantress onto Roach's saddle. Geralt sat behind her, supporting her with both hands, while Ciri rode beside them, holding the reins and leading Triss's gelding. They did not even manage a mile. The enchantress kept falling from Geralt's hands. She could not stay in the saddle. Suddenly, she started trembling convulsively and instantly burned with a fever. The gastritis had grown worse. Geralt told himself that it was an allergic reaction to the traces of magic in his witch's elixir. He told himself that, but he did not believe it.
"Oh, sir," said the sergeant, "you have not come at a good time. Indeed, you could not have arrived at a worse moment."
The sergeant was right. Geralt could neither contest it nor argue. The fort guarding the bridge, where there would usually be 3 soldiers, a stable boy, a toll collector, and at most a few passers-by, was swarming with people. The Witcher counted over 30 lightly armed soldiers wearing the colours of Caedwen,
and a good 50 shield-bearers camping around the low palisade. Most of them were lying by campfires, in keeping with the old soldier's rule which dictates that you sleep when you can and get up when you're woken. Considerable activity could be seen through the thrown-open gates. There were a lot of people and horses inside the fort, too. At the top of the little leaning lookout tower, 2 soldiers were on duty, with their crossbows permanently at the ready. On the worn bridge, trampled by horses' hooves, 6 peasant carts and 2 merchant wagons were parked. In the enclosure, their heads lowered sadly over the mud and manure, stood umpteen unyoked oxen. "There was an assault on the fort last night." The sergeant anticipated his question. "We just got here in time with the relief troops, otherwise we'd have found nothing here but charred earth." "Who were your attackers? Bandits? Marauders?" The soldier shook his head, spat and looked at Ciri and Triss, huddled in the saddle. "Come inside," he said. "Your enchantress is going to fall out of her saddle any minute now. We already have some wounded men there. 1 more won't make much difference." In the yard, in an open-roofed shelter, lay several people with their wounds dressed with bloodied bandages. A little further between the palisade fence and a wooden well with a sweep, Geralt made out 6 still bodies wrapped in sacking, from which only pairs of feet in worn, dirty boots protruded. "Lay her there by the wounded men." The soldier indicated the shelter. "Oh, sir, it truly is bad luck she's sick. A few of our men were hurt during the battle, and we wouldn't turn down a bit of magical assistance. When we pulled the arrow out of one of them, its head stuck in his guts. The lad will peter out by the morning. He'll peter out like anything. And the enchantress who could have saved him is tossing and turning with a fever and seeking help from us. A bad time, I say. A bad time." He broke off, seeing that the Witcher could not tear his eyes from the sacking-wrapped bodies. 2 guards from here, 2 of our relief troops, and 2 of the others," he said, pulling up a corner of the stiff material. "Take a look if you wish. Ciri, step away." "I want to see too." The girl leaned out around him, staring at the corpses with her mouth open. "Step away, please. Take care of Triss." Ciri huffed, unwilling, but obeyed. Geralt came closer. "Elves," he noted, not hiding his surprise. "Elves," the soldier confirmed. "Scoia'tael." "Who?" "Scoia'tael," repeated the soldier. "Forest bands." "Strange name. It means squirrels, if I'm not mistaken." "Yes, sir, squirrels. That's what they call themselves in Elvish. Some say it's because sometimes they wear squirrel tails on their fur caps and hats. Others say it's because they live in the woods and eat nuts. They're getting more and more troublesome, I tell you." Geralt shook his head. The soldier covered the bodies again and wiped his hands on his tunic. "Come," he said. "There's no point standing here. I'll take you to the commandant. Our corporal will take care of your patient if he can. He knows how to sear and stitch wounds and set bones, so maybe he knows how to mix up medicines and what not too. He's a brainy chap, a mountain man. Come, Witcher." In the dim, smoky toll-collector's hut, a lively, unnoisy discussion was underway. A knight with closely cropped hair, wearing a habergeon and yellow surcoat, was shouting at 2 merchants and a grieve, watched by the toll-collector, who had an indifferent, rather gloomy expression, and whose head was wrapped in bandages. "I said no!" The knight thumped his fist on the rickety table, and stood up straight, adjusting the gorget across his chest. "Until the patrols return, you're not going anywhere. You're not going to roam the highways." "I's to be in Devon in 2 days," the grieve yelled, shoving a short-notched stick with a symbol branded into it under the knight's nose. "I have a transport to lead. The bailiff's going to have me head if it be late. I'll complain to the voivode." "Go ahead and complain," sneered the knight. "But I advise you to line your breeches with straw before you do, because the voivode can do a mean bit of arse-kicking. But for the time being I give the orders here. The voivode is far away, and your bailiff means no more to me than a heap of dung. Hey, Unist, who are you bringing here, sergeant? Another merchant?" "No," answered the sergeant reluctantly. A witcher, sir. He goes by the name of Geralt of Rivia." To Geralt's astonishment, the knight gave a broad smile, approached, and held a hand out in greeting. "Geralt of Rivia," he repeated, still smiling. "I have heard about you, and not just from gossip and hearsay. What brings you here?" Geralt explained what brought him there. The knight's smile faded. "You have not come at a good time, or to a good place. We are at war here, Witcher. A band of Scoia'tael is doing the rounds, and there was a skirmish yesterday. I am waiting here for relief forces, and then we'll start a counterattack. You're fighting elves. Not just elves. Is it possible? Have you, or Witcher, not heard of the squirrels? No, I haven't. Where have you been these past 2 years? Beyond the seas? Here in Kaidwin, the Scoia'tael have made sure everybody's talking about them. They've seen to it only too well. The first bands appeared just after the war with Nilfgaard broke out. The cursed non-humans took advantage of our difficulties. We were fighting in the south, and they began a guerrilla campaign at our rear. They counted on the Nilfgaardians defeating us, started declaring it was the end of human rule, and there would be a return to the old order. Humans to the sea. That's their battle cry as they murder, burn, and plunder. It's your own fault and your own problem, the Grieve commented glumly, tapping his thigh with the notched stick, a mark of his position. Yours and all the other noblemen and knights. You're the ones who oppressed the non-humans, would not allow them their way of life. So now you pay for it. Well, we've always moved goods this way, and no one stopped us. We didn't need an army. What's true is true, said one of the merchants, who had been sitting silently on a bench. The squirrels are no fiercer than the bandits who used to roam these ways. And who did the elves take in hand first? The bandits. What do I care if it's a bandit or an elf who runs me through with an arrow from behind some bushes? The toll collector with the bandaged head said suddenly. The thatch, if it's set on fire above my head in the night, burns just the same. What difference does it make who lit the firebrand? You say, sir, that the Scoia'tael are no worse than the bandits. You lie. The bandits wanted loot, but the elves are after human blood. Not everyone has ducats, but we all have blood running through our veins. You say it's the nobility's problem, Grieve. That's an even greater folly. What about the lumberjacks shot in the clearing, the tar makers hacked to pieces at the beaches, the refugee peasants from the burned-down hamlets? Did they hurt the non-humans? They lived and worked together as neighbours, and suddenly they got an arrow in the back. And me? Never in my life have I harmed a non-human, and look, my head is broken open by a dwarf's cutlass. And if it were not for the soldiers you're snapping at, I would be lying beneath an ell of turf. Exactly. The knight in the yellow surcoat thumped his fist against the table once again. We are protecting your mangy skin, Grieve, from those, as you call them, oppressed elves, who, according to you, we did not let live. But I will say something different. We have emboldened them too much. We tolerated them, treated them as humans, as equals, and now they are stabbing us in the back. Nilfgaard is paying them for it. I'd stake my life, and the savage elves from the mountains are furnishing them with arms. But their real support comes from those who always lived among us. From the elves, half-elves, dwarves, gnomes, and halflings. They are the ones who are hiding them, feeding them, supplying them with volunteers. Not all of them, said another merchant, slim with a delicate and noble face, in no way a typical merchant's features. The majority of non-humans condemn the squirrels, sir, and want nothing to do with them. The majority of them are loyal, and sometimes pay a high price for that loyalty. Remember the burgomaster from Banard. He was a half-elf who urged peace and cooperation. He was killed by an assassin's arrow, aimed, no doubt, by a neighbour, some halfling or dwarf who also feigned loyalty, scoffed the knight. If you ask me, none of them are loyal. Every one of them. Hey there, who are you? Geralt looked around. Ciri stood right behind him, casting her huge emerald eyes over everyone. As far as the ability to move noiselessly was concerned, she had clearly made enormous progress. She's with me, he explained. The knight measured Ciri with his eyes, then turned back to the merchant with the noble face, evidently considering him the most serious partner in the discussion. Yes, sir. Do not talk to me about loyal non-humans. They are all our enemies. It's just that some are better than others at pretending otherwise. Halflings, dwarves, and gnomes have lived amongst us for centuries, in some sort of harmony, it would seem. But it sufficed for the elves to lift their heads, and all the others grabbed their weapons and took to the woods too. I tell you, it was a mistake to tolerate the free elves and dryads with their forests and their mountain enclaves. It wasn't enough for them, and now they're yelling, "It's our world, be gone, strangers!" By the gods, we'll show them who will be gone, and of which race even the slightest traces will be wiped away. We beat the hides off the Nilfgaardians, and now we will do something about these rogue bands. It's not easy to catch an elf in the woods, said the Witcher, nor would I go after a gnome or dwarf in the mountains. How large are these units? Bands, corrected the knight. They're bands, Witcher. They can count up to 100 heads, sometimes more. They call each pack a commando. It's a word borrowed from the gnomes, and in saying they're hard to catch, you speak truly. Evidently you are a professional. Chasing them through the woods and thickets is senseless. The only way is to cut them off from their supplies, isolate them, starve them out. Seize the non-humans who are helping them firmly by the scruff of their necks, those from the towns and settlements, villages and farms. The problem is, said the merchant with noble features, that we still don't know which of the non-humans are helping them and which aren't. Then we have to seize them all. Ah, the merchant smiled. I understand. I've heard that somewhere before. Take everyone by the scruff of their neck and throw them down the mines, into enclosed camps, into quarries. Everyone, the innocent too, women and children, is that right? The knight raised his head and slammed his hand down on his sword hilt. Just so, and no other way, he said sharply. You pity the children, yet you're like a child yourself in this world, dear sir. A truce with Nilfgaard is a very fragile thing, like an eggshell. If not today, then the war might start anew tomorrow, and anything can happen in war. If they defeated us, what do you think would happen? I'll tell you what. Elven commandos would emerge from the forests. They'd emerge strong and numerous, and these loyal elements would instantly join them. Those loyal dwarves of yours, your friendly halflings, do you think they're going to talk of peace, of reconciliation then? No, sir. They'll be tearing our guts out. Nilfgaard is going to deal with us through their hands, and they'll drown us in the sea just as they promise. No, sir. We must not pussyfoot around them. It's either them or us. There's no third way. The door of the hut squeaked, and a soldier in a bloodied apron stood in the doorway. Forgive me for disturbing you, he hawked. Which of you noble sirs be the one who brought this sick woman here? I did, said the Witcher. What's happened? Come with me, please. They went out into the courtyard. It bodes not well with her, sir, said the soldier, indicating Triss. Firewalk with Petter and saltpetre I gave her, but it be no good. I don't really. Geralt made no comment, because there was nothing to say. The magician, doubled over, was clear evidence of the fact that firewater with pepper and saltpetre was not something her stomach could tolerate. It could be some plague. The soldier frowned. Or that, what's it called? Zintery. If it were to spread to our men. She is a wizard, protected the Witcher. Wizards don't fall sick. Just so, the knight who had followed them out threw in cynically. Yours, as I see, is just emanating good health. Geralt, listen to me. The woman needs help, and we cannot offer such. Nor can I risk an epidemic amongst my troops. You understand? I understand. I will leave immediately. I have no choice. I have to turn back towards Davon or Ardcarrick. You won't get far. The patrols have orders to stop everyone. Besides, it is dangerous. The Scoia'tael have gone in exactly that direction. I'll manage. From what I've heard about you, the knight's lips twisted. I have no doubt you would. But bear in mind you are not alone. You have a gravely sick woman on your shoulders, and this brat, Ciri, who was trying to clean her dung-smeared boots on a ladder rung, raised her head. The knight cleared his throat and looked down. Geralt smiled faintly. Over the last 2 years, Ciri had almost forgotten her origins, and had almost entirely lost her royal manners and airs. But her glare, when she wanted, was very much like that of her grandmother. So much so that Queen Calanthe would no doubt have been very proud of her granddaughter. Yes. What was I? The knight stammered, tugging at his belt with embarrassment. Geralt, sir, I know what you need to do. Cross beyond the river, south. You will catch up with the caravan which is following the trail. Night is just around the corner, and the caravan is certain to stop for a rest. You will reach it by dawn. What kind of caravan? I don't know. The knight shrugged. But it is not a merchant or an ordinary convoy. It's too orderly. The wagons are all the same, all covered. A royal bailiffs, no doubt. I allowed them to cross the bridge because they are following the trail south, probably towards the fords on the Lixera. The Witcher considered this, looking at Triss. That would be on my way. But will I find help there? Maybe yes, the knight said coldly. Maybe no. But you won't find it here, that's for sure. They did not hear or see him as he approached, engrossed as they were in conversation, sitting around a campfire which, with its yellow light, cadaverously illuminated the canvas of the wagons arranged in a circle. Geralt gently pulled up his mare and forced her to neigh loudly. He wanted to warn the caravan, which had set up camp for the night, wanted to temper the surprise of having visitors and avoid a nervous reaction. He knew from experience that the release mechanisms on crossbows did not like nervous moves. The campers leapt up and, despite his warning, performed numerous agitated movements. Most of them, he saw at once, were dwarfs. This reassured him somewhat. Dwarves, although extremely irascible, usually asked questions first in situations such as these, and only then aimed their crossbows. "Who's that?" shouted one of the dwarves hoarsely, and with a swift, energetic move, prized an axe from a stump by the campfire. "Who goes there?" "A friend." The Witcher dismounted. "I wonder whose," growled the dwarf. "Come closer. Hold your hands out so we can see them." Geralt approached, holding his hands out so they could be seen, even by someone afflicted with conjunctivitis or night blindness. "Closer." He obeyed. The dwarf lowered his axe and tilted his head a little. "Either my eyes deceive me," he said, "or it's the Witcher Geralt of Rivia, or someone who looks damn like him." The fire suddenly shot up into flames, bursting into a golden brightness, which drew faces and figures from the dark. "Jarpen Sigrid," declared Geralt, astonished. "None other than Jarpen Sigrid in person, complete with beard. Ha!" The dwarf waved his axe as if it were an osier twig. The blade whirred in the air and cut into a stump with a dull thud. "Call the alarm off. This truly is a friend." The rest of the gathering visibly relaxed, and Geralt thought he heard deep sighs of relief. The dwarf walked up to him, holding out his hand. His grip could easily rival a pair of iron pincers. "Welcome, you warlock," he said. "Wherever you've come from and wherever you're going, welcome. Boys, over here. You remember my boys, Witcher? This is Yannick Brass, this one's Xavier Moran, and here's Paulie Dahlberg and his brother Regan." Geralt didn't remember any of them, and besides, they all looked alike, bearded, stocky, practically square in their thick quilted jerkins. "There were 6 of you." One by one he squeezed the hard, gnarled hands offered him, if I remember correctly. "You've got a good memory," laughed Jarpen Sigrid. "There were 6 of us, indeed. But Lucas Corto got married, settled down in Mahakam, and dropped out of the company, the stupid oaf. Somehow we haven't managed to find anybody worthy of his place yet. Pity, 6 is just right, not too many, not too few. To eat a calf and knock back a barrel, there's nothing like 6. As I say." With a nod, Geralt indicated the rest of the group, standing undecided by the wagons. "There are enough of you here to manage 3 calves, not to mention a quantity of poultry. What's this gang of fellows you're commanding, Jarpen?" "I'm not the one in command. Allow me to introduce you. Forgive me, Venk, for not doing so straight away, but me and my boys have known Geralt of Rivia for a long time. We have a fair number of shared memories behind us. Geralt, this is Commissar Wilfred Venk, in the service of King Henselt of Ardcarreg, the merciful ruler of Kaidwen." Wilfred Venk was tall, taller than Geralt, and near twice the dwarf's height. He wore an ordinary simple outfit like that worn by greaves, bailiffs, or mounted messengers. But there was a sharpness in his movements, a stiffness and sureness which the Witcher knew and could faultlessly recognize, even at night, even in the meagre light of the campfire. That was how men, accustomed to wearing hauberks and belts weighed down with weapons, moved. Venk was a professional soldier. Geralt was prepared to wager any sum on it. He shook the proffered hand and gave a little bow. "Let's sit down." Jarpen indicated the stump where his mighty axe was still embedded. "Tell us what you're doing in this neighbourhood, Geralt." "Looking for help. I'm journeying in a threesome with a woman and youngster. The woman is sick, seriously sick. I caught up with you to ask for help." "Damn it, we don't have a medic here." The dwarf spat at the flaming logs. "Where have you left them?" "Half a furlong from here by the roadside." "You lead the way. Hey, you there! 3 to the horses, saddle the spare mounts." "Geralt, will your sick woman hold up in the saddle?" "Not really. That's why I had to leave her there." "Get the sheepskin, canvas sheet and 2 poles from the wagon. Quick!" Wilfred Venk, crossing his arms, hawked loudly. "We're on the trail," Jarpen Sigrid said sharply, without looking at him. "You don't refuse help on the trail." "Damn it!" Jarpen removed his palm from Triss's forehead. "She's as hot as a furnace. I don't like it. What if it's typhoid or dysentery?" "It can't be typhoid or dysentery," Geralt lied with conviction, wrapping the horse blankets around the sick woman. "Wizards are immune to those diseases. It's food poisoning, nothing contagious." Well, all right. I'll rummage through the bags. I used to have some good medicine for the runs. Maybe there's still a little left." Ciri, muttered the Witcher, passing her a sheepskin unstrapped from the horse. Go to sleep. You're barely on your feet. No, not in the wagon. We'll put Triss in the wagon. You lie down next to the fire. No, she protested quietly, watching the dwarf walk away. I'm going to lie down next to her. When they see you keeping me away from her, they won't believe you. They'll think it's contagious and chase us away, like the soldiers in the fort. Geralt, the enchantress moaned suddenly. Where are we? Amongst friends. I'm here, said Ciri, stroking her chestnut hair. I'm at your side. Don't be afraid. You feel how warm it is here. A campfire's burning, and a dwarf is just going to bring some medicine for your stomach. Geralt, sobbed Triss, trying to disentangle herself from the blankets. No magic elixirs, remember? I remember. Lie peacefully. I've got to... Oh! The Witcher leaned over without a word, picked up the enchantress, together with her cocoon of caparisons and blankets, and marched to the woods into the darkness. Ciri sighed. She turned, hearing heavy panting. Behind the wagon appeared the dwarf, hefting a considerable bundle under his arm. The campfire flame gleamed on the blade of the axe behind his belt. The rivets on his heavy leather jerkin also glistened. "Where's the sick one?" he snarled. "Flown away on a broomstick?" Ciri pointed to the darkness. "Right." The dwarf nodded. "I know the pain, and I've known the same nasty complaint. When I was younger, I used to eat everything I managed to find, or catch, or cut down, so I got food poisoning many a time. Who is she, this enchantress?" "Triss Merigold." "I don't know her. Never heard of her. I rarely have anything to do with the Brotherhood anyway. Well, but it's polite to introduce oneself. I'm called Ändrzëj, and what are you called, little goose?" "Something other than little goose," snarled Ciri with a gleam in her eyes. The dwarf chuckled and bared his teeth. "Ah!" He bowed with exaggeration. "I beg your forgiveness. I didn't recognize you in the darkness. This isn't a goose, but a noble young lady. I fall at your feet. What is the young lady's name, if it's no secret?" "It's no secret. I'm Ciri." "Ciri? Aha! And who is the young lady?" "That," Ciri turned her nose up proudly, "is a secret." Yarpen snorted again. "The young lady's little tongue is as sharp as a wasp. If the young lady will deign to forgive me, I brought the medicine and a little food. Will the young lady accept it, or will she send the old boor Ändrzëj away?" "I'm sorry." Ciri had second thoughts and lowered her head. "Triss really does need help, Master Zigrin. She's very sick. Thank you for the medicine." "It's nothing." The dwarf bared his teeth again and patted her shoulder amicably. "Come on, Ciri, you help me. The medicine has to be prepared. We'll roll some pellets according to my grandmother's recipe. No disease sitting in the guts will resist these kernels." He unwrapped the bundle, extracted something shaped like a piece of turf and a small clay vessel. Ciri approached, curious. "You should know, Ciri," said Yarpen, "that my grandmother knew her medicine like nobody's business. Unfortunately, she believed that the source of most disease is idleness, and idleness is best cured through the application of a stick. As far as my siblings and I were concerned, she chiefly used this cure preventatively. She beat us for anything and for nothing. She was a rare old hag, and once, when out of the blue she gave me a chunk of bread with dripping and sugar, it was such a surprise that I dropped it in astonishment, dripping down. So my gran gave me a thrashing, the nasty old bitch, and then she gave me another chunk of bread, only without the sugar." "My grandmother," Ciri nodded in understanding, "thrashed me once too, with a switch." "A switch?" The dwarf laughed. "Mine whacked me once with a pickaxe handle. But that's enough reminiscing. We have to roll the pellets. Here, tear this up and mould it into little balls." "What is it?" "It's sticky and messy." "Ugh, what a stink." "It's mouldy oil-meal bread. Excellent medicine. Roll it into little balls. Smaller than for a magician or a cow." "Give me one. Good. Now, we're going to roll the ball in medicine." "Ugh. Stinks?" The dwarf brought his upturned nose closer to the clay pot. "Impossible. Crushed garlic and bitter salt has no right to stink, even if it's 100 years old." "It's foul. Ugh. Triss won't eat that." "We'll use my grandmother's method. You squeeze her nose and I'll shove the pellets in." "Yarpen," Geralt hissed, emerging abruptly from the darkness with a magician in his arms. Watch out, or I'll shove something down you.
It's medicine.
The dwarf took offence.
It helps. Mould, garlic.
Yes, moaned Triss weakly from the depths of her cocoon.
It's true. Geralt, it really ought to help.
See? Yarpin nudged Geralt with his elbow, turning his beard up proudly and pointing to Triss, who swallowed the pellets with a martyred expression. A wise magician knows what's good for her. What are you saying, Triss? The Witcher leaned over. Ah, I see. Yarpin, do you have any angelica or saffron? I'll have a look and ask around. I brought you some water and a little food. Thank you, but they both need rest above all. Ciri, lie down.
I'll just make up a compress for Triss.
I'll do it myself. Yarpin, I'd like to talk to you. Come to the fire. We'll broach a barrel. I want to talk to you. I don't need an audience, quite the contrary. Of course. I'm listening. What sort of convoy is this? The dwarf raised his small, piercing eyes at him. The King's service, he said slowly and emphatically. That's what I thought. The Witcher held the gaze. Yarpin, I'm not asking out of any inappropriate curiosity. I know, and I also know what you mean. But this convoy is, special. So, what are you transporting? Salt fish, said Yarpin casually, and proceeded to embellish his lie without batting an eyelid. Fodder, tools, harnesses, various odds and ends for the army. Venk is a quartermaster to the King's army. If he's a quartermaster, then I'm a druid, smiled Geralt. But that's your affair. I'm not in the habit of poking my nose into other people's secrets, but you can see the state Triss is in. Let us join you, Yarpin. Let us put her in one of the wagons, just for a few days. I'm not asking where you're going, because this trail goes straight to the south, without forking until past the Lixella, and it's a 10-day journey to the Lixella. By that time the fever will have subsided, and Triss will be able to ride a horse. And even if she isn't, then I'll stop in a town beyond the river. 10 days in a wagon, well covered, hot food. Please. I don't give the orders here, Venk does. I don't believe you lack influence over him, not in a convoy primarily made up of dwarves. Of course he has to bear you in mind. Who is this Triss to you? What difference does it make in this situation? In this situation, none. I asked out of an inappropriate curiosity, born of the desire to start new rumours going around the inns. But, be that as it may, you're mighty attracted to this enchantress, Geralt. The Witcher smiled sadly. And the girl? Yarpin indicated Ciri with his head as she wriggled under the sheepskin. Yours? Mine, he replied without thinking. Mine, Sigrid. The dawn was grey, wet, and smelled of night rain and morning mist. Ciri felt she had slept no more than a few minutes, as though she had been woken up the very minute she lay her head down on the sacks heaped on the wagon. Geralt was just settling Triss down next to her, having brought her in from another enforced expedition into the woods. The rugs cocooning the enchantress sparkled with dew. Geralt had dark circles under his eyes. Ciri knew he had not closed them for an instant. Triss had run a fever through the night and suffered greatly. Did I wake you? Sorry. Sleep, Ciri. It's still early.
What's happening with Triss? How is she?
Better, moaned the magician.
Better, but listen, Geralt. I'd like to...
Yes? The Witcher leaned over, but Triss was already asleep. He straightened himself, stretched.
Geralt,
whispered Ciri.
Are they going to let us travel on the wagon?
We'll see. He bit his lip. Sleep while you can. Rest. He jumped down off the wagon. Ciri heard the sound of the camp packing up. Horses stamping, harnesses ringing, poles squeaking, swingle trees grating, and talking and cursing. And then, nearby, Yarpin Zigrin's hoarse voice, and the calm voice of the tall man called Venk, and the cold voice of Geralt. She raised herself and carefully peered out from behind the canvas. I have no categorical interdictions on this matter, declared Venk. Excellent! The dwarf brightened. So, the matter's settled. The commissar raised his hand a little, indicating that he had not yet finished. He was silent for a while, and Geralt and Yarpin waited patiently. Nevertheless, Venk said finally, when it comes to the safe arrival of this caravan, It's my head on the line." Again he said nothing. This time no one interrupted. There was no question about it. One had to get used to long intervals between sentences when speaking to the commissar. "For its safe arrival," he continued after a moment, "and for its timely arrival. Caring for this sick woman might slow down the march." "We're ahead of schedule on the route," Japan assured him after a significant pause. "We're ahead of time, thanks, sir. We won't miss the deadline, and as for safety, I don't think the Witches' Company will harm that. The trail leads through the woods right up to the Lixela, and to the right and left there's a wild forest, and rumour has it all sorts of evil creatures roam the forest." "Indeed," the commissar agreed, looking the Witcher straight in the eye. He seemed to be weighing out every single word. "One can come across certain evil creatures in Kaidwen forests, lately incited by other evil creatures. They could jeopardize our safety. King Henselt, knowing this, empowered me to recruit volunteers to join our armed escort. Geralt, that would solve your problem." The Witcher's silence lasted a long while, longer than Venk's entire speech, interspersed though it had been with regular pauses. "No," he said finally. "No, Venk. Let us put this clearly. I am prepared to repay the help given Lady Marigold, but not in this manner. I can groom the horses, carry water and firewood, even cook, but I will not enter the king's service as a soldier. Please don't count on my sword. I have no intention of killing those, as you call them, evil creatures, on the order of other creatures whom I do not consider to be any better." Ciri heard Japan Zigrin hiss loudly and cough into his rolled-up sleeve. Venk stared at the Witcher calmly. "I see," he stated dryly. "I like clear situations. All right, then. Zigrin, see to it that the speed of our progress does not slow. As for you, Geralt, I know you will prove to be useful and helpful in a way you deem fit. It would be an affront to both of us if I were to treat your good stead as payment for aid offered to a suffering woman. Is she feeling better today?" The Witcher gave a nod, which seemed to Ciri to be somewhat deeper and politer than usual. Venk's expression did not change. "That pleases me," he said after a normal pause. "In taking Lady Marigold aboard a wagon in my convoy, I take on the responsibility for her health, comfort, and safety. Zigrin, give the command to march out." "Venk." "Yes, Geralt." "Thank you." The commissar bowed his head, a bit more deeply and politely, it seemed to Ciri, than the usual perfunctory politeness required. Japan Zigrin ran the length of the column, giving orders and instructions loudly, after which he clambered onto the coachman's box, shouted and whipped the horses with the reins. The wagon jolted and rattled along the forest trail. The bump woke Triss up, but Ciri reassured her and changed the compress on her forehead. The rattling had a soporific effect, and the magician was soon asleep. Ciri, too, fell to dozing. When she woke, the sun was already high. She peered out between the barrels and packages. The wagon she was in was at the vanguard of the convoy. The one following them was being driven by a dwarf with a red kerchief tied around his neck. From conversations between the dwarves, she had gathered that his name was Pauli Dahlberg. Next to him sat his brother Regan. She also saw Venk riding a horse in the company of 2 bailiffs. Roach, Geralt's mare, tethered to the wagon, greeted her with a quiet neigh. She couldn't see her chestnut anywhere, or Triss's dun. No doubt they were at the rear, with the convoy's spare horses. Geralt was sitting on the coachman's box next to Japan. They were talking quietly, drinking beer from a barrel perched between them. Ciri pricked up her ears, but soon grew bored. The discussion concerned politics, and was mainly about King Henselt's intentions and plans, and some special service or missions to do with secretly aiding his neighbour, King Demavend of Aedion, who was being threatened by war. Geralt expressed interest about how 5 wagons of salted fish could help Aedion's defence. Japan ignoring the jibe in Geralt's voice, explained that some species of fish were so valuable that a few wagon loads would suffice to pay an armoured company for a year, and each new armoured company was a considerable help. Geralt was surprised that the aid had to be quite so secretive, to which the dwarf replied that was why the secret was a secret. Triss tossed in her sleep, shook the compress off, and talked indistinctly to herself. She demanded that someone called Kevin kept his hands to himself, and immediately after that declared that destiny cannot be avoided. Finally, having stated that everyone, absolutely everyone, is a mutant to a certain degree, she fell into a peaceful sleep. Ciri also felt sleepy, but was brought to her senses by Yarpen's chuckle, as he reminded Geralt of their past adventures. This one concerned a hunt for a golden dragon, who, instead of allowing itself to be hunted down, had counted the hunter's bones and then eaten a cobbler called Goat-Muncher. Ciri began to listen with greater interest. Geralt asked about what had happened to the slashers, but Yarpen didn't know. Yarpen, in turn, was curious about a woman called Yennefer, at which Geralt grew oddly uncommunicative. The dwarf drank more beer and started to complain that Yennefer still bore him a grudge, although a good few years had gone by since those days. "I came across her at the market in ggwGow," he recounted. "She barely noticed me. She spat like a she-cat and insulted my deceased mother horribly. I fled for all I was worth, but she shouted after me that she'd catch up with me one day and make grass grow out of my arse." Ciri giggled, imagining Yarpen with the grass. Geralt grunted something about women and their impulsive natures, which the dwarf considered far too mild a description for maliciousness, obstinacy, and vindictiveness. Geralt did not take up the subject, and Ciri fell into dozing once more. This time she was woken by raised voices. Yarpen's voice, to be exact. He was yelling, "Oh, yes, so you know. That's what I've decided." "Quieter," said the Witcher calmly. "There's a sick woman in the wagon. Understand, I'm not criticising your decisions or your resolutions." "No, of course not," the dwarf interrupted sarcastically. "You're just smiling knowingly about them." "Yarpen, I'm warning you, as one friend to another. Both sides despise those who sit on the fence, or at best they treat them with suspicion. I'm not sitting. I'm unambiguously declaring myself to be on one side. But you'll always remain a dwarf for that side, someone who's different, an outsider, while for the other side—" He broke off. "Well," growled Yarpen, turning away. "Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Call me a traitor and a dog on a human leash who, for a handful of silver and a bowl of lousy food, is prepared to be set against his rebelling kinsmen who are fighting for freedom? Well, go on, spit it out. I don't like insinuations." "No, Yarpen," said Geralt quietly. "No, I'm not going to spit anything out." "Ah, you're not." The dwarf whipped the horses. "You don't feel like it. You prefer to stare and smile. Not a word to me, eh? But you could say to Venk, 'Please don't count on my sword.' Oh, so haughtily, nobly, and proudly said. Shove your haughtiness up a dog's ass, and your bloody pride with it." "I just wanted to be honest. I don't want to get mixed up in this conflict. I want to remain neutral." "It's impossible!" yelled Yarpen. "It's impossible to remain neutral. Don't you understand that?" "No, you don't understand anything. No, get off my wagon, and get on your horse, and get out of my sight with your arrogant neutrality. You get on my nerves." Geralt turned away. Ciri held her breath in anticipation, but the Witcher didn't say a word. He stood and jumped from the wagon, swiftly, softly, and nimbly. Yarpen waited for him to untether his mare from the ladder, then whipped his horses once again, growling something incomprehensible, sounding terrifying under his breath. She stood up to jump down too and find her chestnut. The dwarf turned and measured her with a reluctant eye. "And you're just a nuisance too, little madam," he snorted angrily. "All we need are ladies and girls, damn it. I can't even take a piss from the box. I have to stop the cart and go into the bushes." Ciri put her hands on her hips, shook her ashen fringe, and turned up her nose. "Is that so?" she shrilled, enraged. "Drink less beer, Zigrin, and then you won't have to." "My beer's none of your shitting business, you chit." "Don't yell. Triss has just fallen asleep." "It's my wagon. I'll yell if I want to." "Stumpy—" "What? You impertinent brat!" "Stump! I'll show you, Stump! Oh, damn it! Brrrt." The dwarf leaned far back, pulling at the reins at the very last moment, just as the two horses were on the point of stepping over a log blocking their way. Yarpen stood up in the box and, swearing in both human and dwarvish, whistling and roaring, brought the cart to a halt. Dwarves and humans alike, leaping from their wagons, ran up and helped lead the horses to the clear path, tugging them on by their halters and harnesses.
"Doesn't off, Yarpen?"
growled Paulie Dalberg as he approached.
"Bloody hell! If you'd driven over the axle, we'd be done for, and the wheels set as well. Damn it! What were you—"
"Piss off, Paulie!" roared Yarpen Zigrin, and furiously lashed the horse's hindquarters with the reins.
"You were lucky,"
said Siri, ever so sweetly, squeezing onto the box next to the dwarf.
"As you can see, it's better to have a witcher girl on your wagon than to travel alone. I warned you just in time.
But if you'd been in the middle of pissing from the box and ridden onto that log,
well, it's scary to think what might have happened."
"Are you going to be quiet?"
"I'm not saying any more. Not a word."
She lasted less than a minute.
"Zigrin, sir."
"I'm not a sir." The dwarf nudged her with his elbow and bared his teeth. "I'm Yarpen. Is that clear? We'll lead the horses together, right?"
"Right. Can I hold the reins?"
"If you must. Wait, not like that. Pass them over your index finger and hold them down with your thumb like this. The same with the left. Don't tug them. Don't pull too hard."
"Is that right?"
"Right."
"Yarpen?"
"What does it mean, remain neutral?" "To be indifferent," he muttered reluctantly. "Don't let the reins hang down. Pull the left one closer to yourself."
"What's indifferent? Indifferent to what?"
The dwarf leaned far out and spat under the wagon. "If the square tail attack us, your Geralt intends to stand by and look calmly on as they cut our throats. You'll probably stand next to him because it'll be a demonstration class. Today's subject, the witcher's behaviour in face of conflict between intelligent races."
"I don't understand."
"That doesn't surprise me in the least."
"Is that why you quarrelled with him and were angry? Who are these square tile, anyway? These squirrels?"
"Siri." Yarpen tousled his beard violently. "These aren't matters for the minds of little girls."
"Uh-huh. Now you're angry at me. I'm not little at all. I heard what the soldiers in the fort said about the squirrels. I saw 2 dead elves. And the knight said they also kill. And it's not just elves amongst them. There are dwarfs too."
"I know," said Yarpen sourly.
"And you're a dwarf."
"There's no doubt about that."
"So why are you afraid of the squirrels? It seems they only fight humans."
"It's not so simple as that." He grew solemn, unfortunately. Siri stayed silent for a long time, biting her lower lip and wrinkling her nose.
"Now I know," she said suddenly. "The squirrels are fighting for freedom. And although you're a dwarf, you're King Hensel's special secret servant on a human leash."
Yarpen snorted, wiped his nose on his sleeve, and leaned out of the box to check that Venk had not ridden up too close. But the commissar was far away, engaged in conversation with Geralt. "You've got pretty good hearing, girl, like a marmot." He grinned broadly. "You're also a bit too bright for someone destined to give birth, cook and spin. You think you know everything, don't you? That's because you're a brat. Don't pull silly faces. Faces like that don't make you look any older, just uglier than usual. You've grasped the nature of the square tires quickly. You like the slogans. You know why you understand them so well? Because the square tiles are brats too. They're little snotheads who don't understand that they're being egged on, that someone's taking advantage of their childish stupidity by feeding them slogans about freedom."
"But they really are fighting for freedom."
Siri raised her head and gazed at the dwarf with wide-open green eyes.
"Like the dryads in the Brokilon woods. They kill people because some people are harming them. Because this used to be your country. The dwarves and the elves and those halflings, gnomes and other... And now there are people here, so the elves..."
"Elves," snorted Yarpen. "They, to be accurate, happen to be strangers just as much as you humans, although they arrived in their white ships a good 1,000 years before you. Now they're competing with each other to offer us friendship. Suddenly we're all brothers. Now they're grinning and saying, 'We kinsmen, we the elder races.' But before, before their arrows used to whistle past our ears when we..."
"So the first on Earth were dwarves?"
"Gnomes, to be honest, as far as this part of the world is concerned, because the world is unimaginably huge, Siri."
"I know. I saw a map."
"You couldn't have. No one's drawn a map like that, and I doubt they will in the near future. No one knows what exists beyond the mountains of fire and the great sea. Even elves, although they claim they know everything. They know shit all, I tell you.
But now, there are far more people than there are you.
Because you multiply like rabbits. The dwarf ground his teeth. You'd do nothing but screw day in, day out, without discrimination, with just anyone and anywhere. And it's enough for your women to just sit on a man's trousers and it makes their bellies swell. Why have you gone so red? Crimson as a poppy. You wanted to know, didn't you? So, you've got the honest truth and faithful history of a world where he who shatters the skulls of others most efficiently and swells women's bellies fastest reigns. And it's just as hard to compete with you people in murdering as it is in screwing. Yarpin, said Geralt coldly, riding up on Roach. Restrain yourself a little, if you please, with your choice of words. And Ciri, stop playing at being a coachman and have a care for Triss. Check if she's awake and needs anything.
I've been awake for a long time,
the magician said weakly from the depths of the wagon.
But I didn't want to interrupt this interesting conversation. Don't disturb them, Geralt. I'd like to learn more about the role of screwing in the evolution of society. Can I heat some water? Triss wants to wash.
Go ahead, agreed Yarpen Zigrin. Xavier, take the spit off the fire. Our hair's had enough. Hand me the cauldron, Ciri. Oh, look at you, it's full to the brim. Did you lug this great weight on the stream by yourself?
I'm strong.
The elder of the Dahlberg brothers burst out laughing. Don't judge her by appearances, Paulie, said Yarpen seriously, as he skilfully divided the roast grey hair into portions. There's nothing to laugh at here. She's skinny, but I can see she's a robust and resilient lass. She's like a leather belt, thin, but it can't be torn apart in your hands. And if you were to hang yourself on it, it would bear your weight too. No one laughed. Ciri squatted next to the dwarves, sprawled around the fire. This time, Yarpen Zigrin and his 4 boys had lit their own fire at the camp, because they did not intend to share the hare which Xavier Moran had shot. For them alone there was just enough for 1, at most 2 mouthfuls each. Add some wood to the fire, said Yarpen, licking his fingers. The water will heat quicker.
That water's a stupid idea,
stated Regan Dahlberg, spitting out a bone.
Washing can only harm you when you're sick. When you're healthy too, come to that. You remember old Schrader? His wife once told him to wash, and Schrader went and died soon afterwards.
Because a rabid dog bit him.
If he hadn't washed, the dog wouldn't have bitten him.
I think, said Ciri, checking the temperature of the water in the cauldron with her finger.
It's excessive to wash every day too, but Triss asked for it. She even started crying once, so Geralt and I...
We know, the elder Dahlberg nodded, but that a witcher should. I'm constantly amazed.
Hey, Zigrin, if you had a woman, would you wash her and comb her hair? Would you carry her into the bushes if she had to...
Shut up, Paulie. Yarpen cut him short. Don't say anything against that witcher, because he's a good fellow.
Am I seeing anything?
I'm only surprised.
Triss, Ciri butted in cheekily, is not his woman.
I'm all the more surprised. You're all the more a blockhead, you mean? Yarpen summed up. Ciri, pour a bit of water into boil. We'll infuse some more saffron and poppy seeds for the magician. She felt better today, eh? Probably did, murmured Yannick Brass. We only had to stop the convoy 6 times for her. I know he wouldn't do to deny aid on the trail, and he's a prick who thinks otherwise. And he who denies it would be an arch prick and base son of a bitch. But we've been in these woods too long. Far too long, I tell you. We're tempting fate, damn it. We're tempting fate too much, boys. It's not safe here. The square tile. Spit that word out, Yannick. Patu, Yarpen. Fighting doesn't frighten me, and a bit of blood's nothing new. But if it comes to fighting our own... Damn it. Why did this happen to us? This friggin' load ought to be transported by 100 friggin' cavalrymen, not us. The devil take those gnolls from Ardcarach. May they... Shut up, I said, and pass me the pot of kasha. The hare was a snack, damn it. Now we have to eat something. Ciri, will you eat with us?
Of course.
For a long while, all that could be heard was the smacking of lips, munching, and the crunch of wooden spoons hitting the pot.
Pork's on it,
said Paulie Dahlberg, and gave a long burp.
I could still eat some more.
Me too, declared Ciri, and burped too, delighted by the dwarf's unpretentious manners.
As long as it's not kasha,
said Xavier Moran.
I can't stand at those milled oats any more. I've gone of salted meat too.
So gorge yourself on grass, you've got such delicate taste buds. Or rip the bark off the birch with your teeth. Beavers do it and survive.
A beaver? Now that's something I could eat.
As for me, a fish. Paulie lost himself in dreams as he crunched on a husk pulled from his beard.
I've a fancy for a fish, I can tell you. So, let's catch some fish.
Whoa, growled Yannick Brass. In the bushes?
In the stream.
Some stream? You can pace to the other side. What sort of fish could be in there?
There are fish.
Siri licked her spoon clean and slipped it into the top of her boot.
I saw them when I went to get the water. But they're sick or something, those fish. They've got a rash. Black and red spots.
Trout! Roared Paulie, spitting crumbs of husk.
Well, boys, to the stream, double quick. Regan, get your breeches down. We'll turn them into a fishing trap.
Why mine? Pull them off at the trouble, or I'll wallop you, snothead. Didn't Mother say you ought to listen to me? Hurry up if you want to go fishing, because dusk is just round the corner, said Yarpin. Silly, is the water hot yet? Leave it. You'll burn yourself and get dirty from the cauldron. I know you're strong, but let me. I'll carry it. Geralt was already waiting for them. They could see his white hair through the gap in the canvas covering the wagon from afar. The dwarf poured the water into the bucket. Need any help, Witcher? No, thank you, Yarpin. Ciri will help. Triss was no longer running a high temperature, but she was extremely weak. Geralt and Ciri were, by now, efficient at undressing and washing her. They had also learned to temper her ambitious, but, at present, unrealistic attempts to manage on her own. They coped exceptionally well. He supported the enchantress in his arms. Ciri washed and dried her. Only one thing had started to surprise and annoy Ciri. Triss, in her opinion, snuggled up to Geralt too tightly. This time she was even trying to kiss him. Geralt indicated the magician's saddlebags with his head. Ciri understood immediately, because this too was part of the ritual. Triss always demanded to have her hair combed. She found the comb and knelt down beside her. Triss, lowering her head towards her, put her arms around the Witcher, in Ciri's opinion, definitely a little too tightly.
"Oh, Geralt," she sobbed, I so regret that what was between us—"
"Triss, please.
"It should have happened. Now, when I'm better, it would be entirely different. I could even—"
"Triss."
"I envy Yennefer. I envy her you."
"Ciri, step out.
"But—"
"Go, please." She jumped out of the wagon and straight into Yarpin, who was waiting, leaning against a wheel and pensively chewing a blade of grass. The dwarf put his arm around her. He did not need to lean over her in order to do so, as Geralt did. He was no taller than her. "Never make the same mistake, little witcher girl," he murmured, indicating the wagon with his eyes. "If someone shows you compassion, sympathy and dedication, if they surprise you with integrity of character, value it, but don't mistake it for something else."
"It's not nice to eavesdrop."
"I know, and it's dangerous. I only just managed to jump aside when you threw out the suds from the bucket. Come on, let's go and see how many trout have jumped into Regan's breeches."
"Yarpin?"
"I like you." "And I like you, kid."
"But you're a dwarf, and I'm not."
"And what if—" "Ah, the squire tile. You're thinking about the squirrels, aren't you? It's not giving you any peace, is it?" Ciri freed herself from his heavy arm.
"Nor you," she said, "nor any of the others. I can plainly see that."
The dwarf said nothing.
"Yarpin?"
"Yes?"
"Who's right? The squirrels or you? Geralt wants to be neutral. You serve King Henselt, even though you're a dwarf, and the knight in the fort shouted that everybody's our enemy, and that everybody's got to be everyone, even the children. Why, Yarpin? Who's right?"
"I don't know," said the dwarf with some effort. "I'm not omniscient. I'm doing what I think right. The squirrels have taken up their weapons and gone into the woods. Humans to the sea, they're shouting, not realizing that their catchy slogan was fed them by Nilfgaardian emissaries. Not understanding that the slogan is not aimed at them, but plainly at humans.
that it's meant to ignite human hatred, not fire young elves to battle. I understood. That's why I consider the Scoia'taia's actions criminally stupid. What to do? Maybe in a few years' time I'll be called a traitor who sold out, and they'll be heroes. Our history, the history of our world, has seen events turn out like that. He fell silent, ruffled his beard. Ciri also remained silent. Elirena, he muttered suddenly. If Elirena was a hero, if what she did is heroism, then that's just too bad. Let them call me a traitor and a coward, because I, Yapen Zigrin, coward, traitor and renegade, state that we should not kill each other. I state that we ought to live in such a way that we don't later have to ask anyone for forgiveness. The heroic Elirena, she had to ask. Forgive me, she begged, forgive me. To hell with that. It's better to die than to live in the knowledge that you've done something that needs forgiveness. Again he fell quiet. Ciri did not ask the questions pressing to her lips. She instinctively felt she should not. We have to live next to each other, Yapen continued. We and you humans, because we simply don't have any other option. We've known this for 200 years, and we've been working towards it for over 100. You want to know why I entered King Hensel's service, why I made such a decision? I can't allow all that work to go to waste. For over 100 years we've been trying to come to terms with the humans, the halflings, gnomes, us, even the elves. I'm not talking about Rizalkas, nymphs and sylphs. They've always been savages, even when you weren't here. Damn it all, it took 100 years, but somehow or other we managed to live a common life, next to each other, together. We managed to partially convince humans that we're not so very different. We're not different at all, Yapen. The dwarf turned abruptly. We're not different at all, repeated Ciri. After all, you think and feel like Geralt, and like I do. We eat the same things from the same pot. You helped Triss, and so do I. You had a grandmother, and I had a grandmother. My grandmother was killed by the Nilfgaardians in Sintra. And mine, by the humans, the dwarf said with some effort, in Brugge, during the pogrom.
Riders!
Shouted one of Venk's advance guards.
Riders ahead!
The commissar trotted up to Yapen's wagon, and Geralt approached from the other side. Get in the back, Ciri, he said brusquely. Get off the box and get in the back. Stay with Triss. I can't see anything from there. Don't argue, growled Yapen. Settle back there and be quick about it, and hand me the martel. It's under the sheepskin. This? Ciri held up a heavy, nasty-looking object, like a hammer, with a sharp, slightly curved hook at its head. That's it, confirmed the dwarf. He slipped the handle into the top of his boot, and laid the axe on his knees. Venk, seeming calm, watched the highway, while sheltering his eyes with his hand. Light cavalry from Ban Glen, he surmised after a while. The so-called Dun Banner. I recognize them by their cloaks and beaver hats. Remain calm and stay sharp. Cloaks and beaver hats can be pretty quick to change owners. The riders approached swiftly. There were about 10 of them. Ciri saw Pauli Dahlberg, in the wagon behind her, place 2 readied crossbows on his knee, and Regan covered them with a cloak. Ciri crept stealthily out from under the canvas, hiding behind Yapen's broad back. Triss tried to raise herself, swore, and collapsed against her bedding. "Halt!" shouted the first of the riders, no doubt their leader. "Who are you? From whence and to where do you ride?" "Who asks?" Benk calmly pulled himself upright in the saddle. "And on whose authority?" "King Hensel's army, inquisitive sir. Lance Corporal Zyvik asks, and he's unused to asking twice, so answer at the double. Who are you?" "Quartermaster's service of the King's army." "Anyone could claim that. I see no one here bearing the King's colours." "Come closer, Lance Corporal, and examine this ring." "Why flash a ring at me?" The soldier grimaced. "Am I supposed to know every ring or something? Anyone could have a ring like that. Some significant sign." Yapen Zigrin stood up in the box, raised his axe, and with a swift move pushed it under the soldier's nose. "And this sign," he snarled, You know it, smell it, and remember how it smells. The Lance Corporal yanked the reins and turned his horse. Threaten me, do you? He roared. Me? I'm in a king's service. And so are we, said Wenk quietly, and have been for longer than you at that, I'm sure. I warn you, trooper, don't overdo it. I'm on guard here. I'm out to know who you are. You saw the ring, drawled the commissar, and if you didn't recognize the sign on the jewel, then I wonder who you are. The colours of your unit bear the same emblem, so you ought to know it. The soldier clearly restrained himself, influenced, no doubt, equally by Wenk's calm words and the serious, determined faces peering from the escort's carts. He said, shifting his fur hat towards his left ear. Fine. But if you truly are who you claim to be, you will not, I trust, have anything against my having a look to see what you carry in the wagons. We will, indeed, Wenk frowned, and very much at that. Our load is not your business, Lance Corporal. Besides, I do not understand what you think you may find there. You do not understand? The soldier nodded, lowering his hand towards the hilt of his sword. So I shall tell you, sir. Human trafficking is forbidden, and there is no lack of scoundrels selling slaves to the Nilfgaardians. If I find humans in stocks in your wagons, you will not convince me that you are in the king's service, even if you were to show me a dozen rings. Fine, said Wenk dryly. If it is slaves you're looking for, then look. You have my permission. The soldier cantered to the wagon in the middle, leaned over from the saddle and raised the canvas. What's in those barrels? What do you expect? Prisoners? Sneered Yannick Brass, sprawled in the coachman's box. I'm asking you what's in them, so answer me. Salt fish. And in those trunks there? The warrior rode up to the next wagon and kicked the side. Hooves, snapped Paulie Dahlberg, and there in the back are buffalo skins. So I see. The Lance Corporal waved his hand, smacked his lips at his horse, rode up to the vanguard, and peered into Yarpen's wagon. And who is that woman lying there? Triss Merigold smiled weakly, raised herself to her elbow, and traced a short, complicated sign with her hand. Who am I? She asked in a quiet voice. But you can't see me at all. The soldier winked nervously, shuddered slightly. Saltfish, he said, convinced, lowering the canvas. All is in order. And this child? Dried mushrooms? Said Ciri, looking at him impudently. The soldier fell silent, frozen with his mouth open. What's that? He asked after a while, frowning. What? Have you concluded your inspection, warrior? Wenk showed cool interest as he rode up on the other side of the cart. The soldier could barely look away from Ciri's green eyes. I have concluded it. Drive on, and may the gods guide you. But be on your guard. 2 days ago, the Scoia'tael wiped out an entire mounted patrol up by Badger Ravine. It was a strong, large command. And it's true that Badger Ravine is far from here, but elves travel through the forest faster than the wind. We were ordered to round them up, but how'd you catch an elf? It's like trying to catch the wind. Good enough, we're not interested. The commissar interrupted him brusquely. Time presses, and we still have a long journey ahead of us. Fare you well, then. Hey, follow me. You heard, Geralt, snarled Yarpen Zigrin, watching the patrol ride away. There are bloody squirrels in the vicinity. I felt it. I've got this tingling feeling in my back all the time, as if some archer was already aiming at me. No, damn it. We can't travel blindly as we've been doing until now, whistling away, dozing and sleepily farting. We have to know what lies ahead of us. Listen, I have an idea. Ciri pulled her chestnut up sharply, then launched into a gallop, leaning low in the saddle. Geralt, engrossed in conversation with Wenk, suddenly sat up straight. Don't run wild, he called. No madness, girl. Do you want to break your neck? And don't go too far. She heard no more. She had torn ahead too fiercely. She had done it on purpose, not wanting to listen to the daily cautions. Not too quickly, not too fiercely. Ciri, pa, don't go too far, pa. Be careful, pa. Exactly as if I were a child, she thought. And I'm almost 13, and have a swift chestnut beneath me, and a sharp sword across my back, and I'm not afraid of anything. And it's spring. Hey, careful, you'll burn your backside.
Jaap and Zigrin, another know-it-all, pa. Further, at a gallop, along the bumpy path, through the green grasses and bushes, through the silver puddles, through the damp golden sand, through the feathery ferns. A frightened fallow deer disappeared into the woods, flashing the black and white lantern of its tail and rump as it skipped away. Birds soared up from the trees, colourful jays and bee-eaters, screaming black magpies with their funny tails. Water splashed beneath her horse's hooves in the puddles and the clefts. Further, even further. The horse, which had been trudging sluggishly behind the wagon for too long, carried her joyously and briskly, happy to be allowed speed. It ran fluidly, muscles playing between her thighs, damp mane thrashing her face. The horse extended its neck as Siri gave it free rein. "Further, dear horse, don't feel the bit. Further, at the gallop, sharp, sharp, spring." She slowed and glanced back. There, alone at last, far away at last. No one was going to tell her off any more, remind her of something, demand her attention, threaten that this would be the end of such rides. Alone at last, free, at ease, and independent. Slower. A light trot. After all, this wasn't just a fun ride. She also had responsibilities. Siri was, after all, a mounted foray now, a patrol, an advance guard. Ha! She thought, looking around. The safety of the entire convoy depends on me now. They're all waiting impatiently for me to return and report. The way is clear and passable. I didn't see anyone. There are no traces of wheels or hooves. I'll report it, and thin Master Venk, with his cold blue eyes, will nod his head gravely. Jaap and Zigrin will bare his yellow horse teeth. Polly Dalberg will shout, "Well done, little one," and Geralt will smile faintly. He'll smile, although he very rarely smiles recently. Siri looked around and took a mental note. 2 felled birches, no problem. A heap of branches, nothing the wagons couldn't pass. A cleft washed out by the rain, a small obstacle. The wheels of the first wagon will run over it, the others will follow in the ruts. A huge clearing, a good place for a rest. Traces. What traces can there be here? There's no one here. There's the forest. There are birds screeching amidst fresh green leaves. A red fox runs leisurely across the path, and everything smells of spring. The track broke off halfway up the hill, disappeared in the sandy ravine, wound through the crooked pines which clung to the slopes. Siri abandoned the path, and wanting to scrutinize the area from a height, climbed the steep slope, and so she could touch the wet, sweet-smelling leaves. She dismounted, threw the reins over a snag in a tree, and slowly strolled among the junipers which covered the hill. On the other side of the hill was an open space, gaping in the thick of the forest, like a hole bitten out of the trees, left, no doubt, after a fire which had raged here a very long time ago, for there was no sign of blackened or charred remains. Everywhere was green with low birches and little fir trees. The trail, as far as the eye could see, seemed clear and passable, and safe. What are they afraid of? She thought. The Scoia'tael. But what was there to be afraid of? I'm not frightened of elves. I haven't done anything to them. Elves. The squirrels. Scoia'tael. Before Geralt had ordered her to leave, Siri had managed to take a look at the corpses in the fort. She remembered one in particular. His face covered by hair stuck together with darkened blood. His neck unnaturally twisted and bent. Pulled back in a ghastly set grimace, his upper lip revealed teeth, very white and very tiny, non-human. She remembered the elf's boots, ruined and reaching up to the knees, laced at the bottom and fastened at the top with many wrought buckles. Elves who kill humans and die in battles themselves. Geralt says you have to remain neutral, and Yarpen says you have to behave in such a way that you don't have to ask for forgiveness. She kicked a molehill and, lost in thought, dug her heel into the sand. Who and whom? Whom and what should one forgive? The squirrels kill humans, and Nilfgaard pays them for it, uses them, incites them. Nilfgaard. Siri had not forgotten, although she very much wanted to forget, what had happened in Sintra. The wandering, the despair, the fear, the hunger and the pain. the apathy and torpor which came later, much later, when the druids from Transriver had found her and taken her in. She remembered it all as though through a mist, and she wanted to stop remembering it. But it came back in her thoughts, into her dreams. Sintra, the thundering of horses and the savage cries, corpses, flames, and the black knight in his winged helmet. And later, cottages in Transriver, a flame-blackened chimney amongst charred ruins. Next to it, by an unscathed well, a black cat licking a terrible burn on its side. A well, a sweep, a bucket full of blood. Ciri wiped her face, looked down at her hand, taken aback. Her palm was wet. The girl sniffed and wiped the tears with her sleeve. Neutrality. Indifference. She wanted to scream. A witcher looking on indifferently. No. A witcher has to defend people from the leshy, the vampire, the werewolf. And not only from them. He has to defend people from every evil. And in Transriver I saw what evil is. A witcher has to defend and save. To defend men so that they aren't hung on trees by their hands, aren't impaled and left to die. To defend fair girls from being spread-eagled between stakes rammed into the ground. Defend children so they aren't slaughtered and thrown into a well. Even a cat burned alive in a torched barn deserves to be defended. That's why I'm going to become a witcher. That's why I've got a sword. To defend people like those in Sodden and Transriver. Because they don't have swords, don't know the steps, half-turns, dodges and pirouettes. No one has taught them how to fight. They are defenceless and helpless in face of the werewolf and the Nilfgaardian marauder. They're teaching me to fight so that I can defend the helpless. And that's what I'm going to do. Never will I be neutral. Never will I be indifferent. Never. She didn't know what warned her, whether it was the sudden silence which fell over the forest like a cold shadow, or a movement caught out of the corner of her eye. But she reacted in a flash, instinctively, with a reaction she had learnt in the woods of Transriver, when, escaping from Sintra, she had raced against death. She fell to the ground, crawled under a juniper bush, and froze, motionless. Just let the horse not neigh, she thought. On the other side of the ravine, something moved again. She saw a silhouette show faintly, hazily amidst the leaves. An elf peered cautiously from the thicket. Having thrown the hood from his head, he looked around for a moment, pricked up his ears, and then noiselessly and swiftly moved along the ridge. After him, 2 more leaned out, and then others moved, many of them in single file. About half were on horseback. These rode slowly, straight in their saddles, focused and alert. For a moment, she saw them all clearly and precisely as, in utter silence, they flowed across a bright breach in the wall of trees, framed against the background of the sky, before they disappeared, dissolved in the shimmering shadows of the wild forest. They vanished without a rustle or a sound, like ghosts. No horse tapped its hoof or snorted, no branch cracked under foot or hoof. The weapons slung across them did not clang. They disappeared, but Ciri did not move. She lay flat on the ground under the juniper bush, trying to breathe as quietly as possible. She knew that a frightened bird or animal could give her away, and a bird or animal could be frightened by any sound or movement, even the slightest, the most careful. She got up only when the woods had grown perfectly calm, and the magpies chattered again among the trees where the elves had disappeared. She rose, only to find herself in a strong grip. A black leather glove fell across her mouth, muffled the scream of fear. "Be quiet." "Geralt." "Quiet," I said. "You saw them?" "I did." "It's them," she whispered. "The Scoia'tael, isn't it?" "Yes. Quick, back to the horses. Watch your feet." They rose carefully and silently down the slope, without returning to the trail. They remained in the thicket. Geralt looked around, alert. He did not allow her to ride independently. He did not give her the chestnut's reins. He led the horse himself. "Ciri," he said suddenly, "not a word about what we saw. Not to Yarpen, not to Venk, not to anybody. Understand? No. She grunted, lowering her head. I don't understand. Why shouldn't I say anything? They have to be warned. Whose side are we on, Geralt? Whose side are we against? Who's our friend and who's our enemy? We'll part with the convoy tomorrow, he said after a moment's silence. Triss is almost recovered. We'll say goodbye and go our own way. We have problems of our own worries and our own difficulties. Then, I hope, you'll finally stop dividing the inhabitants of this world into friends and enemies. We're to be neutral and different, is that right? And if they attack, they won't. And if... Listen to me. He turned to her. Why do you think that such a vital load of gold and silver, King Henselt's secret aid for Aedion, is being escorted by dwarves and not humans? I saw an elf watching us from a tree yesterday. I heard them pass by our camp during the night. The Scoia Tile will not attack the dwarves, Ciri. But they're here, she muttered. They are. They're moving around, surrounding us. I know why they're here. I'll show you. He turned the horse abruptly and threw the reins to her. She kicked the chestnut with her heels and moved away faster, but he motioned for her to stay behind him. They cut across the trail and re-entered the wild forest. The Witcher led, Ciri following in his tracks. Neither said anything, not for a long time. Look. Geralt held back his horse. Look, Ciri. What is it? She sighed. Ëlvë. In front of them, as far as the woods allowed them to see, rose smoothly hewn blocks of granite and marble with blunt corners, worn away by the winds, decorated with patterns long leached out by the rains, cracked and shattered by frost, split by tree roots. Amongst the trunks, broken columns flashed white, arcades, the remains of ornamental friezes entwined with ivy and wrapped in a thick layer of green moss. This was a castle. A palace. The elves didn't build castles. Dismount. The horses won't manage in the rubble. Who destroyed it all? Humans? No. They did, before they left. Why? They knew they wouldn't be coming back. It happened following their second clash with the humans more than 200 years ago. Before that, they used to leave towns untouched when they retreated. Humans used to build on the foundations left by the elves. That's how Novigrad, Oxenfurt, Vicima, Tretogor, Maribor and Sidaris were built. And Sintra. Sintra? He confirmed it with a nod of the head, not taking his eyes off the ruins. They left, whispered Ciri. But now they're coming back. Why? To have a look. At what? Without a word, he laid his hand on her shoulder and pushed her gently before him. They jumped down the marble stairs, climbing down, holding on to the springy hazel, clusters of which had burst through every gap, every crevice in the moss-covered cracked plates. This was the centre of the palace, its heart, a fountain. Here? She asked, surprised, gazing at the dense thicket of alders and white birch trunks amongst the misshapen blocks and slabs. Here? But there's nothing there. Come. The stream feeding the fountain must have changed its course many times, patiently and constantly washing the marble blocks and alabaster plates which had sunk or fallen to form dams, once again changing the course of the current. As a result, the whole area was divided up by shallow gullies. Here and there the water cascaded over the remains of the building, washing it clean of leaves, sand and litter. In these places, the marble, terracotta and mosaics were still as vibrant with colour, as fresh as if they had been lying there for 3 days, not 2 centuries. Geralt leapt across the stream and went in amongst what remained of the columns. Ciri followed. They jumped off the ruined stairs and, lowering their heads, walked beneath the untouched arch of the arcade, half buried beneath a mound of earth. The Witcher stopped and indicated with his hand. Ciri sighed loudly. From rubble, colourful with smashed terracotta, grew an enormous rosebush covered with beautiful white-lilied flowers. Drops of dew as bright as silver glistened on the petals. The bush wove its shoots around a large slab of white stone, and from it a sad, pretty face looked out at them. The downpours and snows had not yet managed to blur or wash away its delicate and noble features. It was a face which the chisels of plunderers digging out golden ornaments, mosaics, and precious stones from the relief sculpture had not managed to disfigure. "Ëlvë," said Geralt after a long silence. "She's beautiful," whispered Ciri, grabbing him by the hand. The Witcher didn't seem to notice. He stared at the sculpture and was far away in a different world and time. "Ëlvë," he repeated after a while, "known as Ëlvë by dwarves and humans. She led them into battle 200 years ago. The elders of the elves were against it. They knew they had no chance, that they would not be able to pick themselves up after the defeat. They wanted to save their people, wanted to survive. They decided to destroy their towns and retreat to the inaccessible wild mountains, and to wait. Elves live a long time, Ciri. By our time scale, they are almost eternal. They thought humans were something that would pass, like a drought, like a heavy winter or a plague of locust, after which comes rain, spring, a new harvest. They wanted to sit it out, survive. They decided to destroy their towns and palaces, amongst them their pride, the beautiful Ëlvë. They wanted to weather out the storm, but Ëlvë stirred up the young. They took up arms and followed her into their last desperate battle, and they were massacred, mercilessly massacred." Ciri did not say anything, staring at the beautiful, still face. "They died with her name on their lips," the Witcher continued quietly, repeating her challenge, her cry. "They died for Ëlvë, because Ëlvë was a symbol. They died for this stone and marble, and for Ëlvë. Just as she promised them, they died with dignity, heroically and honourably. They saved their honour, but they brought nothing but ruin as a result, condemned their own race to annihilation. Their own people. You remember what Yarpen told you? Those who rule the world and those who die out. He explained it to you coarsely, but truly. Elves live for a long time, but only their youngsters are fertile. Only the young can have offspring, and practically all the elven youngsters had followed Ëlvë. They followed Ëlvë, the white rose of Ëlvë. We are standing in the ruins of her palace, by the fountain whose waters she listened to in the evenings. And these were her flowers." Ciri was silent. Geralt drew her to himself, put his arm around her. "Do you know now why the Scoia'tael were here? Do you see what they wanted to look at? And do you understand why the elven and dwarven young must not be allowed to be massacred once again? Do you understand why neither you nor I are permitted to have a hand in this massacre? These roses flower all year round. They ought to have grown wild by now, but they are more beautiful than any rose in a tended garden. Elves continue to come to Ëlvë, Ciri. A variety of elves. The impetuous and the foolish ones for whom the cracked stone is a symbol, as well as the sensible ones for whom these immortal, forever reborn flowers are a symbol. Elves who understand that if this bush is torn from the ground and the earth burned out, the roses of Ëlvë will never flower again. Do you understand?" She nodded. "Do you understand what this neutrality is, which stirs you so? To be neutral does not mean to be indifferent or insensitive. You don't have to kill your feelings. It's enough to kill hatred within yourself. Do you understand?" "Yes," she whispered. "I understand. Geralt, I'd like to take one of these roses, to remind me. May I?" "Do," he said after some hesitation. "Do, in order to remember. Let's go now. Let's return to the convoy." Ciri pinned the rose under the lacing of her jerkin. Suddenly, She cried out quietly, lifted her hand. A trickle of blood ran from her finger down her palm. "Did you prick yourself?"
"Yarpen,"
whispered the girl, looking at the blood filling her lifeline.
"Venk. Paulie."
"What?"
"Tris!"
she shouted, with a piercing voice which was not hers, shuddered fiercely, and wiped her face with her arm.
"Quick, Geralt! We've got to help! To the horses, Geralt!"
"Ciri, what's happening?"
"They're dying!"
She galloped with her ear almost touching the horse's neck, and spurred her mount on, kicking with her heels and shouting. The sand of the forest path flew beneath the hooves. She heard screaming in the distance, and smelt smoke. Coming straight at them, blocking the path, raced 2 horses, dragging a harness, reins, and a broken shaft behind them. Ciri did not hold her chestnut back, and shot past them at full speed, flakes of froth skimming across her face. Behind her she heard Roach neigh, and Geralt's curses as he was forced to a halt. She tore around a bend in the path into a large glade. The convoy was in flames. From thickets, flaming arrows flew towards the wagons like firebirds, perforating the canvas and digging into the boards. The Scoia'tael attacked with war cries and yells. Ciri, ignoring Geralt's shouts from behind her, directed her horse straight at the first 2 wagons brought to the fore. One was lying on its side, and Yarpen Zigrin, axe in one hand, crossbow in the other, stood next to it. At his feet, motionless, with her blue dress hitched halfway up her thighs, lay
"Tris!"
Ciri straightened in the saddle, thumping her horse with her heels. The Scoia'tael turned towards her, and arrows whistled past the girl's ears. She shook her head without slowing her gallop. She heard Geralt shout, ordering her to flee into the woods. She did not intend to obey. She leaned down and bolted straight towards the archers shooting at her. Suddenly she smelt the overpowering scent of the white rose pinned to her jerkin.
"Tris!"
The elves leapt out of the way of the speeding horses. Ciri caught one lightly with her stirrup. She heard a sharp buzz. Her steed struggled, whinnied, and threw itself to the side. Ciri saw an arrow dug deep, just below the withers, right by her thigh. She tore her feet from the stirrups, jumped up, squatted in the saddle, bounced off strongly, and leapt. She fell softly on the body of the overturned wagon, used her hands to balance herself, and jumped again, landing with bent knees next to Yarpen, who was roaring and brandishing his axe. Next to them, on the second wagon, Paulie Dahlberg was fighting while Regan, leaning back and bracing his legs against the board, was struggling to hold on to the harnessed horses. They neighed wildly, stamped their hooves, and yanked at the shaft in fear of the fire devouring the canvas. She rushed to Tris, who lay amongst the scattered barrels and chests, grabbed her by her clothes, and started to drag her towards the overturned wagon. The enchantress moaned, holding her head just above the ear. Right by Ciri's side, hooves suddenly clattered and horses snorted. 2 elves, brandishing their swords, were pressing the madly fighting Yarpen hard. The dwarf spun like a top and agilely deflected the blows directed against him with his axe. Ciri heard curses, grunts, and the whining clang of metal. Another span of horses detached itself from the flaming convoy and rushed towards them, dragging smoke and flames behind it, and scattering burning rags. The wagon man hung inertly from the box, and Yannick Brass stood next to him, barely keeping his balance. With one hand he wielded the reins, with the other he was cutting himself away from 2 elves, galloping one at each side of the wagon. A third Scoia'tael, keeping up with the harnessed horses, was shooting arrow after arrow into their sides. "Jump!" yelled Yarpen, shouting over the noise. "Jump, Yannick!" Ciri saw Geralt catch up with the speeding wagon, and with a short, spare slash of his sword, swipe one of the elves from his saddle, while Venk, riding up on the opposite side, hewed at the other, the elf shooting the horses. Yannick threw the reins down and jumped off, straight under the third Scoia'tael's horse. The elf stood in his stirrups and slashed at him with his sword. The dwarf fell. At that moment, the flaming wagon crashed into those still fighting, parting and scattering them. Ciri barely managed to pull Tris out from beneath the crazed horse's hooves at the last moment. The swingle tree tore away with a crack. The wagon leapt into the air, lost a wheel and overturned, scattering its load and smouldering boards everywhere. Ciri dragged the enchantress under Yarpen's overturned wagon. Paulie Dahlberg, who suddenly found himself next to her, helped, while Geralt covered them both, shoving Roach between them and the charging Scoia tile. All around the wagon, battle seethed. Ciri heard shouting, blades clashing, horses snorting, hooves clattering. Yarpen, Venk and Geralt, surrounded on all sides by the elves, fought like raging demons. The fighters were suddenly parted by Regan's span as he struggled in the coachman's box with a halfling wearing a lynx fur hat. The halfling was sitting on Regan, trying to jab him with a long knife. Yarpen deftly leapt onto the wagon, caught the halfling by the neck and kicked him overboard. Regan gave a piercing yell, grabbed the reins and lashed the horses. The span jerked, the wagon rolled and gathered speed in a flash. "Circle, Regan!" roared Yarpen. "Circle! Go round!" The wagon turned and descended on the elves again, parting them. One of them sprung up, grabbed the right lead horse by the halter, but couldn't stop him. The impetus threw him under the hooves and wheels. Ciri heard an excruciating scream. Another elf, galloping next to them, gave a backhanded swipe with his sword. Yarpen ducked. The blade rang against the hoop supporting the canvas, and the momentum carried the elf forward. The dwarf hunched abruptly and vigorously swung his arm. The Scoia tile yelled, stiffened in the saddle, and tumbled to the ground. A martel protruded between his shoulder blades. "Come on then, you horsens!" Yarpen roared, whirling his axe. "Who else? Chase the circle, Regan! Go round!" Regan, tossing his bloodied mane of hair, hunched in the box amidst the whizzing of arrows, howled like the damned, and mercilessly lashed the horses on. The span dashed in a tight circle, creating a moving barricade, belching flames and smoke around the overturned wagon beneath which Ciri had dragged the semi-conscious, battered magician. Not far from them danced Venk's horse, a mouse-coloured stallion. Venk was hunched over. Ciri saw the white feathers of an arrow sticking out of his side. Despite the wound, he was skillfully hacking his way past two elves on foot, attacking him from both sides. As Ciri watched, another arrow struck him in the back. The commissar collapsed forward onto his horse's neck, but remained in the saddle. Pauli Dahlberg rushed to his aid. Ciri was left alone. She reached for her sword. The blade, which throughout her training had leapt out from her back in a flash, would not let itself be drawn for anything. It resisted her, stuck in its scabbard as if glued in tar. Amongst the whirl, seething around her, amongst moves so swift that they blurred in front of her eyes, her sword seemed strangely, unnaturally slow. It seemed ages would pass before it could be fully drawn. The ground trembled and shook. Ciri suddenly realized that it was not the ground. It was her knees. Pauli Dahlberg, keeping the elf charging at him at bay with his axe, dragged the wounded Venk along the ground. Roach flitted past, beside the wagon, and Geralt threw himself at the elf. He had lost his headband, and his hair streamed out behind him with his speed. Swords clashed. Another Scoia tile, on foot, leapt out from behind the wagon. Pauli abandoned Venk, pulled himself upright, and brandished his axe, then froze. In front of him stood a dwarf wearing a hat adorned with a squirrel's tail, his black beard braided into two plaits. Pauli hesitated. The Blackbeard did not hesitate for a second. He struck with both arms. The blade of the axe whirred and fell, slicing into the collarbone with a hideous crunch. Pauli fell instantly, without a moan. It looked as if the force of the blow had broken both his knees. Ciri screamed. Yarpen Zigrin leapt from the wagon. The black-bearded dwarf spun and cut. Yarpen avoided the blow with an agile half-turn dodge, grunted and struck ferociously, chopping into Blackbeard, throat, jaw and face right up to the nose. The Scoia tile bent back and collapsed, bleeding, pounding his hands against the ground and tearing at the earth with his heels. "Geralt!" screamed Ciri, feeling something move behind her, sensing death behind her. There was only a hazy shape, caught in a turn, a move and a flash, but the girl, like lightning, reacted with a diagonal parry and feint taught her in Kaer Morhen. She caught the blow, but had not been standing firmly enough, had been leaning too far to the side to receive the full force. The strength of the strike threw her against the body of the wagon. Her sword slipped from her hand. The beautiful, long-legged elf, wearing high boots, standing in front of her, grimaced fiercely, and tossing her hair free of her lowered hood, raised her sword. The sword flashed blindingly. The bracelets on the squirrel's wrists glittered. Ciri was in no state to move. But the sword did not fall, did not strike. because the elf was not looking at Ciri, but at the white rose pinned to her jerkin.
Ëlvë!
Shouted the squirrel loudly, as if wanting to shatter her hesitation with a cry. But she was too late. Geralt, shoving Ciri away, slashed her broadly across the chest with his sword. Blood spurted over the girl's face and clothes. Red drops spattered on the white petals of the rose.
Ëlvë!
Moaned the elf shrilly, collapsing to her knees. Before she fell on her face, she managed to shout one more time, loudly, lengthily, despairingly.
Sheer away!
Reality returned just as suddenly as it had disappeared. Through the monotonous, dull hum which filled her ears, Ciri began to hear voices. Through the flickering, wet curtain of tears, she began to see the living and the dead.
Ciri,
whispered Geralt, who was kneeling next to her.
Wake up.
A battle,
she moaned, sitting up.
Geralt, what?
It's all over, thanks to the troop from Ban Gleon which came to our aid.
You weren't...
she whispered, closing her eyes.
You weren't neutral.
No, I wasn't. But you're alive. Triss is alive.
How is she?
She hit her head falling out of the wagon when Yarpen tried to rescue it, but she's fine now, treating the wounded. Ciri cast her eyes around. Amidst the smoke from the last wagons burning out, silhouettes of armed men flickered, and all around lay chests and barrels. Some were shattered, and the contents scattered. They had contained ordinary grey field stones. She stared at them, astounded.
Eid for Demavan from Edian.
Yarpen Zigrin, standing nearby, ground his teeth.
Secret and exceptionally important aid. A convoy of special significance.
It was a trap.
The dwarf turned, looked at her, at Geralt. Then he looked back at the stones pouring from the barrels and spat.
Yes,
he confirmed.
A trap.
For the squirrels?
No.
The dead were arranged in a neat row. They lay next to each other, not divided. Elves, humans and dwarves. Yannick Brass was amongst them. The dark-haired elf in the high boots was there, and the dwarf with his black, plaited beard, glistening with dried blood. And next to them...
Poorly,
sobbed Regan Dahlberg, holding his brother's head on his knees.
Poorly, why?
No one said anything. No one, even those who knew why. Regan turned his contorted face, wet with tears, towards them.
All I tell our mother,
he wailed.
What am I going to say to her?
No one said anything. Not far away, surrounded by soldiers in the black and gold of Kaedwen, lay Venk. He was breathing with difficulty, and every breath forced bubbles of blood to his lips. Triss knelt next to him, and a knight in shining armour stood over them both. "Well?" asked the knight. "Lady Enchantress, will he live?"
"I've done everything I can."
Triss got to her feet, pinched her lips.
"But..."
"What?"
"They used this."
She showed him an arrow with a strange head to it, and struck it against a barrel standing by them. The tip of the arrow fell apart, split into 4 barbed, hook-like needles. The knight cursed.
"Fredegard,"
Venk uttered with difficulty.
"Fredegard, listen."
"You mustn't speak,"
said Triss severely,
"or move. The spell is barely holding."
"Fredegard,"
the commissar repeated. A bubble of blood burst on his lips, and another immediately appeared in its place.
"We were wrong. Everyone was wrong. It's not Yarpen. We suspected him wrongly. I vouch for him. Yarpen did not betray. Silence! Shouted the knight. Silence, Wilfred. Hey, quick now. Bring the stretcher. Stretcher!
No need, the magician said hollowly, gazing at Venk's lips where no more bubbles appeared. Ciri turned away and pressed her face to Geralt's side. Fredegard drew himself up. Jarpin Zigrin did not look at him. He was looking at the dead, at Regan Dahlberg, still kneeling over his brother. "It was necessary, Zigrin," said the knight. "This is war. There was an order. We had to be sure." Jarpin did not say anything. The knight lowered his eyes. "Forgive us," he whispered. The dwarf slowly turned his head, looked at him, at Geralt, at Ciri, at them all, the humans. "What have you done to us?" he asked bitterly. "What have you done to us? What have you made of us?" No one answered him. The eyes of the long-legged elf were glassy and dull. Her contorted lips were frozen in a soundless cry. Geralt put his arms around Ciri. Slowly, he unpinned the white rose, spattered with dark stains from her jerkin, and without a word, threw it on the squirrel's body. "Farewell," whispered Ciri. "Farewell, Rose of Sheroweth. Farewell, and forgive us," added the Witcher. They roamed the land, importunate and insolent, nominating themselves the stalkers of evil, vanquishers of werewolves and exterminators of spectres, extorting payment from the gullible, and, on receipt of their ignoble earnings, moving on to dispense the same deceit in the near vicinity. The easiest access they find at cottages of honest, simple, and unwitting peasants, who readily ascribe all misfortune and ill events to spells, unnatural creatures and monsters, the doings of wind sprites or evil spirits. Instead of praying to the gods, instead of bearing rich offerings to the temple, such a simpleton is ready to give his last penny to the base witcher, believing the witcher, the godless changeling, will turn around his fate and save him from misfortune. Anonymous, monstrum, or description of the witcher. "I have nothing against witches. Let them hunt vampires, as long as they pay taxes." Radovid III, the Bold, King of Redania. "If you thirst for justice, hire a witcher." Graffiti on the wall of the Faculty of Law, University of Oxenford. Chapter 5. "Did you say something?" The boy sniffed and pushed his oversized velvet hat, a pheasant's feather hanging rakishly to the side, back from his forehead. "Are you a knight?" he repeated, gazing at Geralt with wide eyes as blue as the sky. "No," replied the Witcher, surprised that he felt like answering. "I'm not." "But you've got a sword. My daddy's one of King Foltest's knights. He's got a sword too, bigger than yours." Geralt leaned his elbows on the railing and spat into the water, eddying at the barge's wake. "You carry it on your back," the little snot persisted. The hat slipped down over his eyes again. "What?" "The sword. On your back. Why have you got the sword on your back?" "Because someone stole my oar." The little snot opened his mouth, demanding that the impressive gaps left by milk teeth be admired. "Move away from the side," said the Witcher, "and shut your mouth or flies will get in." The boy opened his mouth even wider. "Grey-haired, yet stupid," snarled the little snot's mother, a richly attired noblewoman, pulling her offspring away by the beaver collar of his cloak. "Come here, Everett. I've told you so many times not to be familiar with the passing rabble." Geralt sighed, gazing at the outline of islands and islets looming through the morning mist. The barge, as ungainly as a tortoise, trudged along at an appropriate speed, that being the speed of a tortoise, dictated by the lazy delta current. The passengers, mostly merchants and peasants, were dozing on their baggage. The Witcher unfurled the scroll once more and returned to Ciri's letter. "I sleep in a large hall called a dormitorium, and my bed is terribly big, I tell you. I'm with the intermediary girls. There are 12 of us, but I'm most friendly with Yrnid, Katya, and Yola II. Whereas today I ate broth, and the worst is that sometimes we have to fast and get it very early at dawn, earlier than in Caer Morhen. I will write the rest tomorrow, for we shall presently be having prayers." No one ever prayed in Caermorhen. I wonder why we have to here. No doubt because this is a temple. Geralt, Mother Nenneker has read and said I must not write silly things and write clearly without mistakes, and about what I'm studying, and that I feel well and healthy. I feel well and am healthy, if unfortunately hungry, but soon be dinner, and Mother Nenneker also said write that prayer has never harmed anybody yet, neither me nor certainly you. Geralt, I have some free time again. I will write, therefore, that I am studying, to read and write correct runes, history, nature, poetry and prose, to express myself well in the common speech and in the elder speech. I am best at the elder speech. I can also write elder runes. I will write something for you, and you will see for yourself. Ilian Blath Fienavith. That meant beautiful flower, child of the sun. You see for yourself that I can, and also... Now I can write again, for I found a new quill, for the old one broke. Mother Nenneker read this and praised me that it was correct, that I am obedient, she told me to write, and that you should not worry. Don't worry, Geralt. Again I have some time. I will write what happened. When we were feeding the turkey hens, I, Yola and Katje, one enormous turkey attacked us. A red neck it had, and was terrible, horrible. First it attacked Yola, and then it wanted to attack me. But I was not afraid, because it was smaller and slower than the pendulum anyway. I dodged and did a pirouette, and walloped it twice with a switch until it made off. Mother Nenneker does not allow me to carry my sword here. A pity, for I would have shown that turkey what I learned in Caermorhen. I already know that in the Elder Runes it would be written Caer Amurin, and that it means Keeper of the Elder Sea. So, no doubt that is why there are shells and snails there, as well as fish imprinted on the stones. And Sintra is correctly written Zintrea, whereas my name comes from Zirail, for that means swallow, and that means that...
Are you busy reading?
He raised his head.
I am. So? Has anything happened? Someone noticed something?
No, nothing, replied the skipper, wiping his hands on his leather jerkin.
There's calm on the water, but there's a mist, and we're already near Crane Islet. I know. It's the 6th time I've sailed this way, Boatbug, not counting the return journeys. I've come to know the trail. My eyes are open, don't worry.
The skipper nodded and walked away to the prow, stepping over travellers' packages and bundles stacked everywhere. Squeezed in amidships, the horses snorted and pounded their hooves on the deckboards. They were in the middle of the current in dense fog. The prow of the barge ploughed the surface of water lilies, parting their clumps. Geralt turned back to his reading. That means I have an elven name, but I am not, after all, an elf, Geralt. There is also talk about the squirrels here. Sometimes even the soldiers come and ask questions, and say that we must not treat wounded elves. I have not squealed a word to anyone about what happened in spring, don't worry. And I also remember to practice, don't think otherwise. I go to the park and train when I have time, but not always, for I also have to work in the kitchen or in the orchard like all the girls. And we also have a terrible amount of studying to do. But never mind, I will study. After all, you too studied in the temple. Mother Nenneker told me. And she also told me that just any idiot can brandish a sword, but a witcher girl must be wise. Geralt, you promised to come. Come, you're Ciri. P.S. Come. P.S. 2. Mother Nenneker told me to end with Praise be to great Melitele. May her blessing and favour always go with you, and may nothing happen to you. Ciri.
I'd like to go to Elendë, he thought, putting away the letter. But it's dangerous. I might lead them to... These letters have got to end. Nenneker makes use of temple mail, but still... Damn it, it's too risky. What now, Boatbug? We've passed Crane Islet.
And without incident, thank the gods, sighed the skipper.
Ah, Geralt, I see this is going to be another peaceful trip.
Any moment now the mist is going to clear, and when the sun peeps through, the fear is over. The monster won't show itself in the sunlight.
That won't worry me in the least.
So I should think. Boatbug smiled wryly. The company pays you by the trip, regardless whether something happens or not. The penny falls into your pouch, doesn't it?
You ask as if you don't know.
What is this?
Envy talking. That I earn money, standing leaning against the side, watching the lapwings. And what do you get paid for?
The same thing. for being on board. When everything is going smoothly, you haven't got anything to do. You stroll from prow to stern, grinning at the women or trying to entice merchants to have a drink. I've been hired to be on board too, just in case. The transport is safe because a witcher is on board. The cost of the witcher is included in the price of the trip, right? Well, that certainly is true, sighed the skipper. The company won't lose out. I know them well. This is the 5th year I sailed the Delta for them, from Foam to Novigrad, from Novigrad to Foam. Well, to work, Witcher. You go on leaning against the side, and I'll go for a stroll from prow to stern. The mist thinned a little. Geralt extracted another letter from his bag, one he had recently received from a strange courier. He had already read it about 30 times. Dear friend. The Witcher swore quietly, looking at the sharp, angular, even runes drawn with energetic sweeps of the pen, faultlessly reflecting the author's mood. He felt once again the desire to try to bite his own backside in fury. When he was writing to the Enchantress a month ago, he had spent 2 nights in a row contemplating how best to begin. Finally, he had decided on dear friend. Now he had his just desserts. Dear friend, your unexpected letter, which I received not quite 3 years after we last saw each other, has given me much joy. My joy is all the greater, as various rumours have been circulating about your sudden and violent death. It is a good thing that you have decided to disclaim them by writing to me. It is a good thing, too, that you are doing so soon. From your letter, it appears that you have lived a peaceful, wonderfully boring life, devoid of all sensation. These days, such a life is a real privilege, dear friend, and I am happy that you have managed to achieve it. I was touched by the sudden concern which you deigned to show as to my health, dear friend. I hasten with the news that, yes, I now feel well. The period of indisposition is behind me. I have dealt with the difficulties, the description of which I shall not bore you with. It worries and troubles me very much that the unexpected present you received from fate brings you worries. Your supposition that this requires professional help is absolutely correct, although your description of the difficulty, quite understandably, is enigmatic. I am sure I know the source of the problem, and I agree with your opinion that the help of yet another magician is absolutely necessary. I feel honoured to be the second to whom you turn. What have I done to deserve to be so high on your list? Rest assured, my dear friend, if you had the intention of supplicating the help of additional magicians, abandon it, because there is no need. I leave without delay, and go to the place which you indicated in an oblique, yet to me understandable way. It goes without saying that I leave in absolute secrecy and with great caution. I will surmise the nature of the trouble on the spot, and will do all that is in my power to calm the gushing source. I shall try, in so doing, not to appear any worse than other ladies to whom you have turned, are turning, or usually turn with your supplications. I am, after all, your dear friend. Your valuable friendship is too important to me to disappoint you, dear friend. Should you, in the next few years, wish to write to me, do not hesitate for a moment. Your letters invariably give me boundless pleasure. Your friend, Yennefer. The letter smelled of lilac and gooseberries. Geralt cursed. He was torn from his reverie by the movement on deck and a rocking of the barge that indicated they were changing course. Some of the passengers crowded starboard. Skipper Boatbug was yelling orders from the bow. The barge was slowly and laboriously turning towards the Temerian shore, leaving the fairway and ceding right of way to 2 ships looming through the mist. The Witcher watched with curiosity. The first was an enormous 3-masted galleass, at least 140 yards long, carrying an amaranth flag with a silver eagle. Behind it, its 40 oars rhythmically hard at work, glided a smaller, slim galley, adorned with a black ensign with gold-red chevron. "Ooh, what huge dragons!" said Boatbug, standing next to the Witcher. "They're pushing a heck of a wave, the way they're ploughing the river." "Interesting," muttered Geralt. "The galleass is sailing under the Redanian flag, But the galley is from Adir. From Adir, and very much so, confirmed the skipper, and it carries the governor of Haga's pennon. But note, both ships have sharp keels, near on 4 yards draught. That means they're not sailing to Hagar itself. They wouldn't cross the rapids and shallows up the river.